Welcome to GOAT James Kingdom. Welcome. I am Johnny the Exposer, and y'all have now been exposed by the Exposer. I appreciate it. And enjoy. I am called Johnny the Exposer. You guys are being exposed today.
Your opinion, I guess.
Move on from it. It was the 90s. That's it, bro. Move on from that. You don't know history. You don't know basketball. You just told me I'm stupid. But look how stupid you look. Because you don't know basketball. You don't know history. You don't know geography. You don't know schematics. You don't know coaching. You don't know scouting. You don't know drafting. You don't know nothing. Because the media said do that. So don't you say that. I know you are officially being exposed by the Exposer, and you're going to sit there like a man today just like 20, 50 weeks ago.
Let's get ready to rumble. Hey, get your numbers up. I had to get my numbers up.
Peace and blessings, y'all. Welcome to the GOAT James Kingdom Show with B. Lee and A. Johnny. As y'all know, we go live noon Eastern time, promptly right here on the GOAT James Kingdom channel, where we talk about the GOAT conversation and the greatest player to play the game, which is LeBron James. And today we have a special show for you because Michael Jordan's legacy is officially under question. In fact, we say here in GOAT James Kingdom, he is officially disqualified from the actual GOAT debate after the results that Tom Haberstroh has put out there. It's been a bad week for these Zesty Jeffries, Brandon. They are upset. We got our normals panel as usual. We got my boy King John here. We got Travis, and we hope Craig shows up very shortly. But we're about to have a great discussion about how Michael Jordan's 1988 season, and Craig better show up because 1988 is Craig's season. We all know that, right? We all know about that, right? Am I right, Brandon?
That's all he talks about.
That's all he
even
talks
though he didn't win a title that year. Even though he didn't win a title, and the only thing that matters to him is titles.
Oh my goodness. But anyways, y'all know what to do. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, check out the membership in the GOAT James Kingdom channel because we do it like none other. Nobody is like us. They not like us. Today is going to be a massacre for Michael Jordan fans. It is official. We're going to hide the Bible if God is watching because we are going to go all out today. It is over for them. These Zesty Jeffries are hurting. I mean, hurting badly. It started off already. Brandon, you already talked about it, Brandon. It already started off with the Stephen A. Smith who had the nerve to come out, right? And say this.
But Magic Salty, I get it. We know what it is, the great rivalry. SA, is Boston now the best NBA franchise?
Not so fast. Magic Johnson, never fear. Your boy Stephen A. is here. I understand that they have 18 championships to the Lakers' 17 championships. I get that. I will remind you, Eminem, Wendy, that the Boston Celtics have 23 NBA Finals appearances. The Los Angeles Lakers have 32. So, yes, you do have one more ring. That is fair. But the Los Angeles Lakers have 9 more Finals appearances, which means that although they have one less title, their time spent in relevancy is significantly more than yours. That would make you the better overall franchise.
Well, there you have it.
There you have it.
There you have it.
There you have it. Brandon, when you heard that, brother, what did you think to yourself?
I mean, that's what we've been saying all along. We even did the playoff bracket that LeBron surpassed Jordan because of his relevancy in the finals. He was always in the finals, and Jordan only made it 6. And LeBron was, 10 times? 10 times or what? What?
10 times?
17 seasons? Like, it was crazy.
Yeah, and let's not mention how many times Bill Russell made it. He was relevant his entire NBA season, his entire NBA career.
He missed it once in his career.
Once.
Yeah, once in his career he didn't make the finals.
Yep.
So
Kareem,
all they do is talk about
thing.
titles.
Mm-hmm.
All they do is talk about titles, and they're not consistent. They're not consistent. They're hypocrites all the time. They're never consistent. They're never consistent when they talking about the GOAT debate. Simple as that. They want to talk about titles all the time, but Michael Jordan don't have the most titles. He don't have the most finals. So I've never understood how winning titles makes you a better player, which it has never done, other than when you want to compare LeBron and Jordan, but you're never consistent with anything else.
Yes, thanks, Stephen A.
Thanks, Stephen A. Oh my God, Travis, they said pray for you today, Travis. You did. How do you feel? Let's just start off. Stephen A. Smith started off the week for us. They just gave us everything with Stephen A. Smith. What do you think about your boy Stephen A.? Because he is, no matter how y'all feel, he is the president. Not only is he a member, but he is the president of the Michael Jordan fan club. We all know this.
Mm-hmm.
So
there's no way. So at this point, I'm beginning to think like obviously everything's scripted for him to say, because they never get, the only thing that like gets viewership or whatever, or clicks for them, is when they're talking about this particular thing, LeBron Jordan. Nothing else sells. We don't care about anything else. They have bad takes in general. They can't just talk basketball. They have to attack Mike or LeBron in some fashion. There's no way he just said that. He's not that stupid. I mean, he's stupid, but he's not that stupid. Like, there's no way he said that and didn't know, especially the way he said that. There's no way he said that and didn't expect it wasn't scripted. I don't still believe it. As far as that take, I think it's stupid. Appearances don't mean anything to me. I mean, I think it's a great accomplishment, but like I said, they don't factor into my criteria at all because it's a team thing. But whatever. I mean, I said if he wants to continue, they're going to continue it, and we're just the little men who talk about it and, you know, get perpetuated.
You're saying, Travis, that being in the finals do not mean anything other, like the first round and the finals mean the same thing to you?
No, because getting as far as you do, you need things to go right. It's not just one man. It's not just one player elevating you. You have to have a combination of things. Like, is your team healthy? Do you have better role players than Team B?
So titles don't mean anything to you either then. Titles don't mean anything to you then, because that's the same thing. Everything has to go right.
Nope. That is not part of my criteria.
Well, okay, I'm confused. Everything has to go right for you to make the finals, but nothing has to. I don't understand that. Explain that again, because that doesn't make any sense, Travis. Things have to go right for you to win a title as well.
I agree completely. It's not part of my ranking criteria, though. I don't use team-based accolades.
Yeah, I can understand it's not part of your ranking system, but you said it doesn't mean anything. Like, making it to the finals don't mean anything for a player.
Well, Stephen A. says it means something. Stephen A. says it means something. Not just making it. If you make it more. If I make it more than you,
it's a great testament. Like, that means you're in a better system. You have better stability. Maybe you have you're more consistent as a player sometimes, especially if you're the alpha. But I wouldn't use the ring argument to ever put somebody else over another player.
Okay,
like, I don't think.
That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Craig is in the building.
I was thinking something else. But that makes sense.
Like, I don't think Magic Johnson's better than Hakeem Olajuwon.
Oh my God! What did you just say?
I don't think Magic Johnson's better than Hakeem in any way.
Okay. Oh wait, hold on. Elaborate on that one before we move on, Travis.
Like, I think Hakeem's a better player. Hakeem's a better player to me. But
we're not gonna let Travis do this today, Travis. You're really trying to duck the conversation by starting some kind of crazy conversation about how Magic is not better than Hakeem Olajuwon. You really want? You think you slick, Travis? You think you? All right, but y'all know what today is? It's 6/23. It's GOAT James Day, Appreciation Day. We all. I told. Listen, hide the Bible if God is watching. They not like us. This is GOAT James Kingdom. You're not gonna do this today, my friend. Because Stephen A. Smith, listen, Craig is in the building. Shout out to Craig, y'all. Craig, today is not a good day. 1988 is under question. We're about to have a fun conversation
The
about
whole league
1988.
was under pressure. Remember, they was crackheads in the 80s. So,
Ooh, the crackhead comments. They go to crackhead comments. Whoa. So, all right, but first we're talking. But first we're talking about how Stephen A. Smith, the head and one of the leader members of the Michael Jordan fan club, came out and said making the finals is more relevant than winning more championships. What did you think when you first heard that comment from him? I know he's not your boy.
His whole take was he didn't know what his take was talking about. All he had to say was if he wanted the Lakers to be the superior team, he could have just went to the players. To me, the players on the Lakers was better. They had better players than Boston, so that would have made them a more entertaining, more likable team. That's all he had to say. He had to bring nothing about championships. That's all he had to say. It's the players from Wilt to what's the name I just passed to Shaq, Kobe. You can't do that with Boston. It went from Bill to Larry Bird.
Oh my God, my God.
That's all he had to say. I don't know where he get championships from. Like
because Boston won a championship. Now they officially have 18.
They just got the most.
He could have said, hey, the Lakers do have an in-season tournament championship, but he didn't do that. He used the finals appearances. And mind you, that's not the first time Stephen A's done that. He actually has Magic Johnson as the greatest Laker of all time.
Y'all want to trade Stephen A for Kendrick?
Nah, listen. Y'all don't understand.
I'll
man.
take that trade in a heartbeat.
Listen, they're not like us. A lot of people been talking, but they have not. They're not going to have what they have here. Trust me. What Brandon and I are about to display on this afternoon's program, it's going to be epic. So again, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, become a member of the channel. We're also going live on Instagram right now. So shout out to Instagram. We're live on Facebook and our Facebook group right now as well. But like I was saying, that's not the first time he used the finals appearances over somebody with championships. He says Magic Johnson's the greater Laker over Kobe because Magic made 9 finals and Kobe only made 7. So
he meant to say Magic got 5 MVPs. That's what he meant to say. Kobe got 1. Yo, I told y'all.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said. That's not what he said. Again, we brought exactly his words up, and that's not what he said. Then on top of that, right, Brandon, we already know it was already in trouble when we had Stan Van Gundy go out and say LeBron had the greatest career of all time. Then his brother went out on Mark Jackson's show.
Van Gundy says the same thing too. Jeff says the same thing too.
Oh yeah, all the way. Let's let Jeff speak for himself because we don't speak for people here in GOAT James Kingdom. We let them speak for themselves.
Who's the greatest basketball player of all time?
The greatest career of I'm gonna break it up because I'm not gonna just fall prey to you.
Thank you.
I'm not gonna do that.
Thank you. We're gonna remix it.
I've been in the corner. He's had me in the corner many times before, and might as well just be yelling "hoo-da-hoo" and coming with up because I don't like being in the corner because he manipulates it, right? So I don't think you can argue that the greatest basketball career to date and still adding to it is LeBron James. I just don't think you can argue that with all he's been able to accomplish, all the records. And really, the longevity is just, really an incredible feat.
LeBron James.
So he took a question they asked and turned into a whole different question just so he could make it for LeBron James. Because they asked him who was the greatest player. He talking about greatest career. That's 2 different things. He literally just said, "I'll break it up."
He had to break it up because of Mark Jackson. Because of Mark Jackson. Because
career, you could have LeBron's. That LeBron's would be second best career.
What he's saying is that if I tell you that LeBron James is the greatest player of all time, you're gonna come screaming and yelling about how great Mike was.
He explained why. He explained why he thinks LeBron's the greatest. I didn't mean Jeff said that. I mean,
you would want to have LeBron's career. That's basically what he said.
Yeah, Jeff said that. I mean, Stan Van Gundy said the same thing. His brother, Stan Van Gundy, said the same thing.
They said you can't argue LeBron's career. LeBron has the greatest career.
No one's arguing it.
Yes, by saying that he's not the GOAT.
It's the second best, and I've seen since.
No, he's the GOAT. How you have the greatest career and you're second place?
Who said the second best? Who said the second best? Who said the second best, Craig?
What second best? What?
You said
second
you
best.
said okay. I thought you said Jeff said he's LeBron's the second best.
He literally changed the question just to answer for LeBron James. They asked him who's the greatest player. He said, "I'm gonna break it down to the greatest. I think the greatest career in 2 parts." So if there's 2 parts, there's another player he's talking about.
What's the second part?
He just said LeBron James.
Okay, so what's the second part there? What was the second part?
The greatest player.
No, that's not what he said.
Rewind it.
No, what do you mean rewind it? We can rewind it. Okay, of course, what we do best here in Go James Kingdom.
He didn't say that.
Who's the greatest basketball player of all time?
The greatest career of I'm gonna break it up because I'm not gonna just fall prey to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not gonna do that.
Thank you. We're gonna remix it.
I've been in the corner. He's had me in the corner many times before, and might as well just be yelling "hoo-da-hoo" and coming with up because I don't like being in the corner because he manipulates it, right? So I don't think you can argue that the greatest basketball career to date and still adding to it is LeBron James. I just don't think you can argue that with all he's been able to accomplish, all the records, and really the longevity is just, really an incredible feat.
LeBron James, LeBron James, LeBron James.
In other words, I can't tell you LeBron James is the greatest player. I can tell you he had the greatest career.
Because you know what I'm gonna do. But you know what I'm gonna do to soothe your soul. I'm gonna tell you if I had to choose for one game, a player to play with, I'm gonna pick Michael Jordan. So Michael Jordan's the greatest to play in one basketball game, but to be the greatest player of all time, you have to have the greatest career. You have to have the greatest career. That's what you have to be the greatest player of all time. Not be good because and that was to soothe Mark Jackson. What he said. I got to give Mark Jackson something because you're gonna pin me in a corner if I say LeBron's the greatest. You're gonna start mentioning all this nonsense about Michael.
Words in his mouth because he didn't.
That's what he said. That's exactly what he said. Wait, Brandon, that's not what he just said. Isn't that what he said?
Basically, what he was saying, like, there's no way to say who's the best player, but you can measure the greatest career. That's what he's talking about. You can measure the greatest career. You can't measure the best player. How can you measure the best player? That's basically what Jeff Van Gundy is saying. You can't measure the best player because that's subjective. But you can, like he said, all the records, what he's accomplished.
2 parts and only mention LeBron James for 1 part.
For people like you who can't handle that LeBron's just better.
Oh my God! So why did he break it up? Why he didn't just say
because he's on the man's show.
You're gonna say LeBron James. You're not gonna break it up into a different.
He's done that before, and Mark Jackson goes ham. Even Mark Jackson's son had to step in and say thank you to not start a whole argument like we having right now. Oh, I can't wait for Tom Haberstroh to start talking.
You're gonna say LeBron James. You're not gonna say.
Yeah, that's what we do in Go James Kingdom.
This way. And this way is the way I think LeBron has it. You ain't gonna do all that. You just gonna say LeBron.
That's how y'all do it to make LeBron Jordan to go. That's how y'all make Jordan to go. It has to be this way or that. It's never just if we just take the career and say who's the greatest. You don't want to do that. So that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to help y'all. He wants to help y'all because y'all need something.
Help y'all to give you clips.
Help us because it's not Jordan.
For episodes like this, that's what he did it for.
There's no sound bite. LeBron had the best career.
It's not our fault. You're lucky I don't bring up Sean Kemp comments because that's another person that just.
I mean, how do even Jordan how's Jordan the best player? There's no way you can say Jordan's the best player of all time. There's no way. Zero. There's zero way you can say Jordan's the best player of all time. For one thing, his stats are fake.
Sometimes you gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogie niggas. We the one that's about to show niggas.
The whole league was fake.
The whole league is fake now. The whole league is fake.
They literally was questioning Chamberlain rebounds with Bill Russell.
Oh, matter of fact, I'm glad that you said they were questioning that because if we were able to question everybody else's stats, because if for some reason
they said it in the 90s, they was doing it to boost Brian Reed.
Well, Michael Jordan's defensive player of the year. Well, Michael Jordan's defensive player of the year, and his 1988 season is under question for stat padding. And basically, what has happened is.
So what about 87?
Oh, we're gonna get to 80. We're gonna get to all of that, Craig. You want to jump to 87 so fast that he win Defensive Player of the Year in 87?
Man, like they used to rescinded LeBron James stats because they actually watched the games. No one watched Michael Jordan play in the 80s.
And they took away Tim. They took away Tim Duncan's stats. Tim Duncan would have had a quadruple double.
So let's all right. So let's start.
They just did anything they wanted.
So let's start figuring out how many of these steals and blocks of Michael Jordan's we need to go ahead and remove, because guess what? Tom Haberstroh, a very reputable and very credible sports reporter from Yahoo, came out with an article. It is over 6,000 word article where he displays clearly evidence that Michael Jordan had stats padded while he was at home during his Defensive Player of the Year award. This is not us saying this. This is coming from Tom Haberstroh. Jordan fans do not watch the games. So this man did his research. Let's go ahead and, first of all, let's go ahead and hear what Tom Haberstroh, how he got to all of this, and let him break it down.
1988, if we look at the home road discrepancy between Michael Jordan's block and steal rates at the home arena at Chicago Stadium versus on the road, it is the largest gap of any Defensive Player of the Year award winner in NBA history. So since 1983, when the Defensive Player of the Year award was initially handed out, I looked at home road splits, blocks and steals, because those things are highly influenced by the home stat keeper. And it is I guess you would say a subjective stat is when there's a loose ball, when a guy tips a ball and then another guy recovers it, who do you give the steal to? It's not totally clear in the rule book. And a lot of times the star player will get the benefit of the doubt there. And Michael Jordan's 88 season had the largest gap between the home rate and the road rate.
All right. So, Brandon. Let's start with Brandon first. Shout out to Ralph. Ralph just joined the panel. So we got the whole MJ delegates here. All the MJ delegates is here. We're going to hear what y'all have to say. Let's start with you, Brandon. You heard what the man said. He talked about the home disparity between Michael Jordan in the 1988 season, between the games that he played at home. Now, mind you, this is when he played all 82 games. So he played 41 games at home and 41 games on the road. What do you think about Haberstroh coming up with this information?
Remember when we was playing the Jordan games and everyone was like, everyone's on there like, these are his worst games and those were his best games of the season. And Jordan didn't look that good, but we couldn't find tapes. We couldn't find anything of Michael Jordan games because they try to burn them. They try to hide them because they're cheating. They're constantly cheating for Michael Jordan. All those steal titles are very close. Michael Jordan probably had no steal titles. He definitely probably never had the 200 blocks and 200 whatever they had steals in the season. Like they manipulated his stats. Wow. Yeah, they manipulated his stats all the time. He played in the 80s. You have no record of that. Like Tom Haberstroh had to go and wait weeks for them to give him game footage.
Well, you know, the Zesty Jeffries are out today. They're asking, where's the evidence? Don't worry. Again, y'all not like us. Y'all not like us. I told y'all, hide the Bible if God is watching. We are whooping feet today. It is official for y'all. Y'all don't understand this, and this has nothing to do with us LeBron fans. Because from my understanding, Tom Haberstroh has Jordan as the GOAT. So we're gonna get to this. Let's start with you, John. What do you think about Tom Haberstroh's article? Because I know you read it. What do you think about it?
I love his article because he went in detail. He actually had help watching the game tape. So he had the stat keeper with him, watching some of this game tape, and they both came up with the same numbers. And it was like, wow, the stories are true that they was padding stats in that time. And it seemed like they wanted to get Jordan the Defensive Player of the Year award because of the article he did with Sports Illustrated. Because Michael Cooper had won Defensive Player of the year before, and Jordan basically took a shot at Michael Cooper in that article, and the push was to make sure Jordan was the scoring leader, and Jordan also won Defensive Player of the Year, and it all came together. I mean, if you read the article, it tells you everything. He breaks down everything. And that gap between home games and road games, Why?
They're asking for proof. We're gonna bring proof. Don't worry, it's coming very soon. You know you shut up. Y'all know to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Don't be afraid to become a member of the channel. Because like I told y'all, sometimes you gotta pop out and show niggas. We certified boogeymen. We up the skull on you niggas, man. This is big time here at Goat James Kingdom, man. We about to do this big time.
James Kingdom.
What's good, John? What you got?
One thing he said he caught is that when you get a foul on somebody and how you block the shot, you can't get a foul and a block shot. So if you get a foul, you don't get the block. But they fouled in the game with a Horace Grant had fouled somebody and he blocked the shot. They didn't get Horace Grant the block. Later on in that game, Jordan did the same thing, got the foul, blocked the shot. They gave him the foul, and they also gave him the block shot too.
All right, well, listen, we're gonna let Haberstroh explain it because again, none of us went back and watched those games like Brandon said, because we don't have those games. They're not available to us, right? But let's let Travis go. We're gonna let Craig and Ralph get in here. So, Travis, what did you think of Top Haberstroh's article? Did you actually read it?
Yeah, I read it and I watched the explanation. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, if it's obviously if there's mountains of evidence that he has and like specific times where you can point to, then I think it absolutely affects. Well, I mean, it would affect my rankings and my criteria because my criteria is based off of your performance and analytics, and so I would need to see them if there's something they're taking seriously. Then I think they not only for Mike, but because let's face it, there's no way they're gonna take a lot of or every single piece of footage they have from every player and like readjust stats. But if they go through some of these years and adjust stats for some of the alphas, then I would definitely reevaluate my rankings based on what they put forth. Like especially like some of the rankings.
Okay, first of all, let's nip this in the butt. The NBA did not comment, did not send any statement to Haberstroh during this article regarding them going back and removing stats. They're not removing stats. Michael Jordan was contacted. He didn't respond either. They're not going to remove Jordan's stats. This is not the conversation about whether or not Jordan's stats are going to be removed or not. It should be removed. Like y'all said, since y'all out here talking about all these other players, they've been questioning the 100-point game for Wilt Chamberlain. Ralph will know that best. Right? There's a bunch of people out here questioning John Stockton's assists and how he had 20 assists in the game. And there's a lot of questions about a lot of games, bro. So we can't be mad that this man did his job, but let's let Craig get in because Craig, you've been on your A1 game for a few weeks now, and we've been doing a good job. But this
Craig, I'm already 5 deep. Just do what I'm doing.
Now, Craig, did you read the article? Craig, did you read the article?
I read some of it. I didn't get a chance to read the whole thing, but I know the gist of it, and it's basically what, in my opinion, what they should do is if they got that time, they should do it for every player that has these crazy stats. Just go over their games and make sure, because I don't want to be rude for nobody that got fake stats though.
But hold on now. But this is the thing. It's not even about whether they could remove it or not.
You can't blame Jordan because he's playing. He's not the one over there.
Hold on, wait a minute now.
I know he was looking to see what he got.
Don't fall into the quicksand.
If he was giving false information, that's not his fault.
Because listen. Y'all thought LA was gonna let y'all disrespect Kobe.
He got 3 steals and he's trying to get some steals and he go and do it, but later down they miscalculated. That's not his fault that he was trying to get something that he was seeing.
Okay, hold on now. The NBA has an actual YouTube video on their channel that shows Michael Jordan's 10 steal game, and they don't actually show you the 10 steal games. So how come the NBA can't even show us Michael Jordan's 10 steals game? Y'all thought LA was gonna let y'all disrespect Kobe, nigga. If Michael Jordan had 10 steals, come and show me, nigga. I'm telling you, hide the Bible if God is watching. Let's let Ralph go in peace. Ralph, what's good, brother?
That 10, what's going on, man? The 10 steals, that was against who?
I believe against the the New Jersey Nets.
Yeah. But in the video, he said Atlanta Hawks.
No. The Atlanta Hawks video.
That's a 10 turnover game.
That's a 10 turnover. That's it. We're gonna discuss that. We're gonna get to discuss that because again, this is somebody that really did his research. He understood the Zesty Jeffries.
10 turnovers against Atlanta.
Yes, he did. But that's not the game. That's not the game I'm talking about with the 10 steals. You know, Michael Jordan's career high in steals is 10 steals, correct?
Yeah, that was against New Jersey, and New Jersey has 22 turnovers.
Yes, but the NBA has the highlights shown on their channel for that game, and they only show 5 of Michael Jordan's steals. They couldn't even show us the 10 from the game that they titled Michael Jordan's 10 steal game.
Also in that article, one of the first
I could have
things.
sworn he was saying Atlanta. I thought he said the Atlanta
Ralph,
Hawks.
you're missing the point here, Ralph. I'm telling you, the NBA has that New Jersey Nets game available, the highlights of it. It's like a 4 or 5 minute clip of the highlights. They titled the actual clip of the video the 10 steal game from Michael Jordan. So the point of the actual game was Michael Jordan's 10 steals, and within those highlights, they themselves couldn't show us Jordan's 10 steals. They only showed us 5. So the difficulty is actually finding the proof, and this is what he was talking about, because at first he couldn't believe it, right? But you go ahead, Ralph, and then I'm going to continue. Go ahead and finish what you was going to say.
I mean, I kind of like was lost in what he was saying with the Atlanta. He said 10 turnovers. I mean, with 10 steals. That's what he said.
Yeah, we're going to get to that. All right, we'll get to that. So you have anything else? Because I want to bring up the whole idea.
I mean, as far as the article, I mean,
did you read it?
I read some. I read some of it. I kind of fell asleep on it. I ain't gonna lie, because when I heard that video and everything, I started to question a lot of his research and everything. When I heard that video.
Okay, all right. So this is what he was basically saying, right? You got something, John?
Yeah. Before you go, one of the first things Adam Silver did when he became commissioner is to make sure they had accurate stats on all the stats. Seemed like he knew something that was going on before he became commissioner. One of the first things he did was make sure they had accurate stats.
All right. Well, listen. Now, this is the thing, because like he said, what he did was, Ralph, people love to do the analytics, right? He brought this up. This is a part of the article. This is from the article. What he did was, this is per 36 minutes. So this is where you get the whole 82% higher rate that Michael Jordan had from home to road differential, but it's by 36 minutes if you do that. It's really by 36 minutes. That's how he did it. But these are all the highest disparities in the 36 minutes that won Defensive Player of the Year those years. And as he stated, Michael Jordan has the highest. This is what sparked him to do the investigation. This is what made him say, well, damn, let me go look at it, because he was like, damn, how frequent is this in the league? And how frequent can we understand what's going on? For not just for DPOY, but just in general, the whole stat keeping and how much an advantage certain players get at home compared to the road. But he just wanted to go look at the DPOY because the 1988 season was under question, and because everybody knows that's one of Michael Jordan's greatest season, if not his greatest season outside of winning the championship, that this is very important. He stated himself that the Defensive Player of the Year is a very crucial argument in the GOAT debate, and he says it's probably the most important Defensive Player of the Year winner of all time. That's Tom Haberstroh's words. So, but when you look at it, to be honest with you, I did my research, and we do what we do best here in GOAT James Kingdom, because like I told y'all, not like us. So hide the Bible if God is watching, because we whooping feet here today. Listen here. Michael Jordan had 165 steals at home games, and he only had 94 on the road. He had 84 blocks at home and had 47 blocks on the road. That is an average of 4 steals and 2 blocks per game for Michael Jordan during his home games in 1988. On the road, it went to 2.3 steals to 1 block per game. Michael Jordan had 31 games where he had 4 steals or plus. 25 of those were at his home floor. 18 games out of the season, he had 3 blocks or more. 15 of them were at home. Not only that, Michael Jordan's top 9 blocks games during that year were at home. The number 1 road game is the 10th game, and 8 out of the top 10 steals games for that season was with Michael Jordan at home. So this is what was going on with Michael Jordan when we talk about home and road. Now, Craig, you brought up 1987. 1987 did not have that big of a disparity when it comes to the home, even though he did have a home one, but it wasn't as large as it was in 1988. So that's what Tom Haberstroh basically was saying, that, damn, let me go do my research, because, again, he understands the Zesty Jeffries. He understands this. You talk about Michael Jordan, you better be prepared. So this is what he went on and did. Let's let him go ahead and explain how he had to go talk to a scorekeeper, and the scorekeeper helped him understand a little bit about how they score the actual stats in a game.
Like, that might be just statistical circumstance. But then I talked to a stat keeper for Pablo Torre Finds Out, the show over on Meadowlark Media. With Pablo Torre, I reported out a story with a former stat keeper with the Grizzlies. And in the late 90s, with the Vancouver Grizzlies as the expansion team, he admitted to inflating home stats for the Vancouver Grizzlies. This is the Bryant Reeves Big Country Vancouver Grizzlies. This is the Sharif Abdul-Rahim Vancouver Grizzlies. And he said on the record that it was part of the league culture. That he went to a stat keeping convention in Detroit and they all got together, and he came away from that meeting understanding that there was the power of the star treatment. And so we had a stat keeper was like, yeah, homer bias, it's a real thing.
League, you said league-wide.
Yeah, he did say that.
It wasn't just Jordan. Everybody them cheating. Fuck the NBA. I'm going back to the NFL.
No, okay, you're right. He did say that. Now, he did say that. So again, like a true journalist that he is, he said, I need to do more of a research. So this is what he did. Let's pay attention. He went further, y'all. It wasn't just that. Let's listen to Tom Haberstroh continue to explain his investigation.
Well, I wanted to make sure I was being fair here and wanted to look at like Michael Jordan versus his peers. Did they have a statistical difference in the blocks and steals as large as Michael? Was this just like common practice around the league that Michael Jordan had 80% higher rate of blocks and steals at home than on the road? Like he averaged 4 steals a game at home in that 88 season. And it was almost half that on the road. Same with his block rate. So it was about double at home than on the road. And looking at it, no other player in that year had nearly the same rates of inflation home road. In a world in which stat keepers aren't facing the ridicule of social media, where if you do give a generous stat to someone, it's not going to be flagged and ridiculed on Twitter within seconds.
All right. So listen, so he explained it, right? There are some home disparities between the home and road for players, and obviously there was a lot in question. He even brought up some good things, right? He even mentioned how between Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell, they have I think 26 games with 40 rebounds or more. All those are at home for both of them. So they don't have no road games where they had over 40 rebounds within a game. So he mentioned stuff like that. He brought up a lot of different scenarios about all of that. So Brandon, let me get your take on it. Let me start with you. What do you think about the idea that these statisticians are able to just, cook the stats?
It's believable. It happened in high school, happened in college. Mm-hmm. Players get certain stats that they didn't get. I've been a part of it. Yeah. So doing it in the NBA when no one's watching you, now it's different. Like, yeah, they're on top of it. But before, no one's watching you. No one's watching the games. Mm-hmm. Even now you have to go dust them off to actually see them. So it's not a shock. No one's seen Bill Russell get all those rebounds. No one's seen Michael Jordan get all those steals and blocks.
No one saw that 100-point game, but the whatever people that was at that game.
Yeah, no one saw it. So we have to go off of what someone else said, even if it's true or not. Like, there's footage out there. There's footage out there that you can see. I remember I was watching Michael Jordan get steals in one of the games before, and if he tipped the ball to someone, you get a steal, but the person had the ball. Pippen said something about it, and that's why they showed it, but it was a while ago, I think. But it was just something Pippen was saying, and I saw it's Jordan, so of course he's going to get the steal if he tips it, and someone else grabs it and steals the ball.
Yeah, Scottie Pippen said that. Scottie Pippen said if he tipped the ball and Jordan got the ball, it would go to steal to Jordan. But if it was the opposite, Jordan would get the steal.
The opposite way around. Yeah,
it was the opposite. He wouldn't get the steal. So again, that was the whole thing. He started breaking down. He got an official scorekeeper. So John, what do you think about that part of the article where he went and actually spoke to an actual scorekeeper, and he talked about how he used to cook up the stats for the Memphis Grizzlies or the Vancouver Grizzlies?
Yeah, and also Grizzlies didn't respond to his his phone calls either. Nobody wants to respond to the phone calls either.
I plead the fifth. I told him, hide the Bible if God watching, because there's a lot of ass whooping going on in GOAT James Kingdom. Y'all sure to hit that like button. Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
Yeah, but hey, I like that he didn't just make it about Jordan. He made it to see what's this going along league wide, and he found out it was going along. He got the Memphis part of it, and that gap between Jordan and everybody else that season is large. And I mean, I love the homework he did. I want to see if he's gonna continue on with the homework, if anybody else gonna do it. Because I'm sitting here reading, because it's not just about Jordan, it's about the whole era.
What happened to us? What happened to us? I don't do my homework. Brandon don't do his homework. What happened to GOAT James Kingdom? That's why we live here Sunday. They all know they all tuned in because they know Brandon and I gonna bring it like none other. Again, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We know the Zesty Jeffries ain't doing their research. Y'all know that. That's for a fact. Right?
I live comfortably, whether people think Jordan is going night, I sleep very, very well.
But you're not a Zesty Jeffrey, though. You know, don't join the, I know you're there to be a delegate because you're there to be one of the smart ones, Craig. So since you want to speak about this, what do you think about, like you said, he said it was going around league-wide.
It was league-wide. That's why I said at the NBA, if that happened, I'm going back to the NFL. My Jets going to the Super Bowl, baby.
Right? They gave a touchdown so that your boy can get a touchdown. What's his name? What's the guy that was out there kissing women on the sideline? What was his name again? Damn, Heisman. Wasn't it not Heisman? Joe Theismann. Joe Theismann. They gave y'all that championship. That's a fake championship, Craig. You can't have that one.
They said it was an entertainment business. The NBA is an entertainment business. So get his stats to the superstars. And that was a part of the article as well.
Well, all right, Travis. What you think, Travis, about the league, man? Do you think that he was on to something? You think, or we should just leave it alone?
Yeah, I definitely think he was on to something. I mean, it's not really surprising me. I mean, like especially like Brandon said, like you have there's no really oversight to those people who are keeping stats or whatever, which is something they kind of did. And everyone, just kind of went about their day. But I don't think it's anything that's new to any sport. And I still think it goes on today. Like, obviously, you brought up Will Chamberlain. I mean, did Scott Skiles really have 30 assists in 1990? I mean, are we going to say that, they really averaged 22 rebounds a game, and like just kind of unheard of. And, but I think it's kind of it was a league-wide thing. Like John said, I don't think it was limited to even one or two players. Now, that graph you brought up, that's like, I get it that Mike had the highest one, but all of those were pretty astounding. For like the DPOY winners, they were all well over 100% discrepancies.
I don't think they was like,
Mark Eaton. I mean, because what he averaged like 4 or 5 blocks at home as opposed to on the road where it was like 2 or 3. Like crazy stuff like that is. I mean, it's not new, but I think that it definitely matters. But it's just like it would be so much of a task to kind of comb through. Because, obviously there's not a lot of footage for everything, but, it is not really surprising me that's, a thing.
Yeah, they told Jordan in '88 that LeBron James was going to come into the league, so we're going to give you this defensive player to wear.
So, Ralph, what do you think about that, Ralph, man? Ralph, the 60s is always talked about being inflated. There's a lot of talk now, but we know the 90s and the 80s is basically the 80s is over 40 years ago or close to 40 years ago. What do you think about that? The stats and the fact that it could have been doctored for some of these great games that we all know about.
Ralph, you're on mute.
Are you there, Ralph?
I'm sorry, man. I walked away for a little bit. Say that again.
Yeah, no, obviously you heard him say how he got an actual stat keeper to say how he used to doctor stats for the Vancouver Grizzlies, and that it was in his mind it was kind of common knowledge to pad a couple of stats for star players and help them out for little things like rebounds and steals and things like that. So what do you think about the idea that stat keepers had power to do such, and that not all these games are under question, not just Michael Jordan?
Yeah, I mean, I've always thought that's why I even questioned the 100-point game. There's a lot of games that that were just out of this world. Like, hold on, wait a second now. It doesn't look realistic, but I think it goes around the whole league, and I think they need to tighten up if that's the case. I think they need a second person to actually really watch these people. I think maybe the home
It's
and
not
away
an
should get
issue
a
today.
No, it's not. It's not an issue today. If you would have read the article,
he didn't say it ended though. He never said it ended though.
Yes, he did. Again, you and Ralph, and so did Travis. Who are again? I knew you guys were going to do it to yourselves. You should have did that. You should have actually took your time to read the article. Within the article, he talked about in the 80s, they found a discrepancy between home and road games and steals, like over 800 steals. I mean, yeah, over 800 steals from home and the road games in total in the actual whole 80s. And then and when it came to steals, it was 400. So and then he said that when they looked at the stats for the last 10 years, it was like 50 something discrepancy between home and road games and blocks, and it was like 13 for steals. So they've actually cleaned it up. Like he said, they actually use digitalized stat keeping.
It ain't 99%. It ain't 100% do it.
Well, I mean, it's hard because it is still
it's harder today to do it, but
it's still kept by it is still kept by human. But they actually cleaned it up very, very well to the idea of over 800 and 400 and
That's
to
why
drop it down.
Forget the NBA in totality. With LeBron James leave, we quit.
All right, Sean, here we go, y'all. It's Reggie Reg time, ladies and gentlemen. Reggie Reg is in the building. Reggie Reg says this the one. LeBron's the GOAT. I've never seen LeBron pass the ball to the post. The guy takes 5 dribbles, scores, and LeBron gets the assist. Draw fraud. Yay! Shout out to Reggie Reg.
Reggie Reg.
Reggie Reg is upset that LeBron James now we have to question LeBron James' assist. But again, he mentioned all of this. And again, he did his research. This is the great thing about what he did. He didn't just stop there, ladies and gentlemen. The man did his research. This was for 1988. These are all the true discrepancies. Michael Jordan was a plus 71 in steals. That was almost twice as much as the next best steals guy, which was Alvin Robinson, who had about a 37% 37 more steals from home to road discrepancy. And if you look across the board to everybody who led the league in steals, Michael Jordan's home to road disparity and steals is larger than anybody for that season. So like I said, the man did his job. He didn't just sit there and say, oh, I'm going to just look at it. And this wasn't even enough for him. Like he said, he had to do his research. He was not even willing to accept this. He said, you know what? Stats is not enough. Let me go do the real thing, which is what Jordan fans don't never do, which is actually go try to watch the film. So this is what he ended up trying to do, y'all. Pay attention to Tom Haberstroh, the guy who wrote the whole article about the 1988 season with Michael Jordan having padded stats, and which officially removes him from the GOAT debate.
We had to go look at the film. I wanted to get my hands on game film, which is very hard to come by. But my friend in Latvia, who is a NBA historian, who's also a basketball executive in Latvia, Rainis Latsis. And I was like, do you have any Michael Jordan games when he had a bunch of steals or blocks in that season? So he gives me the 5 tapes, and we watched 5 tapes start to finish. And that Atlanta Hawks game was one of them that we were like, what's going on here? 10 turnovers, 10 steals. So no 24 seconds, no charges. Where you can't attribute that turnover to a defender as a steal. No passes out of bounds, no dribbling off your foot. And it turns out, it wasn't legit. That there were errors in that game. And there was a surplus of steals that seemed to be given and allocated to Michael Jordan. And as we watched more tapes, Vinny, we saw a pattern.
All right, so there you go, Ralph. He talked about that game, that 10 turnover game. So Brandon, what do you think about that? Like you said, these guys don't take their time to watch the games. They don't watch the games. We know they don't watch the games, right? So why do they lie about watching the games? This guy had, like you said, this guy had to go ask some dude that live in Europe to help him find these games. No American Zesty Jeffrey has the VHS tapes of Michael Jordan's games in the 80s. It's not available on YouTube. It's not really available on the NBA. This man had to go to a black market, Brandon. He said he had to go to a black market to find.
That doesn't make any sense because all I've been told is they watch Jordan play all the time. Like we never seen Jordan play, but they've seen Jordan play since college. But somehow there's no footage available. Where were they watching these games with these fake stats? Fake stats is hilarious. It's hilarious.
Completely hilarious. So he had to go find film. He had to go find the film. He went and found some film. Like he said, I had to go find some film. I had to go look up and do the research because the stats wasn't enough. Like Ralph would know this best. They call them box score merchants on TikTok. All you guys who just go to Basketball Reference and look at stats and don't really bring any context, like y'all like to say, there's always context to all of this. So John, what do you think of this idea of him having to go get film? And he said, you know what, I'm going to go watch the film and what he was able to see with the film.
I'm glad he actually watched the film and watched the games. He had a stat keeper with him to watch the game so they both can keep up with it. And he saw it. I mean, not only is he writing about it, he's looking at the games. He wants the proof. He's looking at it, and he can actually write about it and explain it. I mean, if you want a reporter to do his job, that's actually a reporter doing his job. I mean, we complain about what's being put out there. Can't complain about a reporter actually doing his job and really doing his homework, watching the games and everything.
Willie said that the games was on CBS. Like, man, they only had Jordan games on CBS?
No, the games weren't on CBS.
They had all the games on CBS?
The game was on WGN.
They were not national televised. WGN was not was not national televised.
Yeah, it was on Channel 9 here in Chicago, bro. Don't just keep it 100.
So that's the fact. So all right, Travis, what do you think about him actually go finding film? Because they've been asking for proof. He went and go found some film. He had to go look overseas to find this film. A lot of these guys are upset, but he actually did his research. He didn't just sit with the stats. He said, I went to go find the film, and I had to go all the way to across seas. I had to go to Europe to help me find the tapes because that's where it was available.
I mean, I applaud him. I mean, if like John said, it's a reporter. You're doing your due diligence. I mean, you're not just taking something at face value. I mean, I think that's the mark of a good journalist or anyone in the profession who, does things thoroughly. But as I've said many times before, I am not some MJ fanboy. He's not even my top 5 favorite players. Like he's not like, I'd have no like blind loyalty to him. And so this stuff doesn't really affect me. Like, if there was a lot of shit that came out that I'd be like, okay, whatever, but I think it's, I think I applaud him for doing that. It's cool. It's like, whatever, I'm sitting back and watching, but like I said, if something affects my criteria down the road and like it does it, then whatever, we'll talk then.
Travis, I have a question. Since we know that blocks and steals helps with his advanced stats, and if Jordan advanced stats were not number 1, would that affect his ranking with you?
Oh, hold on. Can you repeat that? Like my fucking thing.
Okay, so steals and blocks goes into his advanced stats, and like you are the advanced stats guy who says such and such is greater because of their advanced stats. If Jordan's stats were not win per share 41, he was not number 1, PER, which he's not anymore, but was not number 1, would that affect his ranking with you?
Absolutely. I said that earlier. I said if they adjust things like that, then I will absolutely reevaluate my rankings. And to be honest, Kareem might be number 1.
Even though Kareem is not number 1 in the advanced stats, he would just move past Jordan.
Yeah, but I mean, I can't use Jokic, and he's leading in all that right now with these accurate stats. So it'd probably be either LeBron or Kareem. So it depends on what kind of a thing here.
So this basically could hurt Jordan's legacy argument for some people like you, Greg.
I mean, if you're objective, sure.
Okay.
Hey, Mac Def, the link will be up very shortly, sir. We're almost done with the presentation, what we got going. We can't wait to hear what you guys have to say. You guys know what we do here best in GOAT James Kingdom. This is the GOAT James Kingdom show. We go live noon Eastern on the GOAT James Kingdom channel. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Don't be afraid to become a member of the channel because we do it like none other. They not like us. Sometimes you got to pop out and show niggas. We the number 1 certified boogeyman, Brandon. They scared to show up on the show with us. You feel me? So, Craig, what do you think, Craig? He went and got film. Is it good enough to go get films? Did he do his job by going to go look at film instead of just looking at the stats?
I mean, it literally just, you ain't have to really look the film. If you have someone who was a keeper said they was going to a fucking convention every year, like literally, I said the whole league is washed.
All right, Ralph. So you heard him bring up the 10 turnover game, right?
Yes.
All right. So do you understand what he was saying now?
Well, he's talking about the turnover game against Atlanta.
Yeah. So there's a game. This is February 15th, 1988, where in the box score, the Atlanta Hawks had 10 turnovers recorded. The Chicago Bulls was recorded to having 10 steals. So by that math, that means every turnover that the Atlanta Hawks had that game should have been a steal by the Bulls. When they went and go watch the film, there was the 10 turnovers, but they wasn't off of steals. They were shot clock violations. There was a ball that was dribbled off your foot. It's damn near impossible a team goes a whole game without doing something like that. So he was saying that the live ball turnovers do not match the actual steals that are being recorded. There is an excess of steals the Bulls have compared to the actual turnovers. And he broke it down for more than just that game. There's other games that he has as well. So that's what he's trying to say. There's no way all 10 of those turnovers are attributed to Chicago steals. So they were gifted steals that went to Michael Jordan.
The real question is, was it more turnovers than what they recorded?
That's what Haberstroh is saying. When he went and watched the film, they counted all 10 turnovers. And not all of them were steals. So 3 of them were actual balls that cannot be considered steals. So let's give you a little bit.
You know what, Johnny? I wish we had footage of this so we could actually see it, other than going off somebody's word.
Oh no, we have. Listen. Oh, you know what,
yeah,
Brandon?
Agreed. Yeah, I wish we did.
Brandon, we do have footage, Brandon. We actually do have footage. Before we get to the footage, hold on, wait, no. We don't. Before we gotta get people got to know what they're watching first. Because remember, I always told y'all, if your mind cannot comprehend, your eyes won't be able to see it.
Brandon digging that hole for him. That hole for him.
But it's fine though. It's fine though, because Brandon's on. Listen, relax, Ralph. I got this. Listen, Ralph. Let's talk about the games that he was talking about. So these are the games. You guys asked for proof. These are the 6 games he watched that he got footage of, that he watched from front end. He mentioned that February 15th game where there was 10 total turnovers and 10 steals, and he found 3 turnovers to not be attributed to steals. He puts here, quote, this is from the article. He says the incongruent turnover steal columns present a glaring red flag. In the other 5 games we watched, the live ball turnovers and steals did not add up either. In the Detroit game, 8 Chicago Bulls steals to only 6 Detroit live ball turnovers. In the Denver game, which is something that we've just posted, there is a Denver game. We actually posted that Denver game on our channel. It's available for you to watch, and you guys can go ahead and count how many steals Michael Jordan had. That's available. Chicago Bulls were credited 13 steals, but there was only 7 live ball turnovers by Denver. Again and again, the official steal count were routinely outspacing the possible numbers of steals opportunities. Something was amiss. All in all, our count, the box score showed 59 steals on 41 live ball turnovers, resulting in a whopping 18 excess steals to the Chicago Bulls in those 6 games, which majority of them went to Michael Jordan.
Hey, I got a question, Johnny. What game is
brother.
he talking about where it was 10 turnovers and 10 steals?
And that is
What date was that?
That is the Atlanta Hawks game. You see it right there, February 15th. November 15th, February 15th, 1988. Atlanta at Chicago. These are all games at Chicago. These are all the games that he watched from front to back. And this is so funny that you guys are questioning this, guys, because for some reason it seems like, is it only Zesty Jeffrey eye tests that matter? Are we really going to question Tom Haberstroh, accredited reporter and a true basketball historian, what he went and researched and what he found out? And he also did this independently with another statistician who has been doing this for a while, who even pointed out that the 23 assist Van Exel game really was 15 assists, and Shaq's 15 block game was actually a 10 block game. This is somebody that's an official basketball player and a basketball official or exec in the game. Y'all ask for proof. This is the proof. You guys always say you want the eye test. This is the eye test.
These are words. I thought he was going to show me them actually stealing the ball. You talking? I can read this shit on my own.
Like I told y'all. Y'all thought LA was going.
I couldn't find on my own. I just don't feel like it because I'll wake up. Okay.
You can't, Craig. He had to go to Europe. You got European connections to get these tapes, Craig?
Do you said we got footage? Did you not say we got footage and you show me words? Words ain't footage.
You are very impatient. I knew you guys were gonna get like this. You guys are very upset here. This is Goat James Kingdom. I got more. Wait, I got more. I'm not screaming. You wouldn't let me speak. You wouldn't even let me get my words in. You over here worrying about a tape that you ain't gonna do your research to find yourself.
Because I sleep well at night. That's why.
You're not gonna sleep tonight. You're not gonna sleep tonight. You're gonna have to hide the Bible if God watching, because we whooping feet like I told y'all. Y'all think LA was gonna let y'all disrespect Kobe, nigga? If Jordan had 10 steals, come and show me, nigga. Where's the game with Jordan 10 steals? Haberstroh is showing us these games, and I'm gonna show you how Haberstroh is showing to. They're available. There's already one on our channel. It's available to you right now. So go ahead and click on it if you want to. It's available to you. And you come back and tell me how many steals Michael Jordan had in a game that had those turnovers that Haberstroh is putting out there. This is facts.
Find me a tape of saying Jordan the GOAT because he had 10 steals in the game, then I'll go and watch him get 10
steals.
Oh,
it's fine. Listen, let's let Haberstroh continue to explain to you what he found out by him watching film. Because y'all never going to believe GOAT James Kingdom because we're biased, right, Brandon? We're LeBron guys, right? So they're never going to believe our eye test, even when we show them the footage. So let's let Haberstroh tell you what he got in those games, those games that he watched.
We could watch the game and be like, oh, here's how many blocks we saw, and here's how many blocks were actually in the box score. And more often than not, Michael Jordan was the beneficiary of excess blocks that were unaccounted for in the viewing of the game. Same with the steals. And so at the end of those 5 games, Vinny, there were 23 steals in the box score in those 5 games for Michael Jordan. And by watching the game independently, the scorekeeper and I, we saw 8 steals for Michael Jordan in those 5 games, 1.6 per game. And that is 15 fewer than the box score said he had. And so the pattern we saw was when you go back and watch, Vinny, you would see when Michael Jordan batted the ball away from Joe Dumars and it went out of bounds and the Pistons got the ball back, that would be an instance that Michael Jordan may possibly have gotten a steal, when a deflection was considered a steal.
Okay, those are his words. This is the last clip from Haberstroh, and then we're going to get to showing y'all some real GJK shit, all right? Because like I told y'all, hide the Bible if God's watching, because trust me, it's on. Sometimes you got to pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeymen, we the one that's going to up the score on you niggas. Go James
Johnny.
Kingdom. Go ahead.
You must have practiced that.
Yeah, I'm just saying all these people in the chat, like all these, I don't know what I can say JDRs, but like guys, I'm a Jordan guy too, but guys like Willie, I'm disappointed in you, man. Like I said, I was going to be objective. This is stuff that there is evidence. He was using tape. Everyone's going back and watching this. This is not some unheard of thing. People kicking stats. Now, if you can't be objective about it, you can still have Jordans to go to or whatever, but to just be in denial and be like, no, like this has happened, like nobody's ever made a mistake or nobody's ever done anything to help or boost their favorite player. That's just ignorance, my friend. Like you need to be objective if you're going to be a basketball fan and not just one guy. And if you say you want to say I got cooked yesterday, I respectfully disagree because fuck that guy and he's a casual. But don't you go down that road too, my friend. I'm a huge fan of yours, and I hope you're better than that.
Well, maybe telling the truth, maybe
I'm going back to the NFL, man.
Go back to the NFL. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome all the Zesty Jeffries. This is GOAT James Kingdom. Brandon and I go live every Sunday noon Eastern time. You know what we do. Let's let Haberstroh get his last word in and tell you his final results after doing all of his research and what he came to find out about Michael Jordan's 1988 historic, most infamous season of all time.
These are moments in the game where we were like, man, did they really give Michael a steal on that play? Because you can't find it anywhere else. By the book, there were 8 steals, and yet he had 23 steals in those 5 games. So it wasn't enough for me to just go by the stats and be like, yeah, he had the largest inflation of home road for any DPOY winner in NBA history. I had to watch the film And in the 5 games that I watched, it was pretty clear to me that something was going on.
So his words, Brandon, you heard what he said. Brandon, you already said enough. Y'all been asking for it. Y'all said this. Y'all was like, where's the evidence? Where's the proof? All I keep seeing is in the comments, y'all. It's all over the place. Where's the video? Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to give you guys an opportunity to show us Michael Jordan steals. We have a footage of an Atlanta Hawks Chicago Bulls game that was done in 1987 in November, and they're going to show you all of the turnovers that the actual Atlanta Hawks had. This is GOAT James Kingdom, y'all. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, become a member of the channel, because we are about to show you guys actual footage that you've been asking for, because we do it best here in GOAT James Kingdom. So, ladies and gentlemen,
they give him a steal for that charge?
Yes.
Yes.
A lot of things. Terrible.
Okay.
Where was Jordan's 4 steals recorded in the box score in those 10 turnovers?
He didn't get 4 steals.
Shit. If it making
They recorded that he got 4 steals. That's what I'm trying to tell you. In that game, he's officially recorded of having 4 steals.
I just said the
I
NBA
gotta
is
see
a
the
fucking
whole-
league. What more do you want
I
me
gotta
to
see
say?
the whole game.
It was like
Yeah, you got to see the whole game now. You got to see the whole game.
I want to see the whole
Video
game.
ain't enough.
That's pretty funny, bro.
I want to see the
Video
whole
ain't
game.
enough.
I want to see the
That's
whole
pretty funny,
game.
y'all.
That's hilarious.
That was like that wasn't even a
That
minute.
is hilarious.
Because they only showed you the 10
That's
turnovers. That's all the 10 turnovers. They're showing you all the 10 turnovers.
I
So from there, we are
I don't
supposed
know
to
if that's
see.
the full 10
We're supposed to see that. We're supposed to see, Ralph, the 6 Chicago
turnovers.
steals.
Ralph. Come on, Ralph. You
The
know
thing
that.
is, like I said earlier, how we don't know if it was more turnovers than they recorded.
He
So that's
watched
why
the
I'm saying
game.
I gotta see the.
He watched the whole
the
game. Ralph. You can't.
I wanna watch
You
it.
can't.
You are this big of a now, Ralph.
Yo,
Wow.
Jay,
Wow.
you're my guy. Jay, you're my guy.
Wow.
But you just
I mean, I'm not saying what he's
Oh
saying is
my
wrong,
God!
but
Oh
to
my
be,
God!
To be accurate,
Wow.
I mean, I'm gonna be objective
Wow.
about it if I see the whole game
Wow.
myself.
Okay,
And if he's
so
right, he's
Come on,
right.
man.
You know,
He's-
I'm not
okay.
gonna say.
So let's
I'm not gonna
let's do.
say he's a fraud. I'm not gonna say
Let,
that.
okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Brandon, out of the 10 turnovers he showed us, did you see 6 steals?
Well, it's like a 3, right? I think it was 3.
There was 3.
Yeah.
3
It was
steals.
3
I saw
steals.
3 or 4, yeah, something like that.
John, did you see 6 steals and 10 turnovers?
Oh no, unless I need some new
I
glasses.
think Chill wants to come on. Chill time.
Yeah, chill. We about to put the link up. I'm about to put the link up right now. I just want to get an answer from all the panel first before we put the thing up, because again, I just want to make sure. Craig, did you see 6 steals in those 10 turnovers?
no.
Okay, Ralph, I know you didn't watch the whole game, but the little thing that we provided you, the evidence that we gave to you,
I didn't
Go
see.
James
I
Kingdom.
didn't see him.
I know. I
didn't see him
understand, Ralph.
within
I
that
understand.
film.
You're gonna listen. There are other 88 games probably available of Michael Jordan. You just gotta go find them. All right, go look up the box score. Go find them. Whatever game you can find. But out of the 10 turnovers you saw there, did you see 6 steals?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen,
I didn't see the game.
we are going to put the link up for you guys so that you guys can come join the panel and we can have some fun and have a good conversation. While you guys come up one by one, all right, I'm going to continue to show you what I have. Because again, we are GOAT James Kingdom. We do this like the other, like I told you. Now, not like us. They're not like us.
Jay, I never said that like they're not doing that for other players, but if you think that Mike didn't get that treatment, then all evidence to the contrary, to just be objective.
No, it's not about Mike getting that treatment. It's about why he got that treatment. Because Mike was begging for him to win a defensive award. He wanted a defensive accomplishment. He wanted to add something to his record. Because
the MVP.
Because if we look at if we look at
Joe Embiid gets it the next year, he was crying about it. What do I have to do next year MVP?
Go ahead, get it out.
They're probably still doing it today.
We just told you they're not, Craig. They're not doing it today. They're not doing it today.
They're not doing it as much.
No, you can't, Craig, because we can watch any game today. Just like you guys can't watch no games from the 80s and you just don't want to accept nothing. They have all the games available to us. Watch.
I'm saying the NBA as a whole is a cheat. I accept that they cheated. What the fuck? I don't know what else you want me to say. They cheated.
Okay, so Michael Jordan's defensive player of the year 1988 season is disqualified?
Everybody, that whole league stats was
those stats are unbelievable.
Whenever the league was 100% clear of making false stats on a sheet, then that's when we can start counting the rewards for these stats.
A lot of players, if that's the case too.
Hey, let's start with Michael Jordan's 1988.
We could start.
He said, "Let's start with Michael Jordan."
No. First off, no. First off, let's just look at the numbers as is. That 1988 season was Michael Jordan's second largest, if you want to include 1995 or the 2002 season. Right? That's the one that's available. Ocho Takes, you got to give us a minute. We got a full panel. Once somebody drops, I'll be able to bring you up. So thank you for joining us. We got a few fellas here on the panel. Shout out to y'all. Thank you for joining us. Again, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. So these are Jordan's home and road discrepancies throughout his career for his steals and blocks. And the actual percentage on the right. This is the research done by Tom Haberstroh, a true credited reporter, a true basketball historian. His take is this, is that Michael Jordan and the stat keeper of the Chicago Bulls had a special bond that allowed Michael Jordan to get these special numbers. The guy's name is Bob Rosenberg. He is Michael Jordan's. He was the Chicago Bulls and also other Chicago teams for Jerry Reinsdorf. He was Michael Jordan's right-hand man. So much so that check it. Let me put the chair right quick. Listen, Michael Jordan was obsessed with stats so much that the stat keeper took notice of it. This is from the Chicago AP in 1999, talking about Michael Jordan's retirement in '98. He says this is the opening line to the whole article. He says the first week Jordan played for the Bulls, scorer Bob Rosenberg looked up to find him studying the scorebook every time he reported to the table to re-enter the game. It didn't take long to figure out why. By knowing everybody's points and rebounds and totals, Jordan knew how the newspaper stories the next day would begin. Then he'd take the floor and made sure they always began the same way, quote unquote, Michael Jordan blank. So Michael Jordan understood the power of stats, and he used stats to glorify his career and his legacy. And this guy helped him do it so that he can win Defensive Player of the Year, because the whole 1988, Jordan was making a campaign for MVP and the actual Defensive Player of the Year, because he didn't make the all-defensive team in 1987, although he still had 200 steals and 100 blocks. And he used those stats to say that he actually should do that. So this is what Tom Haberstroh is trying to say, is that Michael Jordan's 1988 season is completely under question because stat keepers are allowed to actually doctor the actual game stats. And they were doing it during that span. And Bob Rosenberg is reported and quoted to say that every stat that he ever recorded for over his 40-year or 50-year career was done by paper, pen, and whiteout. So those are all the facts, ladies and gentlemen, that we provide here in GOAT James Kingdom. We don't make things up. We look them up. Like we told y'all, certified boogeymen. That's what we are. We make the Zesty Jeffries run. I told y'all, hide the Bible if God's watching. It is serious, y'all, not like us. So we got Blue Boat, Mac Def, and we also got Chilltown in the house. Shout out to Chilltown. We know who Chilltown is, and New World. Thank you guys for joining us.
My guy Chilltown?
Chilltown is in the building. Shout out to Chilltown. Y'all listen. Me and Chilltown and I have a great relationship on TikTok. I go over there and we talk real basketball because he's a real TikToker that talks basketball. Beyond that, you guys know who he is. But let's start with Blue Boat first because he showed up first. Blue Boat, thank you for joining us. I told him to hide the Bible if God's watching. So here, ladies and gentlemen, we have God's voice speaking. Go ahead, Blue Boat.
Yeah, God's voice. Hey, salute to the channel, everybody. Salute to everybody. Salute to Chilltown, T Perfect. You know what I mean? So Johnny, you know what I mean? Yeah, man, like I said, I got Jordan as the GOAT myself, but I can't tell a lie, man. I can't tell a lie. It looked like they were trying to prop him up just a tad, just a little bit. You know, maybe certain games, certain situations in certain games where they were close to a certain number of steals and blocks, whatever. I think the stat, you know, the stat keeper, right? He kind of spruced his numbers just a tad, just to make that defensive player of the year award look more enticing, just to give him a little bit more leeway in that award. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, like I said, I got to keep it 100. I keep it 100, man. Like Mike always been my dude, man. Mike always been my dude, but that's stat pattern 101 right there, bro. That's stat pattern 101. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, it's just you provided the evidence, provided the games. You know, it's like a time log. You know what I mean? And it's like, yeah. So, you know, it's crazy. It's crazy, man. You know what I'm saying? But I can't, you know, like I said, Mike's my guy. Mike always been my guy. But hey, it is what it is. It's concrete evidence. And it's time. It's time things. You know what I mean? But if I want to say, if this was LeBron James doing this, do you know how much outrage would have been? Let's say somebody like Tom Haberstroh did this to it with LeBron. You think this would be on ESPN 24/7?
Wait. Who's a more credible reporter, Whitlock or Haberstroh?
Man, that's not even a question. That's not even a question. What Whitlock, the word journalist, reporter, and Whitlock shouldn't be in the same damn sentence. Stop it.
I hear that. So let's let Mac Def get in here. Mac Def, you said you had some special research that you went and did. You do be doing your thing, bro. Shout out to you. Thank you for joining us. What you got for us on today's topic, sir?
Yeah, salute to the panel, salute to the chat. So I went back, and the only game that I could actually find was the Bulls versus the Celtics in '88, April 24th, which was like the last game of the season. I watched the whole game, and I said, if Michael Jordan had one steal on this stat sheet in this box score, I'm gonna go crazy because I watched the whole game. He ain't had no steal, right? I went to the box score. It actually said he had one steal. Now I was like, he did have one block, and he did have like a strip when a guy went up, which I didn't count because the guy didn't lose possession. So they must have counted that as the steal. All I'm saying is that this is true. This is the God honest truth, bro. We've seen there's also footage of him having 10 steals in one game. I counted, he only really had 7. So the cooking the stats and cooking the books, this is true, ladies and gentlemen. We can't run from this or hide the facts. What I will say in Jordan's defense, in '87, I think he was the first one to have 100 or 200 steals and 100 blocks. First guard to ever do that. He didn't make an all-defensive team, which is crazy. This year, in '88, like let's say they cook the books and we take away what? How many steals are they saying that he cooked? 20, 22?
30 to 40%.
Okay. What I'm saying is that let's take away 20 steals, 24 steals.
Yeah, is that 30%, sir? That's not 30% of 200. That sounds more like 10%. You got to take away 30 to 40%.
No, he's saying the 6 games. So he's saying like he counted.
Jordan had 28
18.
steals in 6 games. Yeah, Jordan had 28 steals in 6 games. He only counted 12. So Jordan had
He only counted
12.
Correct.
12.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So that's 14.
That's twice
right?
as much, bro. That's 130% more. I mean, 230%.
No, what I'm saying, what if he counted basically the math is saying that, okay, let's take away, based on what he's saying, let's take away 14. He still would have been tied for second, I believe, in total steals. He might have been a low as far as the steals per game goes. That probably would have actually went to Alvin Robinson. Jordan probably is averaging 2.9 instead of the 3.2. So I give you that. But to say that it's a fraud defensive player of the year award, you can look in '87 he should have made a defensive team, didn't. This year he did the exact same thing.
Oh my God!
18. I don't know. I'm just going.
Mac, I'm going to stop you, Mac, because you got to stop. We got to move on from you. Chill town. Now they got all this math. The eye test don't matter. His eye test just showed you that Jordan had no steals in the game where Jordan got a bunch of steals. He don't want to remove 30 to 40% of Jordan's steals in any of his era. All them scoring titles eliminated. All defensive selections eliminated. All those things about Jordan being the greatest defender of all times eliminated, disqualified. He is not allowed. Again, hide the Bible if God is watching, because it's over for the Zesty Jeffries. Oh my God, Zesty Jeffries.
Hey, T, perfect. Really quickly, when I came on, you kind of scrunched your face up. I owe you some money or something? What's going on, bro? What's going on, my man?
Give me.
I'm just wondering. Like I walked in the door, you know, I'm saying what's up to everybody, and you like this dude. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. I owe you some money or something? You know, I take a job that you wanted or something like that. What's going on, brother?
They hurt today, Chill Town. They're hurt.
So let's rewind. We have to. What you can't argue is you can't argue facts, and this opens up Pandora's box. That's what this does. This completely opens up Pandora's box. I only was able to get through 3 games because I was getting pissed off. I couldn't watch all of them because I was getting pissed off. The Nets game where they said he had 10 steals, I only counted 5. He pokes the ball away. He pokes the ball away from he pokes the ball away from Buck Williams. Was it Buck Williams? Not in '87. In '88. He pokes the ball away. Charles Oakley picks the ball up. They charge the steal to Jordan. That's not a steal. That's a deflection. Those two things are not the same thing. That's number one. But the thing that we completely forget about is, where does this come from? The statistician, Rucker, who first got the job, he's a 19-year-old kid. He's encouraged to do this. This isn't something that he just started doing because it's Jordan. He was told to do this by other people. That's why this opens up Pandora's box.
Hold on, wait, chill. Oh, wait, no. The guy who's been doing this has been recording Chicago Bulls games since the 60s, since Chicago Bulls inception. Matter of fact, he got into it with Wilt Chamberlain. Because Wilt Chamberlain thought that he was actually reducing some of his assists, and they had to get the team to actually to show up and do it so that they could collaborate with him. And mind you, Michael Jordan in 1989 and this same man, Bob Rosenberg, was told to stop talking during games because there was a report that he was signaling Jordan what Jordan needed to get triple doubles in 1989.
Right.
And he admitted in the NBA. On his NBA bio, he admitted that Michael Jordan said, "Why did you tell me that I was only 2 points away from Wilt Chamberlain's record of 42 points in 1988's All-Star game?" He told Michael Jordan word to word, "I was holding 2 fingers up every time you ran past me. You didn't see it. You didn't get it." So this is factual stuff coming from a real dude that's been doing this for a long time.
Right.
He's basically a Hall of Famer if you really want to take it there.
100%. And the guy Rucker, who was a statistician for the Vancouver Grizzlies, he learned this from him. He's the one who said, "This is who I got it from. This is the guy who told me this is how we do things. We stat pad." That's why the idea of this opening up Pandora's box is a big deal, because this whole thing was predicated on Jordan having 200 steals and 100 blocks. Now let's rewind. Like you just said, Goat, not too long ago. You're talking about 30. You're talking about 30%. I don't know if you do. I've actually done the math on this. 30% of 259 steals. That's 77 steals. Take that off the books. That's 181 steals. So that immediately takes away the 200 steals right there. So we're done with that, right? So now let's take 30 more. Let's take 30 more percent off the 100 blocks. Okay. So now, if I'm not mistaken, that's 40 blocks. So that's less than 60. So now that's less than 100 blocks and less than 200 steals. This defensive player of the year in 1988 was predicated on that. So now if we're doing that, we got to do that with everybody. And plus, don't forget this, GOAT. Don't forget this, GOAT. You work for, I don't know, you're a reporter for the Seattle Gazette, and you got an MVP vote. Yo, you can't watch all these Bulls games, right? The reason why you can't watch all these Bulls games, because you're too busy watching Gary Payton. You're too busy watching Dennis Johnson. So because you're doing that, what can you go off of? You opening up the newspaper. Damn, Jordan had 10 steals last night. Jordan had 8 steals last night. He might be the defensive player of the year. Meanwhile, what you don't know is they cooking the books. You don't know that they out here cooking the books.
Tone, I mean, hold on, wait, chill town. What's up with your boy Tone, man? What's up with Tone? Shout out to Sports Fluent. How much more research we need? He gonna do more research than Haberstroh. Now, mind you, Sports Fluent, you've always said that you had tapes of all these games because you grew up and you had satellite in the 80s. I'm gonna put the link up if he wants to show up. We can all show up. I actually got a couple people waiting in the background. Yeah, that's it. Listen, chill town.
I said the NBA cheated. You think it was just Jordan? What I'm trying to say.
Craig, real quick. Hey, Craig, real quick. I don't know if you know this, but Chamberlain and Bill Russell, between the both of them, they had 26 40 rebound games. You think it's a coincidence that all of them games was at home?
Yeah.
All those games were at home. All of them combined. All of those games are 26 40 rebound games between the both of them.
I'm gonna let you come up, New World, but I want to bring this up because Chilltown brought up about how we have to check everybody's, and this is what started all of this. Because remember, just a couple of years ago, right? They were over here telling us that Jarrett Jackson numbers were doctored up, right? And you can see his numbers are here by the per 36 minutes, how much higher it was. But guess what? They did their research. People went back and watched all the games at home, and come to find out the numbers were accurate. They were not off. So he actually just played better. So they are doing their research. These guys are doing their research. We know who doesn't do their research. The Zesty Jeffries and New World could tell you that. New World, you know they don't do their research. You see what we're doing. They're not like us. We popped out and showed niggas. Certified boogeymen. We up the skull niggas. We up the skull on these niggas, man.
Hey, real fast.
Go ahead, New World.
Really fast here.
Go ahead.
Chilltown, huge fan. Since the last time you roasted me for having a bad take, so much respect to you. And also, just really fast, Kobe 824, we've been over this, and I'm like getting to the point where I'm almost very drunk. So having the Kobe LeBron debate isn't going to be a good thing for you because I would roast the shit out of you whenever it's my turn. So don't come with that weak shit.
Hold on.
Don't worry. He'll never show up. Listen,
Blue Ball or Mac Def, do you mind if I drop one you up to bring somebody else up, and then I'll bring you guys back up shortly?
No. Go ahead. You good.
All right, I appreciate that. I want to bring up somebody who's been waiting, who's been very patient. Appreciate you, Blue Ball. Appreciate you for doing that. We got somebody named here, Ocho Takes, but let's let New World get his take in. New World, go ahead, New World.
Yeah, brother, this has been a bad week for the JDRs. You know, they over here asking for proof, but you know, they don't never ask for proof when they talking about LeBron steroid allegations. You know, they just always going off of what somebody else said. So I just think it's funny as hell watching them deny the proof that's in front of them. And it's not like this man is just saying something without any kind of evidence to back it up. He cited his sources. He gave you the material, the source material where he got all of his information from. And he admitted that it was hard to find these games. So for him to find those games. So obviously it's going to be hard for a casual fan to find them as well. But, you know, for anybody who's actually out there dedicated to do the research like Chilltown, big fan of him. Shout out to everybody on the panel, by the way. I forgot to do that at first. But yeah, man, like this is something that, you know, only real basketball fans are going to take seriously because they're going to actually watch those games. They're going to go dig them up however they can. And, you know, to the people who just idolize Jordan blindly, like that was one of the reasons why I had to like take Jordan down from the GOAT, because it was just getting to the point where you can't even talk to some of these dudes without them just making shit up about Jordan that didn't actually happen. See, like that shit, that's not really acceptable when it comes to a basketball conversation. It just isn't. You can't use narratives to make a case for this man being the greatest of all time. Like, you got to use facts. And when facts are getting called into question, then you got to either be 10 toes down or you got to go out and do the research yourself.
Yeah, but the question is this, New World, right? I got to ask you this, because why is it only the Zesty Jeffrey eye test that matters? How come we can all see our eye test, but it don't matter what we see? Like Rob is asking, he needs to see it for himself. He don't trust us after we just showed him 2 separate videos coming from Tom Haberstroh of the games that he's talking about.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he clearly laid out all the research for you. Like he did half of the work himself. Like he told you what games he looked at. So if you wanted to fact check him, you can easily fact check him, and you could do the research yourself.
No, they can't.
Like when you blindly,
they can't.
yeah, it's fanaticism, man. It's the fanaticism.
Again, I'm going to ask.
That's what I'm having trouble.
Okay, the 30% is here. All right, here's the 30%. Let's break this down. All right, when Haberstroh went and looked at the games, all right, when he went and go look at the games, he found out that there were 41 live ball turnovers, 18 of them, but the Bulls had 59 steals. So you're giving the Bulls credit. That's 18 steals. How much is 18 of 59, Mac?
Well, I don't know the percentage of 18 and 59.
That's 30%, brother. It's about 30-some percent.
Of these 6 games?
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Okay,
we're gonna go off the information we really have. So as we have, you can't create your own math because even in the game that you said it was 100%.
I'm not. Calm down. What I'm saying is you're taking away 30% of the total of 259, which is the rest of the season games with no proof. You're going off this 30%.
No, Mac, we have proof. Mac, this is the proof. This is the proof. This is the proof. The 6 games, nigga. We don't need no more games, nigga. You don't even watch one game. Why do I have to give you 82 fucking games,
bro? I just told you I watched a whole. Hold on, sir. I told you I just watched a whole game, and I said Jordan didn't have a steal, but they counted it as he did have a steal. I watched not these 6 games. I watched a whole nother game.
Word, and this shit is over. And I ain't playing, nigga. Sit your ass down.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen. Wait. Listen, ladies and gentlemen. This is GOAT James Kingdom. You're not going to come here and try to lie for Zesty Jeffries. We're going to put you in the fucking dugout.
Well, first of all, you have the presumption that people care what you say. They don't.
Sit your ass down.
That's where the fuck you belong when you come on GOAT James Kingdom and try to lie. We have the fucking proof.
Let's discuss. I ain't discussing shit with no goddamn kid.
I'm not really sure what he's trying to get at here.
Who give a fuck? Sit your ass down. What the fuck you doing here? If you can't take it, sit your ass down.
Now, Mac, I put you in the background because you couldn't handle it. I'm going to bring back Ocho because Ocho was very patient. Let's let Ocho get his take in. As y'all see, ladies and gentlemen, this is the GOAT James Kingdom platform. We go live every Sunday, noon Eastern time, to talk about the GOAT conversation. Ocho, you've been very patient. What's your words on your take on this situation?
I just wanted to say that it was interesting what I've seen on like Twitter and how this, instead of it making people want to go back and analyze the 90s or like the stat keeping, it just lets a lot of LeBron hate. People saying Rich Paul paid the dude to write the article. So like having to jump down some rabbit holes just to be in denial is kind of crazy to me, honestly.
The eye test, right? They tell us to go get the eye test. The man went and the man could have said, you know what? I can't find no games of this. It is what it is. We're just going to let Jordan live. He went and said, I'm going to go find this. He asked some other person to help him do it. And then said, you know what? Help me look through the games. Let me make sure it's just not just me. And they both came up with the same numbers.
Yeah, when you get clear evidence like that, you can't really deny it or try to deny it without being a straight up fanboy. That's my opinion.
Okay, let me ask y'all a question. Let me ask y'all a question. I'm gonna start with you, Brandon. Let me just ask Brandon. Brandon, what evidence do we have besides the 30% of those 6 games? Should we say, okay, we're gonna remove Michael Jordan's numbers? How can we do it?
We can't really remove his number because we don't know all the games, but the still titles come into question because most likely he didn't have the most steals. He didn't average the most steals. They just come into question, just like the baseball players. We don't know, so they're not making the Hall of Fame. They come into question.
Hey, Gold, I'm gonna leave
That's
you to
not
it,
an argument that they could use. That's not an argument they could use.
All right, let's let Chill Town get up out of here. Any last words, Chill Town, before we get up out of here? Go ahead and plug your channel, plug your show. Go ahead, brother.
Pandora's box has just been opened. That's all I know, B. Pandora's box.
That's what I'm saying. It's going to be the whole league. Y'all think
Pandora's
it's
box
just
has just
Jordan.
been opened. This is not.
Shut down. I love you.
This is not going to stop here, my man. Pandora's box. Love you too, brother. Love you too, brother. Pandora's box. We gotta now check with everybody. We can't just check with Jordan, and we can't just check with Jordan that season. Now we gotta dig into everything.
Oh, 15
He
years.
He did it. Haberstroh did it. Hey, chill town. Get off that ottoman. Say what's up to your mother. I'll see you on TikTok, brother.
Call your mother. Hey, call your mother. When last time you talked to your mother? Call her. Talk to you, brother.
Be good, brother. Be good. Be good.
Also, for one thing, they're not going to go back and look at everybody. This is not a thing about everybody. This is about the GOAT debate. They're going to go back and look at Jordan. This is about the GOAT debate. This person, Jordan's GOAT debate, because his stats are fraudulent. Simple as that. We know for a fact now his stats are fraudulent. It hurts.
Well,
Jordan.
the man admitted to, like, you know, looking at these stats, because that DPOY is like a huge factor in Jordan's GOAT case. At least that's what the JDR say.
That's what.
There's nothing that could really be done now. There's nothing that can really be done. His stats are fraudulent, and the only reason a lot of people put him above LeBron because of these fraudulent steals and blocks that he had in a few seasons. Yeah. Later in his career, they dipped down so much. You could say he was older and all this other stuff, but he was getting less than half a block a season. He wasn't getting 2 steals a game no more because the stuff was corrected. But earlier in his career, those stats are fraudulent. Fraudulent.
Facts. All right, let's let Ishmael get his word in. What up, Ishmael? Thank you for joining me. Ishmael is a GOAT James Kingdom member. Thank you, sir, for joining us. We're going to put the link up. We got another space if anybody wants to join. But go ahead. What do you think about today's topic, Ishmael?
I don't think I'm really that surprised because I'm more surprised about the fact that the story is coming out and people are talking about it. But I'm not really that surprised that the mainstream sports media really hasn't talked about it. They've only done like a 2-minute section on it with Nick Wright. And so it's like, I think they're just going to remain quiet on it until like more information comes out, you know, about his stats. But I don't think I'm surprised at the fact that a lot of these stats seem to be like, you know, they're just.
Wait. What more information do we need? Well, how much more information can we get? The NBA has a 10-steal game. They didn't show us 10 steals.
I think
there's not one proof of any game from 1988 anybody can show us that says Michael Jordan actually had the steals he had, or the Chicago Bulls box score was actually.
I agree. I agree. I'm not going to disagree. I just think that it has to be more. It has to go like get popular with it. We have to find more of it for them to finally, like, I think the mainstream media to finally say something about it, because they're pretty quiet on it.
No, this article is going crazy right now. What do you mean? This is
I'm
big.
talking about like when we talk about ESPN and stuff like that. I'm talking about like those type of people. It's not.
Well, remember they're paid by Jordan, so they're not.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like we're not hearing much from Sports Center, NBA.
No.
You know, we're not
Jordan Stephen A. like this.
Yeah, so that's the type of, you know, that mainstream media. Like other than that's what I'm regarding that. But my take is that, yeah, I'm not that surprised, but like today is pretty serious. Like it's really serious and more transparent when it comes to stats. Like just last year, Jaren Jackson was critiqued about the fact that if his blocks was fake, or if like the Grizzlies home court was faking a lot of his stats. And so
they proved it to be wrong. They proved it to be wrong, and they proved
right. Exactly. Yes. It's because it was somebody from Reddit that pointed it out that his stats could be wrong. And so like they had to go over it in order to make sure like this is actually a real thing. But I also wanted to say is that people are saying, well, now we got to look at everybody. We got to look at all these people and stuff. And so when I look at this is 1988, and so the person with the second most steals was Alvin Robertson. And it's not just about, Alvin Robertson got a crazy amount of steals. So, he got 243. What you need to compare is the differential number, like the difference between him and home games. And like Jordan was 176%, right? Differential. That's extremely high. Like we're talking about somebody that's in second place is like 148%. You see the entire difference of that? That's huge. And so it's like just imagine third and fourth, the number is going to probably decrease, I'm pretty sure, or maybe it's going to be more consistent. I'm pretty sure of that. And so you that's what I'm saying. Like, you got to compare the differential number, and then you'll get an honest perspective to see like how much of a difference was everybody else in that aspect. So that's
man,
my take.
ain't cheating, man. Ain't no difference needed. Niggas is cheating.
Well, you gotta compare the difference, Craig. You can't just say everybody cheated just because, you know, yeah, obviously your home stats are going to be more than your away stats. That's clear. But you got to see the difference. Like, Jordan has an outrageous like 176%. That's crazy, man. That's huge.
The league is cheating. What the hell?
I agree with Craig. They say he went to a conference and how was encouraged to cheat with some of the stats for everybody. So I mean,
I'm not going to deny that, but I'm just saying, like, this man, like his number is like it's so much bigger than everybody else's, right? It's like,
but that's because there definitely was probably, like you guys said, there was a narrative to get him the DPOY. I mean, I believe that. But I mean, Michael Cooper's. I mean, let's be honest. Mike's 87 stats destroyed Cooper's, but he was on the 87 Lakers, and they had a really good team. I mean, there was no business giving him the DPOY over Jordan or anyone else, I think, if you look at his actual
Jordan
numbers.
wasn't even above 500. That's why he wasn't. He was.
Well,
he had a bad
exactly.
season.
And like, exactly. But like, also, like you said, there was a lot of, it was purely based on stats back then. Win shares did exist then as well. But you think, like, I think either Hakeem would have won. But like you guys are also saying, like how cooked were Eaton's or Hakeem's stats, like probably not to the degree Jordan's was. I agree completely. But you know, it's all relative.
But calling each other, yo, we should gonna give Hakeem next game. All right, I'm gonna give Jordan this game.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think that Mike. I mean, obviously with this coming out, it's just like, you know, it definitely raises some questions about, you know, especially because it directly affects my ranking criteria. So that's why I'm.
He's officially disqualified from the GOAT debate. Jordan is no longer allowed in the GOAT debate. Hold on, twin man. Reggie Reg is back in the building. He's running out of money, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a long show for you, Reggie. I told y'all how the Bible, if God's watching. Y'all, listen, y'all thought LA was going to let y'all keep disrespecting Kobe, nigga. If Michael Jordan had 10 steals, nigga, come and show me, nigga. Y'all can't do it. So he says here, they probably padded his 35 points per game too. No, Jordan padded for that. We already proved Jordan was stat padding to score 35 points per game. That's how he was able to do it, by shooting 27, 28 times per game. Anybody in NBA history will average that shooting that. So let's let Wayne get his take in. We got Reggie Reg to get his money in. Wayne, thanks for being patient. What's your take on today's show? And is it official? Is Michael Jordan's legacy officially tarnished and under question?
Yes, it is. We got questions and answers to. So I don't know what the hell is going on over there, but I've seen this. Where
are you at,
I think
Wayne?
there was some version of this years ago. Was that?
Dude, Wayne just walking through the hood right
Was
now.
No, I'm in my yard right now.
Between him and Sturdy, we don't know where they be at. Sturdy be in gunfights, and then Leo over here got dog fights over here. You over here being Michael Vick. Go ahead, Wayne.
Yeah, and I guess coincidentally, I just finished some research as well pertaining to where the GOATs rank. So I got my top 20 list, and it's pretty interesting. I will say that. But the reality is, I think I might be able to do it on the Friday night podcast. But when I check all the rankings of where people are, that definitely calls into question where Michael Jordan is ranked. So I got some serious issues with that.
You got some serious issues. All right, so are you removing 30% of Jordan's stats? Because that's what we're doing. We're removing 30% of all his stats in block, steals, report. Jordan no longer averages 30 points, 6 and 5. He averages 34 and 3 here in GOAT James Kingdom. He only averages 1.5 steals, and he averages 0.5 blocks per game.
I let him live with that, but
listen, we're gonna let Twin Man cook because you guys are not ready to actually put Michael Jordan's legacy on fire. This is GOAT James Kingdom. We ain't got no time for you guys.
Everybody in that era legacy on
fire. Y'all go putting everybody after we already proved it. Ain't everybody is just Zesty. It's just Michael. It's just Michael.
Jenny, see if you can hook it up for Friday night comment.
It's just Michael. It's just Michael. We have
All
no
right, so
footage,
when
no
it's just
evidence of
Michael,
no one
don't bring
else.
up Bill
So wait,
Russell.
so until
Don't bring
you
up
Jordan
Bill
fans,
Russell, don't bring up.
go
don't
find the
bring up
footage.
Will
Wait a
Chamberlain.
Go
second.
find the
It is my
footage.
time, and I can't wait.
It's just
I've been
Joe.
waiting.
Go find the footage of Bill Russell getting accredited for rebounds. He didn't because they got games of him. Go look it up. So let's go. Let's let Twin Man get in because I know Twin Man been patient. Thank you guys again. Y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Check out the membership at GOAT James Kingdom because we do big things here. Like I told you, they not like us. Sometimes you got to pop out of show, niggas. We certified boogeymen. We just up the score on them. Let's go, Twin Man. What you got for me?
Twin Man. Hold on to your lily white butts. It's about to get real. So I have a question. When LeBron James was being accused of being on steroids, even though his name showed up in some paperwork, then the DEA cleared him, we still had people running around here saying LeBron James was on steroids, correct?
Facts.
Correct?
Yeah.
Facts.
So we have evidence, and we have evidence from the federal government that he did not do this, but we still have people running around saying he did it, right?
Still.
Right?
Still. Yeah, people like Pee Wee Herman.
I just want to know something. We have evidence and videotape evidence. Someone did the research, counted the steals, counted the blocks, and they're saying, this doesn't add up. And y'all are sitting here saying this doesn't tarnish his legacy. How does this not tarnish this man's legacy? You want to say, Craig, everybody back then was doing it. You know what? I agree with you. Are they counting everyone in 1980s as the GOAT?
All right, so when we had this GOAT debate, why did y'all bring up other
that is a
players?
yes or no question, sir. What? This is Twin Man's time to cook. Are they counting everybody in the 80s as the GOAT, or is it just Jordan?
It's Kareem too.
It is Kareem. It is Kareem. Good job, Craig. That's like top DJ delegate. It is Kareem too.
That was a nice comeback.
Don't do that.
Craig, you try it, but you ain't gonna win today, baby. Who are they calling the GOAT? They are calling Jordan the GOAT. If this was LeBron James,
but you don't believe
this
it.
would get plastered all over every news outlet. Right
All right,
now.
hold on.
So
wait a
for
minute.
this to
Shut up.
be-
Wait. Hold on. Don't let me mute everybody. Let me get this in. Shout out to C-Dog67, a true GOAT James Kingdom supporter. He does it better than you, Reggie. You need to step up, Reggie. Like he said, great show, by the way. I'm still in that pinky soundbite. Listen, if you Zesty Jeffries can't do it right, I'll put you in the dugout. I know Mac Jeff is not a Zesty Jeffrey, but if you're going to defend the Zesty Jeffries, that's not your job here. Let Craig, let Travis and Ralph do that because they do a better job than you ever would do, Mac Jeff. So don't ever come on GOAT James Kingdom trying to tell us what we should do and not do. That's not happening here. So shout out to you, C-Dog. You are a true supporter. Thank you so much, man. I can't wait to see you on the top 50 greatest show coming up very shortly. So thank you for the love and support there. Thank you so much. All right, so go ahead, Tim, man. Go back to cooking and doing what you do best, brother.
So let's just say this right here. If this was LeBron James, they would be sitting here saying not only should his stats not count, not just the 30 or 40%, they would say none of his stats count. We should wipe him out the record books. If this was anybody else, that's how they would be talking. So why is it no?
Everybody. And if the stats
I don't
add
feel
up,
the same
erase
energy,
them.
the
I'm
same
on board.
fervor that people give LeBron James. This is supposed to be Air Jordan. I mean, this man stopped crime, Craig.
Hold on, wait. Stop crime. Talking about stopping crime, Twin Man. Wait, Twin Man, the same man who said Jordan stopped crime and told us that he was a construction worker for a living, now actually cooks for a living. He be in the back of Denny's making your breakfast for you and your Grand Slam, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Willie Sullivan.
What I need from every Jordan fan that keeps LeBron James in his mouth, sitting here saying he's a choker in 2011, that he's really not a leader. He's a bum. All these people running around with the dumbass memes. I need y'all to have the same energy. Y'all had no evidence talking shit about LeBron James, talking about he was saying he was shooting up steroids. Y'all had no evidence for none of the bullshit y'all running around here saying. This is evidence, factual evidence. Do I understand that there were other people in the 80s doing this exact same thing? Absolutely. None of them are being considered the GOAT. None of them are sitting here having the defenders that Michael Jordan has to this day to make it seem like this man can do no wrong. He cooked the books to boost his legacy, and that should disqualify him from anything, period.
I like how you freestyle that.
Hey, Twin Man, I got a question for you, Twin Man. Twin Man, I got a question for you. Who's the best shooting guard shot blocking ever?
The best shot blocker ever?
Shooting
Guard.
Shooting guard. What's the best shooting block guard of all time?
I can answer that now. I can answer that now.
Huh?
I can answer that question now.
Oh wait, it's right there. 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 It's right there.
Motherfucking way.
That was my point. That was my point.
And listen, it took 21 years for Jordan to surpass LeBron in blocks per game, because right now LeBron's at 0.7 and Jordan's we know is at 0.8 superficially. It's not 0.8 for real. So even at that, we know when Michael Jordan's, remember we're moving 30% of all of Michael Jordan's stats, rebounds, blocks, steals, all of that at 30%. So he averages 30, 4, and 3, 1.5, and 0.5 blocks per game for his NBA career.
And what makes this even more disgusting, bro? Jordan's ability and his athletic ability, he didn't need to cook the books. He's a great player. He didn't need to
he had to cook the books. He had to cook the books because he had to sell shoes to stop crime. Yeah. You can't sell shoes if you're not an all-star. Remember, he had a special deal in his Nike contract that if he won a scoring title and if he won things like that and he made the all-star team and things like that, he gets bonuses. Besides the idea of selling shoes. That's
it was the money. Because that's how players had to.
And in 1988, that was one of the biggest marketing campaigns for Nike and Michael Jordan because the All-Star game was in Chicago. It was in Chicago. Right. All of the Michael Jordan shoes, and just like they still do to today, are shown during either the NBA Finals, but since Jordan couldn't make the Finals then, they used to show it during the All-Star game. So when you wanted to see the new pair of J's, you had to tune into the All-Star game.
So you didn't watch the game, you watched the commercials because you know a whole lot of the commercials.
You know, hey, Johnny, this is mostly Jordan fans' fault. You know, this is Jordan fans' fault is because they have scrutinized LeBron James' entire career. His entire career, they have completely scrutinized. It's like the tables have turned where it's like, okay, hold up. Now we're going to start looking at these games. If we can find footage of anything, we're going to compare the skill level. We're going to see if Jordan traveled a lot, which he did. And then we're going to see the fact that yeah, it is. Yes. Yeah, I saw it. He traveled a lot, pivot foot issues and all that type of stuff. And
so, they allowed Jordan to travel for his dunks because they were trying to market the dunk back then. So if he had to take an extra step or two to get that lift off, they would give it to him.
But it's
like, so I have a question. Do this new knowledge move Bill Russell ahead of Jordan? Because it's always been Jordan.
That's a good discussion.
Well, my thing is that is this article a proof that Jordan was part of was he like working with a man or something like that?
It's probably, I don't think it's too much of Jordan's fault, but I know he wanted it. He wanted it, but since his stats are not what it should be, Bill Russell's stats apparently is not better than Jordan. So
Brandon, we're not letting him go, Brandon. Come on, do a better job than that, Brandon. Listen, Brandon, this man it was noted that since his rookie season, Michael Jordan used to come to this man to find out what the stats were during the middle of an actual basketball game. Michael Jordan is on national television pleading for defensive accolades and MVP in 1987 because of 200 steals and 100 blocks.
Yeah, he was pleading to be MVP of the league with a losing record.
Yes,
with a losing record. Playing.
And after he gets recognized for being after he gets his recognition for being a great defender and winning Defensive Player of the Year and making his first all-defensive team, his numbers go back to kind of normal. They no longer start cooking his numbers for him.
Well, Johnny, I got a question.
No. So how is Jordan not involved in this? When him and Rosenberg have a very close relationship. Even Rosenberg himself said that he used to make certain clips and archives for Michael Jordan. He says he has every piece of paperwork he went in every event, every concert, every basketball event. He has the ticket. He has the actual documents, the program, everything from all the finals. This man here has a treasure trove of basketball information for the Chicago Bulls. Matter of fact, he is known for making Guy Rodgers famous because Guy Rodgers won an assist title in 1960-something, and they say it's because he helped cook the stats to help him get more assists. This is nothing new. This is only new to the zesty Jeffries. But here in GOAT James Kingdom, like I told y'all not like us. I told y'all hide the Bible if God's watching because we whooping feet around here. Y'all see, wait a minute. Y'all see me in my red shirt. I'm doing Tupac moves on y'all. I'm not even from the West Coast. We out here doing y'all dirty. Because sometimes you got to pop out and show niggas.
Tupac
we certified boogeymen. We don't got none of these Zesty Jeffries want to step up to the link. We see everybody supporting us though and following us as far as watching us. So thank you so much. Y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe button to share the content because we are all over the place. We are the GOAT James Kingdom platform. You can catch us on Instagram. We're live there now. We're live on Facebook. We're live with Discord. We're all over the place. Twitter, TikTok. You know what we do best, man. This is the GOAT James Kingdom platform. And it's over. The Zesty Jeffries, it's over for y'all. Michael Jordan's career is completely under question. All of his stats. Sturdy said something about rebounds. Sturdy come up and explain because he did mention rebounds. He mentioned how they were cooking stats for Bill Russell in them. Chilltown explained it. He said that out of all their 40 rebound games, it was all on at home. Every last one of them. And those are the top 2 rebounders in NBA history.
You can't trust the NBA at all.
So that's one that that's hard because it's the 60s. They had all those possessions and everything. So I guess we did factor that into our ranking as well. All of those rebounds, we did factor that in. But now we have to go back and rewrite our formula because this has to be factored in. And Jordan was finished. Yeah, this has to be factored in.
Yeah, that's facts. We're trying to.
We need to question MVP too. Yeah.
So Travis and Craig, should this be factored into a formula for the GOAT debate?
Basketball didn't.
That whole league is cheating.
The basketball didn't start until the 2000s. Cut everything off until the 2000s.
So it does factor into the GOAT debate.
Oh, completely, because all those stats influence awards and accolades. So you can't not factor that in. I mean, obviously, you'd have to look at everybody during that era to see who actually deserved what award. So if you were going to do that, that's a lot more work. But, I think having like a simple criteria to where like you maybe take away some points. And if you had like a grading system based off of points, you maybe take some points away from like Jordan or Bill and Will using whatever criteria you're using to account for that, to account for their inflated numbers.
I mean, I read somewhere that what about his assists?
And so what we actually did was we had a separate criteria for the 40s through 70s or something, or 60s. So we will have to have a separate criteria for the 80s and for the 90s because those stats are fraudulent.
So it should have been like that from the beginning because you can't really say that the 80s and 90s are like the 2000s and onwards. Like it's a completely different game of basketball at that point.
All right, so let's get everybody's takes on this. So, John, how does this affect the GOAT debate?
It really affects it, and doesn't only affect the DPOY. Does it affect the MVP award that year? Because those numbers on the defensive side help him win that MVP award as well. Yes, it helped him get the MVP. So you want MVP and DPOY the same year? Now I got to question both of the awards those years. So do you have 4 MVPs and no DPOY? So I got questions about all of it, of Jordan's. We're going to start with Jordan. We ain't getting away with everybody. We're going to start with Jordan. And then y'all can go to everybody else. We're going to start with Jordan.
Be honest with you. We just need to go because he's the one who's being propped up to this imaginary pedestal.
Well, all right. Well, so Travis, does this affect the GOAT debate?
Well, I mean, it definitely can. I mean, like I said, I would need to see like some official adjustments, but absolutely. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'd be a wildly biased homer if I said no, especially if like I'm basing my rankings on fake stats. I mean, obviously, like we've already discussed, like it could be going on for a lot of players, but if there's proof that obviously Jordan was getting preferential treatment and 30% of his, DPOY year stuff was like bogus, then I mean, yeah, I would absolutely say that matters because it's, that's how you rank players.
Yeah, that's right. All right, Craig, you love 1988. I've never seen nobody show 1988 better than you have. You just
I don't know how many times you want me to say it's fucking cheating. The NBA is cheating. I don't know how many times you want me to say the NBA is cheating. Like,
but how does it affect the GOAT debate? How does it affect the GOAT debate? That was the real question. Oh, wow.
Hey, Craig, who do you have as the GOAT today?
I still got Jordan though, but until the NBA make an official statement, until the NBA come out with official statements saying these stats is.
Oh my God! So New World, how does this affect the GOAT debate?
I got Jordan third behind Kareem now. We're just gonna do it like that because I've always been a bit skeptical. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to devalue Michael Jordan as far as him as a player because he was great. But it was nice to watch him in the '90s. He was never my favorite player, but I thought his game was nice. My thing is though, when you talking about all-time rankings and all-time debates and whatnot, you can't be disingenuous and claim like a lot of these JDRs, that LeBron shouldn't be top 10 because of this, that, and the third, and he cheated or he quit or he did steroids, but you're not going to keep that same energy for Jordan, who obviously had the league manufacture a lot of his greatness, like from the marketing to the stat inflation to just how he was able to win his championships. You know what I mean? The 2 3-peats, that's an amazing feat. That's an amazing accomplishment. But I don't think you can overlook the fact that a lot of that could have been doctored. I'm not sure exactly. I mean, I don't really want to get into his finals games because that's a whole separate conversation about whether those are rigged or not. But I do think for everything else, as far as his stats and accolades, even I don't know. No, we're gonna stay away from. We're gonna stay away from the finals.
It's a yes. It's a yes to you. All that you just said, you just wanted to say fucking yes. It's a
yes.
It's funny how y'all use JDRs, the people that don't talk basketball, as the reason why something. When y'all talk to people who talk basketball, it's like y'all only use what the GDRs or whoever y'all want to call say as your focal point. But real basketball players who don't have those focal points, y'all never say anything about what we say.
You know why, Craig?
I always use with these JDRs, these trolls. You always use these trolls as a reason why you say these things, and y'all don't talk basketball with them, but y'all sure know what they say every single day.
Well, because they're in the comments. They're safe in the comments. That's what they base. That's what they tell us. They're safe in the comments. Oh wait, Craig. Today I had one call me DM on Instagram. This is not the first time they've done that. They did another one. I told him show up on the show Sunday. He was like, "Nah, let's
stop posting in your group."
But that's it. But that's what I'm saying, Craig. But that's why. But
I don't want
Craig,
nobody email me about my opinion about LeBron or Jordan.
But Craig, that's why we appreciate you though, bro, because you help us understand that it's not all of them are not like that. Like there's people like you out there that still show up and talk the game. So there to help
talking
them.
to me like I'll be like, oh, LeBron this, LeBron.
No, because they're rooting for you in the comments.
LeBron was the second greatest player of all time is a knock. I don't know what else.
But you don't get mad when they root for you in the comments. You don't get mad when they rooting for you in the comments saying Craig is cooking this, Craig is on top.
I don't even acknowledge those. Y'all do. Y'all acknowledge it.
That's what we're supposed to do. That's what we are. We are GOAT James Kingdom. We acknowledge all our supporters here.
So don't say
the Zesty Jeffrey support us, Craig.
I don't say
the Zesty Jeffrey support us. Are you a part of GOAT James Kingdom or not? Because we like to think you are.
I am, but y'all make it seem like
I just want to make sure
saying some foul shit. I don't.
No, but they appreciate you, Craig. They appreciate you, Craig. You keep doing what you do best. You the best out here. So let's
the NBA cheating. I'm a Jets fan. I'm about to
no. All right. Hey, Ocho, does this affect Jordan's GOAT debate? Does this affect the GOAT debate in general?
Yeah, it definitely should. Just because I've heard a lot of people say that. Like a main reason why LeBron can't be on Jordan's level is the defense, and then they'll even use the defensive player of the year. Like that just definitively makes someone a better defender, which I don't know. It just lets me kind of question how much basketball knowledge they truly have. Like that means they think Rudy Gobert is far superior to Tim Duncan on defense, Like they must have all types of opinions if they're going to go on one defensive player of the year instead of watching who these players are actually defending. Like, of course, Jordan's gonna look better. Like he looked better guarding Clyde Drexler than anyone's gonna look guarding fucking Kevin Durant. Like, I don't know what they expect. They expect from LeBron. Yeah, like the GOAT debate, it's kind of always been like a best player debate, and I don't know, like greatness and the better player. I care more about like the best players I've seen, but like GOAT, I don't know. Like if you're really like if it's the best, like what they've been trying to say the whole time, then I don't know how there's even having Jordan like top 3 top 5, like the most talented player you've ever seen. Like, it's okay. That was like 30, 40 years ago. Like, it's like people are going to get better, and that doesn't take away from the greatness, which is what the debate kind of gets, confused with.
True.
Yeah,
True.
I have Jordan probably like 2 right now. Ryan.
Shot.
I'm not mad. That's a valid option. Like, if I would say that LeBron number 2, I get shot at. Like, what the fuck?
I mean, I usually don't even have a problem with your takes, Craig. I do be kind of using you as like the Jordan delegate when I be making some of my little rants, but nah, man, you be having cool takes.
Mindset. Y'all make it seem like I agree with them. I don't.
Travis and Craig knew before the show started what today was going to be about. They really didn't have nothing to fall on. They knew it was over. They knew. We even bought footage. We gave them the footage. We showed them the footage. We got footage for y'all. We did all of that.
I was pre-gaming.
So let's let Ishmael get to take. Ishmael, does this affect the GOAT debate or not? Be quick so we can let Sturdy come in.
Yeah, I just think that Jordan has too many coincidence situations. Like, I thought Jordan couldn't be the GOAT just because he played in illegal defense. That was weird when I found out how the rules were. But I just gave it the benefit of the doubt. I think it does. I don't know how you rate it, or based on the criterion and the stats stuff. It's kind of hard. I guess we're just gonna have to put cheater on the side or something. So
asterisk. They put an asterisk on the bubble championship, right? It's supposed to be an asterisk next to the bubble championship.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's what they said. It's an asterisk next to the defensive player of the year, 1988. It's an asterisk.
Yeah. 30 points a
NBA is
game.
an asterisk. Everything the NBA does is an asterisk. Fuck the NBA.
Peter
I'm
rebound,
going
Peter
back.
block,
Sturdy, you were one of the few that actually listened. That actually read the article. So what is your take after reading the article? And did you watch the actual interview that he put on Yahoo Sports as well? We put some clips up. Did you get a chance to watch the beginning of the show and anything that we talked about? Go ahead, brother. The floor is yours.
First of all, salute everybody. I did watch most of the interview. I read the article. I came to the conclusion is this, which is something that we always knew. Like, people was told Jordan was the GOAT, more so Jordan was the actual GOAT. And the reason why I always said this, because the reasoning and criteria that people use to place Jordan as the GOAT doesn't and was never consistent to the ranking of the other players behind him. So to answer your follow-up question, I don't think it's affected the GOAT conversation because there was never a logical reason why he was the GOAT in the first place.
Right. Yeah, that's
Think about it. Just go on GJK history. Oh, hey, T Perfect, bro. I was muted. Salute to you, brother. But anyway, look at the GJK history, bro. Like, okay, who's the better defender? GJK always showed objective evidence. Jordan representatives and delegates, inconsistent, shaky evidence. Then they move the goalposts. Okay, who's the better scorer? Who's better in the playoffs? So on and so on and so on. Even in general consensus, right? When people use things like, when he was considered the consensus GOAT at 1992, people was making up things like, the first scoring guard leads his team to a championship. The first guy to lead his team in scoring, leads the league in scoring to win a championship. All those was hyperbolic lies. So it came to understanding, like, we all knew the reality of objectively, there really was no Jordan becoming the GOAT. It was always a subjective thing. And that's why I always said he's the greatest he's the greatest marketable player ever because of those reasons. The level of emotion, level of passion, the level of delusion and loyalty that his game rippled upon in terms of impact on the game it will always appreciate it and will never be forgotten. But nevertheless, taking 30% from Jordan steals and blocks, that's not going to really affect his GOAT status because that's not really the reason why they had him as the GOAT. Even when other circumstances have presented themselves, when we always mention they changed the PER formula from Westbrook's season to value steals more than assists, they didn't care. They didn't care about PER until Jordan was the highest at it. So it's always a goalpost move. So it just tells me, like, no, this is not going to affect it because it's based off emotion anyway. Like, let's be honest, that's what it's always been about. That's why it's always predicated on people's criteria. You have your records you want, but make sure your reasoning is consistent. And for some reason, and I know this too, even in other sports, I watch other sports too, he's the only guy in terms of the GOAT where is that inconsistent in terms of criteria ranking his position. When people say Brady, they keep it simple. Most passing yards, most touchdowns, most Super Bowls. Consistent, right?
Right.
Like they usually say, oh, Montana is second because of things they just said. Like that's some form of consistency. There is none for Jordan.
Hold on, Johnny.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, I agree. Can I add on that?
Hold on,
let's go ahead, Travis.
So, just to answer that, before all this broke, and like I said, I'm not opposed to adjusting my take because, like I said, I'm not some biased Jordan homer. But like I said before that, what Sturdy said, like he was right when he said it depends on your criteria. My criteria is based on what you did on the floor, and it's not based on accumulation of stats because I think that's wildly disingenuous because careers end all the time. I have Jordan as the GOAT because he was objectively a top 10 scorer of all time. He was objectively, if you actually use metrics and the stats that we're now questioning, he was a top 10 defender of all time. You can make that argument. And plus, if you take his total resume into consideration with the MVPs, the finals MVPs, the defensive selections, nobody else had that combination of major accolades, stats, and awards but him if you use it as a criteria. So that's why you can easily make a combination or the statement that he's the GOAT. Now, obviously, if that's false, then we'll talk about that, sure. But to say that you couldn't have him as the GOAT because his totals weren't there is just the worst take in history.
Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. I just want to. I just want to talk about why I said this, man.
Wait. Were you addressing Study there, Travis?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
he literally said it. Like that's what I said. Like I was saying, I just want to simplify. All I said was the criteria was never. It was never consistent criteria for what I've heard or experienced. And this is anecdotal, and based off what GJK experienced, there was never a consistent criteria to place him as the GOAT anyway. Because like I said before, the reason most people have him as the GOAT is not consistent with the placement for the guys behind him. Even with you, Travis, we went back and forth. Who's the better defender? When there was categories, Scottie Pippen was clearly better than, and then other facts that wasn't tracked numerically that Scottie Pippen was better than, it was kicked by the wayside because of some of the things you mentioned.
No, it's not.
Because Travis, because think about this. Your PER, the one that y'all love to talk about,
Don't
is
say
heavily
y'all.
swayed.
Just say Travis.
I'm sorry.
Don't say y'all, because I don't use it.
Craig, it's not true.
That's Travis.
Craig,
Because it's not being persuaded.
Craig, it's not true, brother. It's not true, man.
Everything. After y'all didn't said it,
it's not true, man. You don't. You have to. What
that is classic. Yo, hey, Travis, you.
Bro, you have to understand that some of these guys,
I don't do advanced stats.
Some of these guys that got Jordan as the GOAT use these formulas. Like I've learned that, especially from the Facebook group. They like use all these formulas and everything, and no matter what, because of the changes they made to it, they still use it. Like what
the best players dominate consistently in these criteria across the board, no matter who you have as your GOAT.
Wait, y'all didn't let me finish. Steals heavily influence a player's PER.
I agree.
We all know that Michael Jordan's steals have been influenced by stat padding.
They changed it.
And his box plus minus. And his box plus minus. So, and his VORP. All of these things are all predicated on the idea that Jordan was out here getting 2.5, 3 steals per game. And in reality, he wasn't. This is all predicated on Jordan going out here and getting all these things that he was not out here doing. This is really damaging towards them. And the point of the criteria, like Brandon and I have done, we've done several criteria. I've had my own separate criteria. Brandon had his. We came up with a collaborative criteria. Jordan never became the GOAT. We were trying to find. Yeah, we've been trying to find all kind of ways. Being that we're talking about these criteria, you guys know in 2 weeks, I am going to be doing the Friday Night Exposure 50th episode with the Exposer. I'm going to give y'all my top 50 greatest players based off of criteria that I got. And there's going to be a special contest for only GOAT James Kingdom members. And you guys are going to be able to win a contest because we're going to be able to show you guys why Jordan's not the GOAT. There's no metrics that says Michael Jordan's the GOAT. There is none. So make sure you catch us on Friday night, 2 weeks from now, where you're going to get a chance to win a poster like this. You're going to get a chance to win a poster that's either like this, or you're going to get a chance to win one that's like this. All right. And you have to be a member. You have to be a member of the channel. And just for y'all to see the poster, here's the poster here. This is what you can get for yourself. This is what's going to be available to you guys. So I'm going to have my criteria.
He got posters on. He got Jordan on Jordan LeBron poster. You ain't never see LeBron on a Jordan poster.
I wanted to add this.
Hold on, wait.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead, Brandon.
All right. So, remember when we first did our criteria, I didn't want to use any of the titles because those are included in the stats, and I didn't want to use any of that stats. And those things are the ones that helped Jordan crack the top 5, really.
Really, advanced metrics. And listen, it's going to be tough. Now, again, we had to adjust it, Brandon, for the 60s guys. And remember, it was before 1975. It was pre-merger. The guys who basically played or were drafted before the pre-merger, or we based it off Kareem's career. So it was whatever Kareem had, because we based it off of whatever Kareem had. Anybody who was drafted before Kareem, basically anybody who played in the 60s and the 50s, we had them have different numbers. So that was that. But what can we do for the 80s and the 90s now that we know they were doctoring numbers, Brandon? How do we do that? Because I'm ready to take away 30% of Jordan's numbers, yo.
I've been told you John Stockton. I've been told you John Stockton on top five point guard.
Yeah, you were right, bro.
I've been told you.
Shots fired.
I've been told you.
Shots fired. Shots fired. Shout out to Sturdy. There you go, Sturdy.
I was waiting for it, Sturdy.
I've been told you that though.
Sturdy. They again. Now, this was the thing this is another thing about the article that I thought that Top Haberstroh did a great job of. He did explain how there is no clear definition on deflections and steals who could get credit for it for a stat keeper to show. And it's also still vague on the assist. We all know an assist is supposed to be a pass that leads to a score, but what determines that leading to a score is obviously the 2 steps or 2 dribbles. Right?
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say.
Yeah, so that's why it's a little bit iffy. That is still subjective. We all understand the same thing with the rebounds, right? Because supposedly there were a lot of rebounds that they were crediting to that you would credit to Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell that probably were blocks. Them just grabbing the ball out the air.
But
right?
But for the Wilt guys, right?
Get a block and someone else grab it.
But for the Wilt,
is it at a rebound?
No, for the Wilt block.
The guy who gets the rebound, who catches it, would be the rebound. But
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
what Bill used to do, Bill used to block the ball inbounds to catch the rebound. So he never really he used to keep the ball in play. That's what he used to tell the coach. I can still keep the ball in play. So that was the thing there. So,
but for a guy like me, my criteria is mostly based off what players can control. I always did that. That's why I never include competition. That's why accolades are so minuscule in terms of my criteria, because even that, because we all in multiple sports, there are rules that just at times it's up to the ref's discretion. It's not always concrete. So that's not really the player's fault, right? And that's another reason why, this total things for Jordan. Now there is something though, and Scottie Pippen did say in one of his books, where I'm trying to get the direct quote, right, where he kind of implied that Jordan was paying certain of these guys, the stat keepers, to help his stats. Now that is different from just keep. That's completely different from just I don't care if players keep track of their stats or I don't care about that. Everybody does that. It don't matter. But at the end of the day, is more so if he did that, and that's different. You're directly influencing and cooking the books now, versus the league trying to push you.
He was doing that. That's exactly what Zesty Jeffrey was doing.
That would be stupid for him to be paying to do something to help him get paid. You losing money there.
Hold on, wait, Ishmael, wait. Hey, listen, hold on, wait. We got to get up out of here. So we got to hold. At the end of the day, Jordan was gambling on himself. So he was paying to get stats. That's what Jordan was doing. Let's let Paul to get his word in, because we about to get up out of here. You join late, Paul. Make it real quick, because we actually got to get going. What do you have for us on the whole topic? Do you think Michael Jordan's legacy is completely tarnished now that we found out they were doctoring his stats? Are you there, Paul?
Paul, you're on mute.
You're on mute, Paul. Unmute yourself. Paul, are you there? All right, Paul's not there. So you had your chance. We're going to have to let you go. So, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a good show, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we do best here. This is the GOAT James Kingdom platform. Brandon and I do it like none other. We go live every Sunday, noon Eastern time, to talk about the GOAT conversation in basketball. You guys know you can follow us right here on YouTube. We're also live on Instagram and Facebook. We have over 90,000 members in our Facebook group, but we're also on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter. We're all over the place. We are the GOAT James Kingdom. We pop out and show niggas. We the certified boogeyman. We up the score on him. It's over. It's completely over for Michael Jordan. He is disqualified from the GOAT debate. He has been exposed as a stat patter in all dimensions. Every facet of a stat patter, Michael Jordan is that. None of his stats matter. That's why you guys don't like to talk the stats, because it doesn't help you. It doesn't bode well for you. But we already proved to y'all with everything that was said here today. So we're going to get up out of here. We're going to let Brandon get his last word in, and we're going to get up out of here. So I want to thank King John. I want to thank Travis. Thanks, Craig, for always showing up every Sunday and being good sports. Shout out to everybody who joined the panel, like New World, Sturdy, Ishmael, Twin Man. Shout out to Chill Town. Shout out to Ocho Takes. All of y'all that showed up, everybody that represent the GOAT James Kingdom. Y'all make sure to get that like button, hit that subscriber button, become a member of the channel. Please do, because we're doing it big here at GOAT James Kingdom. So any last words, Brandon, before we get up out of here?
No, nothing really. Just Jordan's scoring titles most likely are legit. Defensive Player of the Year, some MVPs, even a Finals MVP, not really legit because, he was given certain things. But let's just stop talking about this defense stuff that Jordan got, because that's just fraudulent.
Fraudulent. He's completely fraudulent. He is not the GOAT of anything. He is not the GOAT here in GOAT James Kingdom, ladies and gentlemen. We showed you the footage. So again, we don't have to play no games with y'all. Here is the evidence of Michael Jordan getting doctored up. It is completely said by Tom Haberstroh. He did a job. He showed us everything. He showed us how Michael Jordan was getting stats cooked up for him to win championships. It is the most lopsided defensive player of the year road to home splits in NBA history. Michael Jordan's defensive player of the year is officially be called in question. It's over for him. We're going to get up out of here, ladies and gentlemen. This is GOAT James Kingdom. And what we're going to leave you with, though, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact right here, what we have here for you guys is the game where Michael Jordan played. And this is what we want y'all to tell us was exactly how many steals Michael Jordan had in this game. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get up out of here. Thank you, gentlemen, for showing up. Peace and blessings. This is the GOAT James Kingdom platform. We are out of here. Peace and blessings, y'all. We getting up out of here. Y'all have a good Sunday.
This show is rated GJK. Extreme exposure warning. This show contains graphic images of Jordan's failures, constant critique of Jordan's game and legacy, graphic images of Zesty Jeffrey lies being exposed. This show may be offensive to Michael Jordan fans and Zesty Jeffries alike. Content is restricted to true basketball fans only.
If you're one of these idiot fools out here and you're an adult that believes that LeBron James is somehow greater than Michael Jordan, then you are the equivalent of an adult believing in Santa Claus still.
A few moments later.
Michael Jordan made us believe that we could fly.
What?
This is what we believed when we watched Michael Jordan. This is why you wanted the Air Jordans. You thought that you could fly with the Air Jordans on.
You see that? That's a stupid bitch.
Michael Jordan's greatness, the Air Jordan, in the air, the creativity, the poetry in motion, you put those sneakers on and you thought that you could do what Michael Jordan was doing. You wanted to be like Mike.
blessings, y'all. Welcome to the GOAT James Kingdom channel. This is the GOAT James Kingdom show with B. Lee and A. Johnny. Y'all know we go live every Sunday noon to talk the GOAT conversation and the greatest players to play the game of basketball. Welcome again to another great stream right here on the GOAT James Kingdom channel. We'll also should be streaming live on FYF as well, as we will be debuting there today as well. So shout out to everybody who is a supporter of the channel. We're also live on IG and also on our Facebook group. You guys can follow us there. We're also on TikTok, Discord. We are the GOAT James Kingdom platform. I'm A. Johnny the Exposer. I have my partner B. Lee. What's good, brother? How you doing today?
What's good? What's good, everybody? So today we're going to talk about our GOAT criteria. We have, like we said many times, the most comprehensive, the most objective way to determine who is the greatest players of all time. And today we're just going to try to show you guys a little piece of what we're going to do next week when we actually discuss more about who is the greatest and why such and such is the greatest, which most people know who's the greatest of all time, and it's not Michael Jordan. But as most of you guys probably do not know, this is the way that we determine who is the greatest players of all time. We always go by who has the greatest accomplishment, who's the best at what, who's number one at what. And as we can see in the regular season, we always acknowledge Michael Jordan averaged the most points of all time. And even though most people do not like to acknowledge LeBron James as the all-time leading scorer, the greatest scorer in NBA history, he does have the most points all time in the regular season. As we go down the list, we see that there's LeBron name stamped on a lot of things that he's number one in. And we see Jordan with the most points per game, since Jokic is passing him in most advanced stats, which is basically what you do on your team. So Jokic is very valuable to his team. That's why his advanced stats were high. And like Michael Jordan was when he was not winning titles, he had the best advanced stats because his usage rates was off the charts. And then when we go to the postseason, we see more of the same. We see more of Jordan as well, because Jordan was great in the playoffs. Jordan is, for me personally, is the second greatest player I ever seen before. But as we go down the list, we see LeBron James and Michael Jordan rule the postseason leaders. So just thinking about our criteria, I know you guys have seen it before. What objections do you have to our list? Let's start with Travis.
Like I said, it's not really objections. Like I said, I've told everyone, I'm like, as long as you have a criteria and it's consistent, then I'm not gonna shit on it. Like, I respect it. I mean, the only things I don't agree with are like I don't use totals. Totals to me are very subjective because it doesn't really take into account circumstances of a player's career, like why they retired or how. I care about how long you are consistently dominant. I use at least 10 years of consistent domination greatness, because it has to continue double the average player's career, and then after that you qualify for the conversation if you're dominant. But totals can be misleading. I mean, obviously LeBron totals are impressive. It's a testament to consistency, but that's really the only thing that I really alter. Although, I mean, I've told you before, I really like your criteria for the most part, but totals don't really factor into the equation for me.
Oh, well, I do have a question. Who would you say is a better offensive player, Gilbert Arenas or Tim Duncan?
I mean, probably Tim Duncan offensively. I mean, he was, if you look at, I think he was more consistent, at least for a 10-year period. I don't think Gilbert Arenas was dominant for more than like a 5 or 6 year stretch. I had to look it up. But Tim Duncan was more of a team-oriented guy. He didn't need to take 19, 20, 25, 20 shots a game. He was efficient. He could give you 23 and 15, like in 2002, 2003 when he was winning the MVPs.
Mm-hmm.
And they were more efficient. Obviously, Gilbert had it's from like 3 and stuff like that, but I'm taking Tim Duncan over Gilbert Arenas any day of the week.
So who would you think averaged more points for a career?
Probably Arenas, because his career was notably shorter, and I think he had more seasons of scoring higher points per game than Duncan. But again, just the averages for the career don't really factor to my criteria either.
Averages don't either. So averages and totals, what do you factor in?
So it's not an equation. You have to actually do your research and look at who the most dominant players were as far as advanced stats, like impact on the team, things like that. And when you do that, there's a list that comes out of like players who are most consistent when all those things are factored in. It's mainly advanced stats. And again, it's like I give you my top 5 all the time. It's Jordan, LeBron, Kareem, Duncan, and Hakeem. And I just think as far as the team impact goes, and as far as the advanced stats go, and if you factor in their entire resume as far as accolades and achievements, to me, that's really an untouchable top 5.
Okay, so you basically dismiss totals and averages and whatever you did on the court. Just advanced stats is basically how valuable you was to your team. That's your main thing when judging who's the greatest. All right,
but Brandon, you do know when Travis did his criteria, you know who ended up being the GOAT, right?
Jokic, yeah. All right, let's go to Craig.
You can unmute yourself, Craig.
Well, hello to y'all too. Shit.
Don't work for man.
Indeed. Shout out to our panel. Y'all know who's down there. We got Travis, Craig, and King John in the building.
I just went straight into the Jordan slander. God damn. I think I said Jordan name more than LeBron's and y'all little.
Hey, we don't have no problem talking about Jordan, but that's not here nor there. But you obviously we have our criteria. What do you think about the criteria? We've had over a year now. It's been a year since we created it, and still to this day, no one else has been able to match it. And we think we still have the best criteria. To be honest with you, again, it's not Brandon and I's personal take. It's the most objective and comprehensive criteria to date. We have taken our personal biases out of it, so it's really up to other folks to show us a criteria that can help. We've asked you to do that as well, Craig. So what do you think of the criteria, and how do you think it's gone since the year that has passed? Have you heard anything about it from other groups and other places talking about what we did?
No, and now I never had a problem with the criteria. It's gonna. I see the criteria is gonna just favor all the good players. Like if you don't meet the criteria, then you ain't going.
Facts.
All right. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense.
It is based on how great you are and the greatest accomplishments that are out there for sure. That is for sure.
All right, John, how do you feel about the criteria? Any objections to any of the items in there?
I love the criteria. It totally takes your feelings about how you feel about anybody out of it. If I had people question me about you guys' criteria, and I asked them, like y'all said, so give me a better one. They give you a criteria, you add up everything, and it gives you a list. How it comes down, they ain't got nothing to do with how you feel. It comes down to the numbers like you asked for. The one thing I can disagree with Travis was talking about is he want to take the averages and totals out. You don't get advanced stats without the averages and the totals from a player. Averages and totals have to matter. You don't have to make it your main goal towards what you decide is the goal, but I believe it matters. I think everything matters. I think advanced stats matters. I think averages and totals matters. I think everything matters. So to put all that stuff together and come up with a list, to me, is great. I mean, that's the way it should be done. Take your feelings out of it. And let's really talk about the game and talk about your top 10 list and come up with a criteria. And I think that matters.
Travis, let me ask Travis a question. Where do you have Wilt Chamberlain ranked in your top 10?
Again, I have Bill and Wilt 1A and 1B. If of every stat and every accolade and every advanced metric was available, there would be no touching them. They just don't. It wasn't. So they're in my own separate list. of players who would be the GOAT if all that was. I don't think there's any dispute of that. They dominate my metrics. They dominate yours.
I think most would know they would be 1 or 2. But in your criteria, like where do you have them ranked right now?
So, like I said, I have a separate list for players who played before, like they kept track of
so you don't have them ranked. You don't have them ranked the other players.
And like the reason I think like I agree with John. Everything should matter, but here's the reason why totals don't tell me anything. Like the last 4 years of Kobe Bryant's career, he wasn't an impactful player. He was just there trying to get the money, and that's fine. But like he didn't impact his team. The last like 3 or 4 years of Tim Duncan's career, same thing. Did he win a title in 2014? Sure, but he wasn't dominantly affecting his team, other than maybe from like a leadership standpoint, somewhat defensively. But he wasn't that guy who was giving you the best defense in the league and a top 10 offensive player, and he was going to win in the MVP discussion. So a lot of players just play to play, and like it gets away from their prime and career. LeBron's the obvious exception here to some degree, but I just don't think that. I mean, totals really tell you the story about how consistent they were, sure, but it doesn't really tell me how dominant they were in their at their best, which is what I care about.
Okay, so Travis, where do Kobe rank all time in shooting guards and scoring?
He's second, right?
He's number one. Number one. Where do you rank? Where do you rank? Where do you rank in assists? Where do you rank in assists?
I believe he's first.
Rebounds.
I'm not sure. I think
he's number one. He's number one. Why are you saying his totals do not show his greatness when it shows that he's the greatest shooting guard?
Because when you're getting ancillary, because his like I said, the last few years of his career, when you're getting ancillary numbers that don't lead to anything, especially like when you're like team with winning, you're not really dominating in any statistic or analytic. You're just there getting hollow stats, and like it's not even comparing like to the best like how it used to be. Then why do I care about it? It says if anything, it's a negative toward like when you start seeing the numbers decline, but they just keep piling up in order to tell you a story. What you're gonna look at it and be like, okay, he was the best rebounding shooting guard of all time. No, he wasn't. Again, Michael Jordan was a better rebounder than him by, again, if we want to give him metrics and just per game, there was quite a few people who were better than him, but he played longer than almost anyone, and he was getting rebounds as a cherry on top. It doesn't tell me how good of a rebounder he was. It just tells me how many years he played. It's like, come on. Like,
okay. How do you tell how good of a rebound Kobe was?
Like 3 months ago, Travis, where were you when I was saying this?
I never disagree with you.
How do you tell how good of a rebound Kobe Bryant was? You
measure him against all the shooting guards as far as rebounds per game, especially in this.
But you just said that he played years that he wasn't producing.
Exactly. That's why I don't use his entire career. I use his best 10 or 11 years as far as if you're looking at how dominant he was. That's where the analytics come in. I don't use like years 16 to 20.
Analytics. Analytics, you have to remove years too.
No, but this is the thing. You have no analytics without totals. You have.
Yeah, you do. Totals don't factor in at all.
Yes, it is. Everything that you use to measure anybody's analytics, no matter what advanced stat you use, they're using your totals. They're not using your
totals divided by gameplay. Totals divided by gameplay.
Per season, sure, but it doesn't. Not in your career.
Average, even a player's average is determined by their.
I know.
Career.
That's why I use a player's best 10 years.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Any player's career, you're going to use whatever metrics you're going to use. The stats that they're going to use to determine those metrics will be the player's career totals. It'll be Kobe's 11-year totals. Whatever Kobe got for those 11 years.
I agree.
What the metrics would say. That's why those metrics would be different than his career metrics, because you only judge them by 11 years of a 20-year career.
Yeah,
for you to eliminate 9 years of Kobe Bryant's career is ridiculous. You just removed an all-defensive selection away from Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, but again, that's what you have to do when you're talking about players who played drastically different career lengths. If the totals don't tell me anything about like how great of a scorer Kobe Bryant was or how great of a rebounder he was, other than like when you use their peaks and primes.
I think 5,000, 6,000 rebounds is enough to say that this is a great rebounder as a guard. I don't know
Okay,
how
when
that
you're
doesn't. I don't know how that.
like he was starting those years
I don't
too.
know how it doesn't. I don't know how that doesn't.
I mean, you can see a precipitous dip in his numbers. I mean, here's the flip side though. Do I dock him as a scorer because he was only averaging like 15, 16 points a game like his last couple of years? No.
Because he got 36,000 points. No,
Of course, and he did that because he had such a high peak in prime.
25 points per game doesn't tell you how great of a scorer Kobe Bryant is, but 33,000
it's about the consistency. I agree. It's not just 1 or 2 years. You have to have a good stretch.
What 30,000 represents consistency. That's what 30,000 represents. If you score 33,000 points, there's no way you have not been consistent. There's everything
for a long period of time.
Everything that you want to determine how great a player is within the totals, and you choose to ignore it.
I mean, you just said how Tim Duncan was a better scorer than Gilbert Arenas. We have to look at what he did for his career. Gilbert Arenas played over 10 seasons. You said Gilbert Arenas played like 5 seasons. He played over 10 seasons. So by your criteria, he's a better scorer than Tim Duncan because he's more impactful for his career.
No, Kobe Bryant averaged about 15 points a game his last 3 seasons. But again, he's a career 25-point per game guy. Why is that? It's because he was so dominant for about 12 years, 10 to 12 years. That's where you get his ending averages. Again, I don't look at him and be like, well, he really tried. Same thing with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I'm not going to dock him. I still think he was one of the 10 best scorers in NBA history, not for his totals, but because of the stretch that he had from 70 to like 82. It's like same thing with Kobe. When you look from 01 to like, I believe objectively around 2013, he was still putting up like some of the best scoring numbers we've ever seen, even with if you take into account the efficiency of that era. Like it's the totals are fine, great. I'm not going to say you can't use them. But if you're like, oh, it's like this guy has more than this guy, and because there's a drastic difference in playing time, it's fine, just disingenuous.
So how are you measuring who's the greatest scorer of all time? Did you just take the 10 best years?
No. So what I did was I looked at through history. There's only been 10 players who've actually led their team in scoring for at least 10 years and done so at a 50% clip or better. And that was, I believe it was. Shaq, Kareem, Hakeem, LeBron, Mike, Adrian Dantley, Durant, and I have Karl Malone. I think those are the 10 best scorers of all time as far as consistency, efficiency, and high points per game value.
Did you have Wilt in there?
No.
Wilt? Wilt, yes, Wilt. So I had the list in front of me here. I can't remember offhand, but Wilt was definitely.
Wilt didn't lead his
Yeah,
team
he made 7, so Wilt was great.
No, I don't think Wilt led his team in scoring for 10 years.
He did.
I don't think so either.
I think
he may have. I don't.
He did. No, he did.
He just missed. He just made the cutoff.
He did it from 60 to 68. He didn't do it in 69.
So Wilt Chamberlain was on there.
He only did it for 9 years. You said 10.
No, I believe Wilt was on. I have my list somewhere here, but
he did again. He did it from 1960 to 1968. That's 9 years. He did not lead the league in scoring, a team in scoring in 1969 on. When he was on the Lakers, he never led
the
them
Lakers.
in
No.
So I said 10 years, right? So from 60, okay. So he had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. So let's see here. No, I have my list somewhere in. Again, I did this. But that's my criteria for scoring there. Like I didn't forget it or not. I have it all.
Yeah, it's actually 9 years, but if you average 10 years out, I believe Wilt will have the highest average.
Yeah, no, and it wasn't. Wilt could have easily done it. He just chose to be a better team player, obviously. But
still, for 10 years, he would have averaged more than anybody.
Yeah, you can easily put Wilt on that list.
Yeah, Wilt is. If you're going by what they did on the court, is going to be Wilt. If you're talking about scoring for 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, no, those are the 10 best scorers of all time, in my estimation.
No. Okay.
Nothing against Kobe.
All right. Did you have Kobe in there?
No, only because I get it. He didn't. It's the efficiency. Like I get it. He played in like the toughest defensive era of all time, and Kobe's undoubtedly one of the best scorers. It just that To me, these guys rose above all that and were efficient while being volume scorers, while leading their team consistently and being that efficient. And I mean, it's hard not to put Kobe there, but I mean, if we're just being objective, those are the guys who did it.
Well, I guess if you're talking about 10 years, that eliminates Wilt and Kobe, which was crazy.
Kobe definitely led his team in scoring for 10 years, right? Yeah. From at least 02 to 03 to 13.
It'd be 2004, correct?
No, he outscored Shaq, I'm pretty sure, in 03.
You sure? Or are you just saying that?
I'm pretty sure.
Too.
I'm sure because he was in MVP talks with Tim Duncan.
Wasn't Shaq hurt in 03? I could have sworn.
Yeah. One of the years he was hurt and Kobe took over.
Yeah, Kobe averaged 30 points per game then.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shaq never averaged 30 points per game. All right, so Kobe led the league from the Lakers from 03 to 2012. So that would make it 10 years.
Kobe.
And in 11 years if you count 2013. Is my mic better now? Y'all let me know if my mic's better.
Your mic too.
Nah, they were saying my mic is low in the chat line. Shout out to
everybody.
Yeah.
The chat said it was low.
I mean, it's like, what's your criteria for scoring? I'd love to hear it.
The same thing as everything else. Your
totals and averages.
Average and your totals.
I don't dock Kobe for his field goal percentage because of they added the zone at that time. And then you say it's the best defensive era ever. Why would he? I don't dock him for the field goal percentage at all. I never have.
I mean, Jordan last 6-7 years he shot under 50%, and his last couple of titles he wasn't really as efficient as he was before. So we could see that it was getting harder to score for guards. There's less going to the rim and getting easier buckets for guards. So I don't really dock Kobe too much for it.
Kobe never shot over.
Yeah,
Kobe never shot over 46
much for it.
That's
true. That's true, but I mean, just look in the guards in his eras. How many guards were shooting above 45% as well?
Probably not many at all.
No.
Kobe's the GOAT. You're right.
Well, no, but this is the problem. This is why our criteria has changed everything, because what people want to do is ignore stats for their feelings. They want to use their emotions. That's how they want to get involved in this conversation. So when we want to talk basketball, if we're not talking stats, what are we talking? What are we going to be talking about?
Stats have just been removed over the last 5 to 6 years. People stopped using stats. We know why, but people just, because it was always Jordan got 10 scoring titles. What is scoring titles? It's a stat. You starting
in their mind, it's not a scoring title. It's an award that you get for being the best scorer. That's what they relate that to. They don't understand that it's a number that you get to be in the scoring leader.
Meaningless.
Just like the MVP. You don't have to have stats to have an MVP according to some people, but you don't have to have stats to be a scoring title leader.
Allen Iverson won when he shot like 30% from the field in or whatever in 2003. There was
but they'll use stats, right? They'll use stats to say silly stuff like this.
It's a slap in the face to all the people out there in America for LeBron James to be representing Team USA as a captain. I would never vote LeBron James the captain of anything. LeBron James does not carry himself with any honor, any integrity, any class, and he lacks the respect, the love of the game. He never carried himself like a true captain, like a true leader. He ain't no damn leader. Actually embarrassed for us that LeBron James is representing Team USA as a captain. The hell has LeBron James done in his career that would give him the right to be a team captain? How the hell is he the best player on the team? How is he the best player on the team?
See, when you ignore stats and you don't talk the game of basketball, you can talk like that and make that the GOAT debate. Ask silly questions. He asked, what has LeBron James done for his career to be the captain of the USA team? Well, ask Stephen Curry and them that. They're the ones who voted him. This is why when you guys start saying silly things about the stats and all that other crazy stuff, we here at GOAT James Kingdom had to come up with a criteria to show y'all how LeBron's the GOAT and how their greatness could be measured with the stats. I wish I could be like this man and just say LeBron's great and not mention nothing at all about stats in basketball. That would be so easy for Brandon and I to say LeBron James is the GOAT. And never mention any stats, any accolades, just off of LeBron James's skills and everything that he's done. That's it. That's why the GOAT debate is over. That's why since then, they've been talking like this. They've been saying silly shit like this.
Something else that LeBron James fans could use in their argument against Michael Jordan. No, LeBron's never been in the GOAT conversation. He's not in it.
I like how you saying y'all and you keep showing the same one person.
That's their leader. That's their leader, Craig.
Hey, Craig, he loud too. He blocked me for.
I don't even know who is that. Who is that?
Craig, listen, Craig, you do a good job ignoring basketball fans. You watch the game, you're a basketball fan, but you do a great job ignoring the basketball world. Who's that? Who is that?
He a part of Michael Jordan fans are the best.
Craig, that's their sound piece on Michael Jordan fans are the casuals.
Yeah, he a part of that. Yeah.
See, I give these people their attention. They gonna keep doing what they're doing.
Matter of fact, they'll tell you he's a better content creator than Brandon and I because he has like 12,000 subscribers. Craig, what are you talking about?
And they're all sheep.
They didn't come from basketball. That came from.
Oh, it can't be basketball. He don't talk basketball. That's not what he does.
When you have someone screaming at you about all the things you believe and like he's reinforcing your echo chamber in a loud way, you're gonna get subscribers because you can't think for yourself.
He's just screaming real loud. That's all he's doing. Just screaming real loud.
Casual.
That's because we have changed the GOAT debate. He encountered GOAT James Kingdom. So now it's just you can't talk.
And he had to actually walk off the set. He literally walked off the set.
I told y'all he blocked me for debating him on his own stream. He blocked me. And it was just like, well, since you want to talk about Jordan, let's talk about Jordan. He didn't want to talk about Jordan, so
he doesn't talk back. He just does narratives and he does nostalgia and his own.
Oh, he loves narratives. It's
Mr. Narrative.
That's gonna take a guy. Yeah, we came on and he walked straight off the set.
Yeah,
terrified.
Because you guys cooked him.
Yeah, and all we want to do is have a GOAT debate, right? We just want to talk the game of basketball.
Civilized.
Have a real conversation about the game.
Like, Craig, you should have saw the way he treated Gilbert Arenas. You should have saw the way he treated Gilbert Arenas. It's crazy.
I don't know. I just giving these weird people too much attention. That's why they're gonna keep doing what they're doing. I know how to ignore it very, very well.
Yeah, but again, Craig, you by yourself. Like you said, you don't take one for the team.
You're sweet, Craig. We have to protect you.
But this is the I guarantee you, Craig, if this man encountered you, he would say you a fake Jordan fan because you here would say LeBron James is second greatest of all time. That's what he would say. He would start calling you all kind of names. He would do all kind of weird shit like this.
I've never lied about LeBron James on this channel.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
To me, LeBron James is not a great husband. You have your wife come on the stage and call you the GOAT like that. You're not respecting your wife. Once again, and your wife is not respecting you or holding you to a standard. He's full of crap, man. LeBron James is all talk, man. He's not substance. And to me, he's not a great father or a great husband. Would you want your kids to emulate the things that LeBron James does on the court? And then we think about off the court stuff. LeBron James is a dirtbag, man.
Stop it. Get some help.
LeBron James treats everyone around him like crap. He treats everyone around him as if they're a tool for him to use, right? For his own benefit. He don't care about his sons, his family like that, or his wife like that. The people around him, his friends. He don't care about these people. That's where the LeBron James fans go. They're so delusional. They're so weird. They're dirtbags individuals. Remember that. They're dirtbag individuals.
Man, y'all got to pick a struggle. Is it nepotism or he don't care for his family? 1 minute it's about he got his son drafted. The next minute is he don't care for his fame. Oh, my God. I'm giving these people the wrong kind of attention.
No, because he is the face of the clown of the GOAT debate. He is the face of it. I mean,
clown posse.
He's the extreme.
And they make it personal, Craig. See, this is why the exposé had to exist. You already said if you like LeBron James, you're a dirtbag. Like he's talking about like just us being basketball fans, just recognizing LeBron James's greatness. That's why I said the GOAT debate is dead. There is no GOAT debate. LeBron James is the GOAT of basketball. There is not a basketball terminology or a basketball criteria that can be created to make Michael Jordan the GOAT. It becomes a thing about who can be a better fan. And now they're mad that there's a GOAT James kingdom because now we are fans of LeBron. And guess what? We don't look like the silly ones. We don't look like the idiots. We don't look like the dudes who can't talk basketball because you got guys like this who are the head of the Michael Jordan fan base. And I'm not even saying the Michael Jordan fan base. These are anti-LeBron guys. These guys make content daily hating on LeBron James and claiming all they want to show is how great Michael Jordan is, but they can't tell us how great Michael Jordan is without saying stuff like this.
The thing about LeBron James, I've told you guys many times on this channel, LeBron James does not carry himself like a grown man.
So I was like, this nigga must be joking, man. I don't know where he's going with this. He was dead serious.
He does not have any class or integrity, no honor. Think about some of the things he's done over his career. Is there any honor in having your wife come on stage and call you the GOAT? Is that an honorable thing?
Please welcome to the stage, the GOAT, respectfully, LeBron James.
No, it's not. It's classless.
What? Excuse me?
That stupid look on his face. That's not honorable. Where is your integrity, LeBron James?
Like, and mind y'all claim like it's just him. No, the Michael Jordan fan base that have these dudes in it, they're all over the place. They're loud like that in the comment section. If you go on any social media platform and you talk about LeBron James in any good light, you'll get a bunch of them come talking about you in this manner. And then they want to get very disrespectful. And then they get mad when we just school them with the game of basketball. Because all we do is just tell them, hey, the game of basketball shows us all we need to know. But he's not talking basketball. This man makes videos every day, all day, just like this, Craig. Thousands of people go ahead and listen to this man. Him and the hungry man combined together. This is a white man who wears an afro daily in blackface. He wants to talk about integrity. He has the nerve to talk about integrity. Yeah. Integrity. Like these are the people we deal with, Craig. When you get mad at me and you say, damn, hey, John, you be taking it too far. How can I take it too far when I have people talking like this on a daily basis?
LeBron James ain't top 5. He's not top 10, guys. He's not worthy to be in the conversation with those guys based on the way that he's carried himself, based on the way that he's went about his career, right? He's a fraud, LeBron James. Never work on his overall game. New York City people, we ain't playing with this dude, LeBron James, man. We don't respect this clown, man. We stand on the values, the integrity, man. This is how we are, like a cornball, like a goof, man, like a 10-year-old kid, like LeBron James always is, always exposing himself as a soft, sensitive fool, man, LeBron James, just like his fans. Remember, you attract the same kind of people, right, that you are. So all the people that are supporters of LeBron James, they're clowns, just like LeBron James. This is why I'm telling you guys this, man. Think about it. The only people that LeBron James resonates with, the only people that gravitate towards him are people who are just like him. Soft, sensitive clowns that stand on nothing, have no honor, no integrity, right? They have no respect. They don't love the game of basketball.
He must be from upstate. He must be from upstate. He ain't from.
Travis, you okay, Travis?
Travis is as red as my shirt right now. Travis is as red as my shirt right now.
I can't even handle it, man. I can't even handle it.
So wait a minute. If LeBron James fans, LeBron James, in fact, fans like him, is this the reason why they have no problem with this man running around on television doing this stuff and being posted on TV like this? Because we know that all the Michael Jordan fans are obviously they're drug addicts. We already know they're deadbeat fathers. This picture alone will get them upset. We know they're deadbeat fathers. They don't like the idea of fathers being there for their children. They don't do that. He talked about integrity. He talked about all these things that LeBron James fans doesn't have. Meanwhile, this dude he goes live every week with a guy that doesn't pay his own child support to the point that they got to take his wife taxes.
I'm a Michael Jordan fan. Of course, I have a closet full of J's, although my wife's taxes get taken away because of my unpaid child support.
No, that's crazy.
Mr. Sanders, what happened?
Yes, her taxes did get taken.
How much?
It was around
$3,738.
My bad. No, my bad. I was off. My bad. Hey, AD, you got me right there. My bad. I was off on that one. Let me go back.
Have the nerve to talk about us and what we do here in GOAT James Kingdom and LeBron James fans in general. Because, and Craig, honestly, if they're the leader of the Zesty Jeffrey fan base, guess who's the leaders of the LeBron sexual fan base? Even though we don't consider ourselves LeBron sexuals, they're going to tell you GOAT James Kingdom. These guys went on somebody's platform the other day claiming that I'm obnoxious, disrespectful, while he has sports fitness rants and Mr. not pay his taxes and get his wife taxes taken away or not paying his child support on his show every week. They're actually going live right now on their channel, talking crap about LeBron James and LeBron James fans and people who know the game of basketball just because they like LeBron James. And they can't tell you nothing about Michael Jordan. They can't explain nothing about why Michael Jordan's great. That's why we created the GOAT James Kingdom criteria. It's been a year now. And I have not seen one anti-LeBron page, one Michael Jordan fan page, a Kobe Bryant fan page create a GOAT criteria that will legitimately make Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant better than LeBron James. They can't do it. They're just a bunch of liars who make up silly shit all day long. That's why the GOAT debate is over. Because we created a formula that ended the GOAT debate. That's it. From here on out, anybody who's telling you LeBron's not the GOAT, they're going to have a biased take. It will not be objective. It will be based on feelings. Because we did it in GOAT James Kingdom. We put it right here for you. We measured players by the greatest accomplishments of every category that exists. And we use all the categories that y'all like to use. We use advanced stats. We use the accolades. We use the per game averages. We use totals.
Seasonal titles.
Everything. And all we do is getting cry babies. I mean, even when Brandon created this criteria, you remember this, Brandon?
Yeah.
They were all upset. Why would they be upset? Oh, well, why did you choose 5 finals? Why did you make it? Why did you make it only 2 finals MVPs? When Travis said I'm going to use 10 years, nobody had a problem with that but LeBron fans. Because 10 years make Kobe look good. 10 years makes Michael Jordan look good. 20 years don't for some reason. 15 years don't for some reason. You remember this, Brandon? Tell them about the backlash you got from this right here.
I mean, everything was off. Like, why are you not using 5 MVPs? Why are you not using 6 finals MVPs? Why it has to be 2 defensive player years instead of 1? Why is it not 6 titles? Why is it 15,000 rebounds, 10,000 assists? Like, LeBron don't have every category. He don't have every category, but he has the most because of what he done in his career. There's a lot of players who play 18 plus years, 20 plus years. But there's players who play a long time, but you know, Michael Jordan is up there because he's great. What he did in his career was great. He had he didn't have a short career like most people believe he had. Michael Jordan had a pretty long career. He played over 1,000 games.
Yeah, he has longevity.
Yeah, he played great.
A short career is under 4 years. That's the average.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Travis. With this criteria that Brandon put together right here, right? Tell me what's off here, because we obviously know Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell are at the bottom because a lot of these awards were not available to them. A lot of these stats were not available to them, right? So we exclude them. But what is off here? Who is off here? Who doesn't belong on this list in these tiers?
Who doesn't belong? If we're using those specific things, I mean, these are all greats. These are all-time greats. I mean, like if you're talking about one of the all-time.
Oh, wait. What's missing?
What's missing?
Who's missing? Who's missing?
No. He said we're using just these. He said these.
Oh.
No. I'm saying not just those.
But what else can we add?
Like I said, these are.
You want to add 10 rebounds?
I don't care about triple doubles. I don't care about double doubles. Those things are ancillary. It depends on your position largely. like when you're playing, like what kind of stats do you garner?
So a guy being able to do multiple things very elite doesn't matter.
I mean, there's point guards and there's centers with double doubles and triple doubles. So
sure, no, and I think that's my criteria factors in your impact and all around play. That's like what contributes to advanced metrics. Is like how dominant you were on both ends of the floor. That all these things go into that. I don't say, okay, he had 10,000 assists. That's part of the team. Like that's part of winning. That's part of getting your teammates involved. That reflects in your record, how good you were, how good your team was on both ends of the floor, with and without you. All these things go into my criteria. Like these things are great. These are part of the finished resume overall, as far as like the awards go, like Finals MVP. What all those things matter for part of the finished product, and like your performance usually translates to that if you're in the GOAT conversation. That's why my top 5 is really not ever going to change. And it's like I don't think you can put LeBron any lower than 2 objectively. I mean, you could make a strained argument for Kareem, but 1 to 3 is pretty much set in stone for me. But these things are I'm not going to say longevity stats because I think LeBron has redefined the word longevity and consistency. 2 words he redefined. Like kudos on him. But I'm not going to knock other players for not being able to play that long. But I mean, all this is impressive. LeBron is the most impressive player from a consistency standpoint we've ever seen.
Hey Brandon, was Dr. J's ABA stats added into that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not biased. That they love to call us biased. That we always trying to make it seem like it's LeBron. I don't know how this is making it seem like LeBron. We added 2+ defensive players of the year. How that help LeBron? We had 15,000 rebounds. How does that help LeBron?
Scottie Pippen being on that list is crazy.
I mean, Pippen has done a lot.
I mean, I'm not saying he shouldn't be, because I love Scotty's game. It shows something to me, and it shows something that a lot of people don't see.
I see a lot of Jordan competition is on this list too.
Shows this criteria is bullshit.
I see a lot of 90s plumbers on this list too. I see a lot of Jordan competition on this list. But he against plumbers. So I don't know how.
Plumber Larry Bird out here.
Who's Brad? Who's Jordan competition?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. Besides Hakeem,
yeah, who's Jordan competition?
He played against Kareem, he played against Magic, he played against Shaq, he played against Olajuwon, Kobe, Irvin, Garnett. He played against Pippen in 2 games. He played against Bird. That's a lot of plays he played against.
He did play against Pippen. He did play against Pippen.
That's
he said his competition. He wasn't competition to Larry Bird.
Did he not play against them? Did he not play against any of those players I mentioned?
He played against him, but you said his competition. He wasn't competition for Larry Bird. He wasn't competition for Kareem. He wasn't competition
because they lost. It's still he was competition. He had to face them to win, right? Somebody had to lose.
He didn't face Bird and win. He didn't face Kareem and win.
He never played a basketball game against Bird and won.
All right, which one of these people he beat? Which one of these people he beat for a title though? Out of all these guys here,
Magic.
Okay.
Well, look, Johnny. So you guys are also.
And Shaq,
and I'm pretty sure Magic is ranked higher than anyone LeBron ever faced.
So Johnny, these guys, the top.
I don't know about that.
All those guys are in my top 4. Or those guys are my top 5. Those players.
Duncan was ahead of
LeBron played against Scottie Pippen too, because Scottie retired in 2004. So.
Okay, and it's still
old Scotty. Johnny, my thing coincides with you because those are all my top 5. Those top 4 guys and Hakeem, I have ahead of Kobe. And I mean, those are so we're lining up.
Look how great Jordan is. You had to play 20 years to be on this.
I mean, like I would say, if you're looking at like top 20 players that they beat during a title run, you could put Shaq up there, Magic, and Hakeem.
No, he never played Hakeem. Jordan.
He was in the league during that title run. He was actually in the league during that title run.
It's the hardest run ever SRS wise, but like.
So he has those 3. I mean, LeBron, he had Tim Duncan, he had Kobe, he had Steph. Like now, Jokic is probably a top 20 player. Giannis Kevin Durant, Kevin Garnett.
Well,
Dirk,
make this graph
like,
again
there's
and
a lot
see
of
if they'll
players.
make this list. Make this graph. They won't make this list.
I mean,
KD
there's a lot of players.
titles.
There's more on LeBron's end because LeBron has played
Curry-
great for so long. That's why.
KD don't got
Curry
3
moves
titles.
up on this list. Curry moves
Kawhi
up
ain't
to
got
number
3
5.
titles.
Curry moves up on this list because he'll have 10 All NBA. 10 All NBA first teams.
This was like 2 years ago. So
Yeah, I was
Yeah, this
just
was
about to
like 2
ask you,
years
when
ago.
did you do this
yeah,
graph?
This was like
Curry's
2 years ago.
yeah,
Yeah.
Curry's moving up, and LeBron's moving up some more points too.
Shouldn't Russell Westbrook be on this list now?
Kobe had a Magic. That's great.
Nah, not really, because he doesn't have nothing here that you would say besides the triple doubles and the double. I don't even think he has 500 double. Well, he has to have 500 doubles.
But I mean, he has a better overall
Magic?
stat line than Kobe.
No,
more
Westbrook,
Finals
Westbrook.
MVPs, more MVP.
Westbrook has 500 doubles now.
So he has that. He has
All Stars?
He doesn't have 14 All Stars.
You don't got?
No.
How many?
He don't have the assist yet.
Shaq's ahead of Kobe too.
He would only have one thing in this category, and that would be the 2 things: the double doubles and the triple doubles.
Double and triple doubles. Yeah, this
Shaq
is like
was
the greatest of the great.
Shaq was never like not the best player on his team, like for like a 15 years, or all but 1 year of his career until he retired. But like Shaq rewrote what it meant to be dominant. Like obviously kudos to Wilt, but Shaq did it against better competition, consistent.
But just to let y'all know, obviously Brandon and I have been trying to create this type of criteria because we want to be able to have a debate. We want to be able to explain how great LeBron James is. We find so many ways to do it. Even when I created my own criteria, which was basically me putting some things together here, and Brandon and I had challenged each other to come up with the best criteria. My criteria was a little bit subjective because if you look on the right-hand side, I gave several subjective points to certain accolades, depending on how I felt those accolades should go, which completely got people upset. But when we did the actual GOAT James Kingdom criteria, they were begging for us to be as subjective as I was when I did this. And I also ranked players by their stats, but I did it by where they were ranked at. So it was a little bit different than Brandon's criteria. So at the end of the day, Brandon and I did say, okay, we're going to come up with something that's the best. And Brandon came up with really the best idea, which was basically measuring players to the greatest accomplishment of each category. And we used players' per game averages, their totals. We used the advanced stats. So we used PER for all you Zesty Jeffries in the comments. We use PER. We use box plus minus. We use win shares per 48. All categories that Michael Jordan are better than LeBron in. We didn't do anything that was gonna make anybody have an advantage over the next. We didn't have anything that made a position have an advantage over the next. We didn't do anything that had an era that had an advantage over the next era. Everything we did was completely objective and it was completely comprehensive. And we created the best criteria to date. And nobody wants to actually show us anything. Like they don't even want to bring up anything. As of right now, I'll take a biased one. We'll take a biased criteria right now. And I bet you still can't make Michael Jordan the GOAT. I guarantee you with a biased criteria, you can't make Michael Jordan the GOAT.
Oh, give me a little credit. What?
I dare you. I dare you. If you make a criteria, Travis, a good one too. No, you didn't. You made Joker was your GOAT. Michael Jordan wasn't.
No. I said Joker doesn't qualify because he only played 9 years. This is going to be his 10th season.
You got disqualified people.
Well, this would be his 10th season, right?
Yeah. This is going to be his 10th season. He's on track.
He's on track to be better than Jordan. Because I remember it was Joker. You had to disqualify him.
Well, I mean,
is
he going to win another MVP? Is he going to lead in every advanced metric? Is he going to just be so dominant that it's not even a question? Like for another 3 or 4 years?
Jordan's definitely not going to lead in every category. That's for a fact.
Well, I think Joker got one more MVP in him because if he averages a triple double for a season, he's going to win MVP of that year.
And Joker's game doesn't require like mad athleticism or like just. I mean, he's just so cerebral and like from an IQ standpoint, and he's just insane.
I do want to see his game. Once he slows down a little bit, I want to see how he affects the game. Is he going to be like Sabonis was in Portland?
Hopefully not without the bad knees, though.
Travis is only taking 10 years. It's impossible for Jokic to not be the GOAT for him Because if you're just taking 10 years, he's going to be on top of everybody according to Travis' criteria.
Well, not necessarily.
As soon as he stepped, what you're going to remove some of his high years or something like? What are you going to do?
So here's the argument against Jokic though, is because realistically this is going to be his 10th year of his career, right? So he's only played like 10 years. He's only really realistically had 4 years of actual dominance. His first couple of years were actually just middle of the road. So no, I said you have to have at least.
You're just talking your criteria rate in the middle of.
No. I said you have to have at least 10 years. I said you have to have at least 10 years of GOAT-like dominance. That's how every one of the players on my list has.
What is GOAT-like dominance? What is that? What's GOAT-like dominance, Travis?
It's dominating analytically across the board, being one of the best two-way players ever, and
Kobe
again, accumulating the best resume.
Kobe don't got that.
I thought you said advanced stats. If you take soon as Jokic stepped 1 foot on the court this year, he's your GOAT because that would start the clock as number 10. No matter what he do for the rest of his career, those 10 years would still have him on top.
No, it wouldn't because he needs to consider this for at least 10 years of this type of dominance. Does he have that in him? I don't think so because
he already got 10 years.
Total play, not dominance.
That's a great thing. Shout out to Twin Man. Let me ask you this: Is it 10 straight years, or can you take a break like Jordan did for his 10 years?
No. It's just 10 years in general. It doesn't have to be straight years.
10 years in general. Okay, 10 years in general. Why does that? It's 10 years in general for Jokic.
Dominant.
He's the GOAT.
Look at his stats. He wasn't this dominant force we've seen the last couple of years. Like when was he drafted? 20 or 14. He wasn't doing this in his first 3 to 4 years. He was just okay.
There we go. Hey, look, there we go. Y'all look, is the most missed field goals, the most turnovers, the third in most missed threes, fifth in the most missed free throws count in the totals. Yeah, we can count that if you want to count that. I don't see how that's gonna hurt LeBron. It's gonna knock down everybody else. How do we do that, Willie? When we put the link up, Willie, we want you to explain to us, right, how we can do that. Because the way it works is like this, Willie. Pay attention now, Willie. You need to pay attention to this very closely so that when you show up, you can have an opportunity to show out, right? So let's start off with our favorite point guard of all time, John Stockton.
Top 5.
Right? Let's start off with John Stockton, right? Right? You have to show us, how we're going to do here, you have to show us how we can measure it. So by points per game, John Stockton is 4.4 points. That means he's 44% of Michael Jordan's 30 points per game. How are we going to score the missed field goal attempts, the missed free throw attempts, the missed three-pointers attempts, the most turnovers? How are we going to determine who has the most per game? Because if we do that, Michael Jordan has more missed field goal attempts per game than anybody in NBA history outside of, I think Elgin Baylor only has more than him. So that means Jordan would score. How would we score that for Jordan? What's the negative that we're going to add? Because that's how we did the thing. You have to measure it by the greatest. So if we're going to go by the worst stats, we got to find out who has the worst stats. So if we go by missed field goal attempts per game, your boy Michael Jordan points have to go down worse than LeBron's. So I hope
did a lot of LeBron research.
Oh, he's not. We already know he's not going to do that.
Yeah, he did a lot of LeBron research. I mean, wow, that was crazy.
Willie's working. He can't do research.
Willie off on Sundays. Willie earned the right to be off on Sundays. But I'm just saying, we had to create a criteria, and that criteria just basically shows LeBron's the GOAT. And I have yet to see any Michael Jordan fan or anybody who's an anti-LeBron fan or anybody that's an actual Kobe Bryant fan create a criteria that makes Michael Jordan the GOAT without being completely subjective and removing things from the GOAT debate.
Okay, Johnny, hear me out really fast because I know that you've heard this before, but okay, it's all about being the most balanced. So Michael Jordan, right? If we're talking about his metrics, he was, up until recently, he was a leader in PER, box plus minus. Again, offensive and defense, defensive, he was high as well. Winters per 48, VORP. Up until recently, obviously LeBron passed him there, but it's he has the best mix of being most impactful player. Again, as far as advanced metrics go, he has the 6 Finals MVPs, 5 MVPs. Is he the best in all these categories? No, but who else has that combination? He's tied for first with 9 all-defensive first-team selections. Again, he has in total. And so when we're talking about sheer impact, he led the league twice in defensive box plus minus. Again, when you saw like all these things that go into your impact, as far as you have to be efficient on when you're scoring the ball to lead, to have an impact like he did offensively in those metrics and defensively. So he's objectively a top 1 to 2 two-way player of all time by any measure you want to do. And his offense or his overall resume, if you're not counting things like ancillary things like player of the month, I get it. There are actual media awards, but who else has who else has the titles of 6 MVPs or 5 MVPs, 6 Finals MVPs, things like that?
We didn't count none of that. We didn't count.
So he has the most
player of the week.
He has the most
balanced count it.
He has the most balanced case for GOAT you're going to see from a two-way perspective and from an overall resume perspective. He has more MVPs than LeBron.
No, he doesn't. He has fake steals. He has fake blocks. He has fake defensive accolades.
That's why we don't use those because they be lying on them stat sheets.
Hey Travis. I thought Russell Westbrook passed Jordan in PER in 2016, and they changed the criteria of PER.
They did?
It was board. It was box.
They did. I just don't care.
No, it was box plus minus. Yes. Russell Westbrook's box plus minus was so incredible in 2017, and it surpassed Michael Jordan by so much that they decided to change how the stat was calculated. And that's how Jordan became back on top for box plus minus, because they changed the calculation based off of totals.
So all they did
they're not using averages when they're basing Jordan's box plus minus. Jordan's PER is based off of totals, not his averages. So all these advanced metrics you guys want to keep using, which we did not ignore, and we added to our criteria, still shows Michael Jordan's not the GOAT.
Instead of all they did was say instead of 2 times 2.
Like he leads LeBron in all these things. Like what does LeBron lead Jordan other than totals?
He leads him in rebounds per game, assists per game. Like I mean, we've got to get the field goal.
So Jordan has him points per game, steals per game, blocks per game. Their efficiency is virtually the same.
It took Jordan 21 years to pass him in blocks per game.
I thought they was even at blocks per game.
No, LeBron's at 0.7 now.
He's at 0.7 now.
But again, I don't count that against LeBron.
Years to get to that point. But LeBron has more blocks. He has a better block rate than Jordan does. And LeBron plays in a tougher era where guys are not sitting around shooting the ball in the same spot, where he actually has to guard guys 25 feet from the rim. Jordan didn't have to do
how long he's been doing that? When did it? Because this y'all keep saying this tough era. The tough era is about
since 2009.
5 years.
Since 2009.
I mean, Travis loved to talk about advanced stats.
When did this running around for 48 minutes really start?
It's about the people, yeah. It's about the people who are most consistent in those things.
It started with the Orlando Magic. They were the first team to chop up over 25 three-pointers per game in 2009. Just jacking them up, left and right. They had the what's it called?
That Phoenix team didn't do that.
Not Turkoglu. Yeah, it was Turkoglu and Rashid Lewis playing the 4.
Turkoglu, not Turkoglu.
Rashard Lewis, Jameer Nelson.
Yeah, jacking up threes, left and right as 4s.
And then Curry came.
4s doing that.
Yeah. How very Basham littered of them and Glenn Rice.
Curry and them just was the most successful with it. Because prior to that, people thought you couldn't be successful enough with it. It was Curry.
That was what?
We're bitching about your mic here,
6 years later, it was successful.
Yeah, it took some time. It took some time because it took some time to get great shooters together. And once you put Klay Thompson and Stephen Curry together, I mean, you're talking about one of the 2 greatest shooters of all time.
So is it only successful because they won championships? But I mean, because
that's a successful season for a team is to be an NBA champion. I mean,
I get that. I mean, no, because I remember when Phoenix used to win all them games with 7 seconds or less when they came down to court and shot. So I thought they were successful, even though they never won a championship.
They were successful like keeping people jobs.
They was until Amari stepped on the court.
Yeah, that was that Robert Horry. That was that Robert Horry bumping them on the sideline, and everybody getting suspended.
That's the same thing that he
really did. How is LeBron better than Kareem too? Like, let's have that conversation. Like Kareem had arguably the most dominant 10-year stretch in NBA history, where he was averaging like 20 points and 15 rebounds. He would have averaged like probably 5 or 6 blocks a game if that would have been counted. 6 MVPs. Was the winning there? No, but like these are, and like his numbers dropped precipitously when he joined the Lakers for obvious reasons. But like these are things that measure how dominant you're.
So for a career, you would say LeBron is ahead for his career.
Moral defensive selections. Yeah, I mean, and then he eventually passed Kareem in All NBA, sure, but I mean,
Career
was
for
there a
career.
better player?
He been
Career
past
for
Kareem
career.
All NBA. He been past
Yeah,
Kareem All
career
NBA.
for
He
career.
had- He has more All
career
NBA
for career.
than Kareem.
Yeah.
But Kareem, like, was there a better player during that any kind of a 10-year stretch than Kareem?
No, they was in the ABA. Let me stop.
Yeah, exactly. There was. If Dr. J was in the, if
Dr. J was in the
NBA,
ABA.
yeah.
I mean, give me that player over anyone if I'm drafting first. Give me that player over anyone in NBA history.
Why? So you can take a
I
bunch
think
of hook
LeBron.
shots.
I think LeBron is the greatest number 1.
Yeah, I mean this is not the 70s.
Exactly.
This is not the 70s. Travis.
He was athletic.
He was
fast.
That's 50 years ago.
Huge
that's
IQ.
50 years ago.
Arguably a top 3 defensive player.
Yeah, arguably, yeah, in the 70s
Oh, but you know what?
and some of the 80s.
Listen, y'all can argue whatever y'all want, right? Because when we did the criteria, remember Travis and I did a top greatest defenders of all time, and I used the GOAT James Kingdom formula. And when I did it, these were the greatest defenders of all time. Like, and I separated by perimeter and interior guys. And in
I'm
reality,
sorry, LeBron is not better than Scottie Pippen defensively.
well, the numbers say it.
The numbers say it is.
The numbers say it. The numbers say it.
So Travis, I have a question. You love advanced stats. Why don't you use the block, rebounds, and steal percentage in advanced stats to show who's the greatest?
I do. I literally use those in my top 10 greatest defenders. I literally use those.
So since defense as steals, defensive rebounds, and blocks, would that be 2-1 LeBron over Jordan, right?
No. So I use Jordan has him because Jordan has him in steals per game, blocks per game, steal percentage.
Okay, I'm talking about the percentage for advance. He has steals. He doesn't have blocks and rebounds.
He does have blocks. You're talking about his advanced
stats, not in advanced.
You said advanced stats is the only thing that matters.
I factored those in. I sent him Johnny my formula. Yeah, it's all about offensively. I factored in defensive win shares per season as well. I factored in those percentages that you're talking about. I factored in defensive
LeBron
blocks
has the
plus
better
minus.
defensive win shares than Jordan by far. Jordan has the better defensive box plus minus.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I factored in per season. Remember, you and I talked about that. And Jordan smokes LeBron there.
Okay, but when we're talking about the steals, the blocks, and the rebounds, it's 2-1 LeBron with advanced stats. How can you say Jordan is a better defender if those two go to LeBron? And
because that's only three. That's only 3 metrics you're using in there. Like I used like 9. And Jordan clears everyone.
Defensive rebounds, block rate, steal. Defensive rebound rates. All of these things go to LeBron. Defensive win shares go to LeBron. More blocks, more steal. Well, no, he doesn't have more steals.
I have my criteria. You want me to pull it up? I'll do it.
He has more steals in the postseason.
I'll pull it up. Here we go.
LeBron's the all-time leader in steals and defensive rebounds in the postseason.
And this is how I scored it right here. If you really look at the score, LeBron only beat Jordan by 0.03, 300ths of a.
Okay. So
put it up. Put it on the screen. Share your screen, brother. I'll put it up. Share your screen. You gotta step up to the plate. Stand 10 toes down.
Trying.
Like I'm doing right now. How I'm showing you why LeBron James is a definitely better defender than Jordan. He can guard all 5.
Which Robinson is that? Which Robinson?
He's more of a versatile.
Yeah, these are a lot of 90s players, yo. I'm shocked. These are a lot of plumbers.
No, there's Pippen, Jordan, Robinson, and Hakeem.
Garnett.
Duncan is not a 90s
Duncan
player.
is not a 90s player. Garnett is not a 90s player.
Leonard, Howard, Garnett, LeBron James.
So Pippen's an 80s player?
Is that Ben Wallace?
In 88.
Is that Ben Wallace?
Yes, Ben Wallace.
right?
Ben Wallace.
So
Yeah.
it is more from LeBron's era. It's basically more from LeBron's era.
Okay.
Wallace.
More
got
players that couldn't win in the
Duncan,
90s.
Garnett,
LeBron came in the league. That's
Kawhi
what.
Leonard,
Can you guys see that?
Howard. I can say I'm bringing it up right now. I'm gonna bring it up right now. Here we go. Let's bring it up right now. All right. So
Okay. This is why I hated it when I talked about. So the metrics are defensive boxes minus total defensive win shares, defensive win shares.
Travis, hold on before you go. Why does it look like you're a web page coding? Like you're coding a web page or something like that? Why does it look
I literally typed all this out for you.
He used
I'm
Notepad instead of
gonna have to make a graph for you so we can see it.
I told him to help us so we can help him make a graph. This is
a long time ago.
this is hard to understand. Okay, but talk slowly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put you on the big screen because this is useless. We can't use it. Go ahead
Okay,
and explain,
I agree.
Explain
It's
yourself.
tough.
Explain yourself, young man.
Okay, so you see the top 10 interior. That's on top. What I use for perimeters, though, the criteria was defensive box plus minus, total defensive win shares. Yes, defensive win shares per season, steals per game percentage, defensive rebounds per game, and then all defensive selections. So that is what was it, like 7 categories there that I use for perimeter.
Brandon said you didn't use block rate percentage. You didn't use.
I didn't use block rate percentage because I felt like it was a lot of these guys aren't really dependent on blocks because they're all guards. They're all defenders.
So you're really into your feelings, right? In life.
I'm into my feelings. Yes.
I mean, if we're just using blocks, steal, and defensive rebounds as a player instead of using advanced metric that adds percentages, add values, add team stats. If we're just using what they did on the court, LeBron's a more versatile defender, and LeBron will have 2 of the 3 defensive major stats: steals, blocks, defensive rebounds. It will be LeBron James.
You mean totals? Sure.
Any metric where you're using basketball terminology and basketball stats is going to be LeBron James.
No. I mean, these are literal basketball stats. They don't favor LeBron. LeBron's number 3.
Who is a better shot blocker, LeBron or Michael Jordan?
For the position, I think, and overall, Michael Jordan.
Who is a better shot blocker, LeBron or Michael Jordan?
Michael Jordan.
Not in real life. Who is a better defensive rebounder, LeBron or Michael Jordan?
LeBron.
Who steals the ball better, LeBron or Michael Jordan?
Michael Jordan.
So it's going to be 2-1. LeBron, he's a better shot blocker. He's a better defensive rebounder. He's a more versatile defender, and Michael Jordan will have the steals. Simple as that.
He told you
You can't say versatile defenders. I don't care about that. Like versatile defender, what does that even mean? Like you're able to switch
more positions. That's why he's great. That's why he's great at all of them: defensive rebounding, blocks, and steals.
No, when you say versatile. When you're saying versatile defenders, what you're saying is like you're trying to discredit these guys who are their size.
I'm not trying to discredit anybody. I'm just saying LeBron has the most. He's a better shot blocker. He's a better defensive rebounder.
Not a better shot blocker. How?
By using stats.
Okay.
By his block rate. And the fact that he has to block guys.
Look at the guys on this list.
No,
these guys are.
I mean, people are still afraid of LeBron one-on-one down the court.
If we're talking about,
if we're talking about, still afraid of him.
If we're talking about the most versatile defenders on this list,
and they get nervous.
If we're talking about the most versatile defenders on this list, I'm probably thinking Dennis Rodman over LeBron. Same thing with Scottie Pippen. Versatility. Again, the best defenders on this list are probably low-key Tony Allen and Scottie Pippen. Maybe Gary Payton. If we're talking IQ and cerebral.
Okay, this is Travis's top 10 greatest players by all time, going by interior and the perimeter players.
It is.
So he got Russell in there. I don't know how he don't have Wilt Chamberlain on there. You put Bill Russell in there. You should have Wilt Chamberlain. But either way, it's not that far off from what I got.
I love that show. It was great.
But the idea again, if he gives LeBron James credit for his block rate and his defensive rebounding, he would be ahead of Jordan and Pippen, just like I did it. That's why mine was better than his.
I just feel like how are you going to knock John Stockton because he wasn't like a great rebounder in his position? It's tough, like Tony Allen.
I mean, I had John Stockton in mind too. He was 9 for me, but you put him in front of Kobe.
I did.
Craig, you was on this show. I remember, right? You showed up for this Friday Night Exposure with Travis.
Yeah, I remember because we was just talking about. I remember because he was saying, well, yeah, Pippen is a great defender, but remember Jordan and LeBron still had to give you 30 points too, along being a defender. So you would give the edge to the person who was responsible for the bulk of the points as well as the defense.
Facts. Yeah, I remember you saying that. I knew. You remember you saying how Pippen.
That was a fireball take.
People like him. People like Pippen, Blaylock, Rodman, Tony Allen. Like, all they had to do was.
They had to do one thing. That was defend. That's why LeBron was so high.
Ishmael said this is one of the worst lists ever.
Ishmael can never make a list. That's why he doesn't have a list.
But that's what makes our GOAT James Kingdom formula so great. That's what people don't understand, is that with our formula, we can do it for any categories. As long as you know what the greatest accomplishment is for each category, you can measure it and have a true objective list. So that's even Travis. Travis knew he had to come up with an objective list. That's why his list looks similar to mine. So Brandon, you have more to help them understand why our list is so
I got a board, just so we won't give away what we did. So I did add some players, and when we use our criteria, this is how these players rate. So if we're ranking these players in order from 1 to 5, this will be the order that they will come in using our criteria. So Stephon Marbury, Tony Parker, Gary Payton, Russell Westbrook, Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd will come out above all these players. So how do you guys feel about this order, and what would you have switched in this order? Let's start with you, Travis.
What am I looking at here? This is the greatest ever?
No, this is using our criteria. These players, this is how they rank as point guards.
Oh, so it's okay. And this is the order that it did? Okay.
Starboard?
This is criteria.
You just chose these guys' names and based on
I just chose these guys to show.
Okay. Exactly.
Yeah.
And with our criteria, Jason Kidd scored higher than Westbrook, Gary Payton, Tony Parker, and Stephon Marbury.
Well, yeah, so Jason Kidd is one of the better two-way players of all time. I mean, especially defensively. And
so you guys would think Jason Kidd would be the top point guard of these guys.
Definitely.
And Russell would come in second, or would you have Gary Payton?
I'd have Tony Parker. Go ahead, Craig. Sorry.
No, I was going to say the same thing. I would have Tony Parker ahead of after Jason Kidd.
You have Tony Parker after Jason Kidd.
Parker's the most overrated player in NBA history. Get him out of here.
I don't know. Again,
wow.
That's why our criteria matters. He does have a Finals MVP. He does have. He's only one of 11. Wait, he's only one of 11 players that has 4,000 playoff points for their career. So that got to mean something. It's the playoffs. Y'all love the playoffs.
He's a stat batter. He's inefficient. He doesn't contribute to winning. He gets passed around like a blunt because he's just a trash stat batter. That's all he is. I'll take every single player on that list over Westbrook any day.
No, are you are a Westbrook hater?
Oh, wait. You said I thought you were talking about Tony Parker. Westbrook is up there now. Don't sleep on Westbrook. Westbrook has 25,000 points, 8,000 assists, or 9,000 assists.
I'm sleeping on him.
All-time leader in triple doubles. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. And he has 7,000 rebounds or 8,000 rebounds too, something like that. He's up there.
I just don't
would
know
you rather have 8,000 career points or 4,000 career playoff points? Which one would you rather have?
Which one? I'll say that again, Craig.
Would you rather have a 4,000 career assists or 4,000 career playoff points? Which one would you rather have?
Well, Marlon, no, I was talking about Westbrook, not Tony Parker.
4,000.
Because I'm saying Tony Parker would be after Jason Kidd.
I love Tony Parker.
Yeah, so you would have Tony Parker after Jason Kidd on this list right here, Craig?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So for one thing, all of the NBA so-called experts didn't even have Tony Parker top 75. So
they're garbage.
Only thing I don't understand is why is Marbury on this list. That's the only thing.
No, he just chose 5
he's
names.
last.
He just chose 5
He's last.
names.
I don't.
Starboard.
What does it have to be? Stephon Marbury is last
love.
of these players. He's last of these players. That means he's not better than these 4 players. So Marbury was actually a good player.
In reality, right? Because hold on, wait. Let me give y'all a point guard.
He was a really good player.
He was good, right? But Kyrie Irving scored
really
higher
good
than
player.
Marbury. But when we put Kyrie Irving up, Kyrie Irving scored better than Marbury because he just did more in his career than Stephon Marbury did. Again, this criteria did not give anybody an advantage whether you played short years or long.
Marbury averages are higher than these players, but Westbrook. But still, the averages, just because he has a higher averages doesn't mean that he's going to be better.
So you
got to be good across the board. You got to be good across the board.
I like the list the way it is. I mean, I like Tony Parker at 4. I like Westbrook at 2, and GP at 3. I mean, I like the list.
Okay. Yeah, I think the list is pretty
So
good.
you say a player that was drafted in 1995 as a player is better than a player drafted in 2009, 10? What was it? Westbrook was drafted.
Now, mind you, though, I'm sorry, Jason Kidd is not the greatest point guard on our list. He just ranked higher than these guys.
He ranked higher than these guys.
Those 5 point guards.
I understood. I understood the point y'all was making. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So let me go to shooting guards.
Start with you, Travis. Take your drink. Go ahead, because you know.
I need more drinks.
Maybe we gonna get my bourbon off this one.
Is it Iceman?
Of course, that's the Iceman. Yeah. We recognize all eras in James Kingdom. We're not going to do that. Exclude players.
So it definitely goes Wade. I put Iceman second. Ray Allen. I think Iverson's wildly overrated, but I put him ahead of Reggie still. So.
All right, what about you, Craig?
Yeah, Wade is number 1 out of these 5. It's a toss-up between because Iverson was more so he was more popular, so that's what people would say. But I would say Gervin, then Iverson, then Allen. I would just swap out Gervin for Iverson. That's all.
So, are y'all including Gervin's ABA years as well?
It's y'all graph, right?
Yeah.
But I'm asking you for
I would say I mean, this is just ranking their play, not the production. If you would,
but we're just showing you how our criteria ended up putting it together. So it's very close to what you would have done. You got Gervin ahead of him. That's then Iverson, but we did include the ABA career. So that does exist. We did include their career.
And mind you, this is based off the person with the highest. So you really, it's not them, it's them against the person the highest. So they're really going against the other, whoever got the highest. So what? It's just based off where they rank in between.
Exactly.
You could say George Gervin's career from 74 to 84 was better than any of these players outside of maybe Wade. Like,
I would even include his 87 year or 86 year when he was playing with Jordan as well. We can include that, might as well.
All right, John, what you feel about this order?
I like the list. I'm trying to see a lot of people. I was just watching something and they was talking about Ray Allen's game had matches Reggie Miller's game, and I remember Ray Allen game was nothing like Reggie Miller's game at all, especially the Milwaukee and Seattle years.
It's after he got those injuries that he became really a jump shooter and
really in Boston.
In Milwaukee, he was
really in Boston because he had to. Yeah, in Boston he had to, and then after that.
Listen, Michael Jordan is the greatest shooting guard. We don't have to put him on this list. We're just trying to show you from how our criteria is based, how these players ended up being ranking. So obviously before Dwayne Wade, the 2 shooting guards we have before Dwayne Wade is Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan. Go ahead.
I thought you were going to say Jerry West and Michael Jordan.
I'm just trying to decide.
No, because Jerry West is really a point guard. No, Jerry West is really a point guard.
I think George Gervin the second, Ray Allen the third, Iverson fourth, Reggie Miller fifth.
Y'all gonna get the.
Oh, you have all the positions?
Set. Y'all hate.
All right, so this is a small forward.
Here we go. Juicy.
Juice. Juice out of this one. Let's go. Start with you, Travis.
I want to go first. I want to go first on this one.
All right, go ahead, John. Go ahead, John. Drop the
We're
mic.
moving Kawhi fifth. Let's move him to fifth. Okay, we got to count games played. Availability has to matter. I mean, it has to matter.
It counts. It's in there. It's in there. His totals are there.
Yeah, everything's in there, especially his 2 defensive player of the years and his 2 finals MVPs as well.
Yeah.
And 2 titles.
I got Paul
and
Pierce
7
second.
all NBAs and all defensive selections.
Yeah, everything's in there.
I got Paul Pierce second. James Worthy third. PG fourth, and you know why I got Kawhi.
So you're just penalizing Kawhi because he cannot stay healthy enough to be.
Yes, I believe you. I think availability is the number one thing of anybody's career. Availability.
Okay.
He was available to beat your GOAT, though.
He was available to lose.
Right.
He was available to lose to him too.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. All right, Travis.
That don't count. He was a rookie.
All right, Travis. What's your take?
It's actually a pretty good order, man. I mean, obviously, James Worthy is my favorite player in league history for no particular reason. But, I mean, I think this is good. I mean, I'd have the order pretty much the same, honestly. I think Kawhi, John has a great point. He's been often injured, but he's definitely, when he's on the court, he's arguably a top 10 two-way player ever. I still have Pivot over him because he was more consistent. I think he was a little better defensively. I mean, I wouldn't really change this. I think that you can maybe argue that Paul Pierce wasn't. I don't know. I really wouldn't change. I don't have a problem with the order.
Okay. What about you, Craig?
Oh yeah, this is. Yeah, I really
cool
don't
order.
have a problem. If y'all going dock, I can't dock Kawhi Leonard for being not available because the stats is only available when he plays. So you can't
why is it y'all? John said that.
You said he may be not playing.
That was John. Why are you putting us with John? Come on, Craig. Don't put us with John. John did that.
I'm knocking him for not being there. Ever.
You can't knock him twice.
All right, let's go to the power forwards.
Ooh.
Let's go with you, Travis.
Oh shit! I mean, these are just okay. These are just random people. I was like, it's not the best of all time. I'd put
the same way.
I'd put AD over Dirk, and I'd put Chris Bosh third, then Powell, then Rodman. I mean, maybe switch Powell for Rodman because Rodman was way better defensively, and a rebounder. But I mean, I would definitely have AD number one out of that group.
All right, Craig.
Bosh fifth is wild.
I mean, I think Bosh was only a one-time All NBA player.
Don't care about that. His stats are better than Powell's, better than Rodman's, on par with Dirk's.
Not really.
On his Toronto years? Yeah, they were.
For his career?
Dirk 30,000
What are you talking about? Dirk got more points, rebounds. I'm pretty sure blocks.
Prime Bosh was on par with any of these guys, except for maybe ridiculous AD. I definitely have him over Robin, but go ahead.
All right, Greg.
Hold on, wait. I'm sorry. Jim Brown asked about T-Mac. T-Mac was graded. He didn't make the top 50 list. And if we put him as a small forward, we wouldn't put him as a small forward. Was he? Is he? No, he's not a. Is he a small forward or a shooting guard?
He was a two guard. He was a backup forward.
He was listed as shooting guard most of his career, but he really was a small forward.
He would have been in front of Reggie Miller, if anything, if he was a shooting guard, and if he was a small forward, I don't think he was better. Who was the last small forward you had?
It was
Paul George. No, it was Paul George.
I don't think he above those guys either.
He wasn't above Paul George neither. No, yeah. So he would have been in front of Reggie Miller, but he wouldn't have been in front of any one of these guys as a small forward. But go ahead, Craig. These power forwards, Craig.
Yeah, I will swap out AD for Dirk. I mean, AD is a better defender than Dirk, and is just as well as an offensive player than Dirk. After that, like I said, Bosch, he was great for 3 years and then paid fourth man in Miami, so he didn't really play long enough to have his numbers reflect. So yeah, other than AD and Dirk, I'm fine with the list.
Okay. All right, John.
The only thing I disagree with is Bosch and Rodman. I mean, you can't dock and say Bosch was a number 3 guy. What number was Rodman? 4, 5, 6. I mean,
Rodman was a better defender than Bosch was a better offensive player.
Yeah, but remember, we are not docking nobody for nothing. We are just showing you that
Bosch was just as good as an offensive player. I mean, I think the gap is the same as Bosch on offense and Rodman on defense.
I would rather have Rodman defense than Bosch offense on the team.
I don't think Rodman would get on the floor until
I only think I would be switching is Rodman and Bosch. I think besides that, the order is great.
Oh, it was a trash defense.
Don't say. Hey, listen. Don't say. Bosch played great defense in Miami.
No, what?
Yeah, he did. He did.
He played great defense in Miami. I didn't watch him in Toronto.
Bosch was great defensively.
Uh-oh.
It was a casual.
What about these centers, Travis?
Hakeem with a bullet. D-Rob. Great order. 100% agree.
All right, Josh.
Okay, I agree with the order, but I have to say this: if a friend of mine is on this live in the chat, I want to change Hakeem and David Robinson. But if he's not on this live, I agree with the order totally. Okay, I'm telling y'all.
What?
Okay,
John, no.
Who's out here bullying John? Who is bullying John out here? Who's out here bullying John?
Bodying me, John.
If a friend of mine is on this chat, switch Hakeem and David. But if he's not on this chat, I agree with the total order. And my friend knows why. Okay.
All right, Craig.
I don't know. I agree with this, but unless want me to say Moses over Robinson, but I just I'm gonna leave it alone.
Moses won 2
that was tough.
That's what I'm saying. Moses to David Robinson. I wouldn't be mad if you seen. I wouldn't be mad if you have Moses over David. Just like I'm not mad that you have David over Moses. That's how I feel.
The reason I believe David Robinson came out on top was because of Moses played for so long and his averages took a huge dip.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He played what, 21 years? 20 years like that?
Yeah, his averages took a huge dip.
He played a long time.
He was a beast though. He was like Brian.
He was the man. He definitely was the man.
That's what I'm saying. I would have put him, but like you said, he played too long. Like you said, it dropped. See, that's one.
The longer you play, just like Vince Carter, the longer he played, the worse his stats look.
Yeah, but
was he
honestly though, David Robinson's career is illustrious as well. He has a nice career. He has a Defensive Player of the Year. He has a MVP.
Stop giving all these 90s pundits credit, man. Get out of here.
I want to put D-Rob top 10 so bad. I really do.
Top seasons in the 90s. Do not say anything great.
Isn't that the era of the centers? Isn't that what people tell me? That's the era.
It is. Robinson is a fringe top 10 player.
Hey, so everybody know Moses was on that super team 83 Philadelphia 76 team. That was
the
a super team.
Overrated team of all
time. We got the picture from the 83 Celtics ball right there.
Yeah, that's the six.
Johnny's favorite team ever.
Well, I listen, man. Dr. J, you know how I feel about Dr. J. And that year, Dr. J let everybody know why he was great. That was a great season for that team. They were great. They whooped.
Johnny, the 83 Sixers smoked the 16 Cavs.
No, nobody's beating the GOAT unless you have Tim Duncan, Stephen Curry, Kevin Durant, and that's
dude.
it.
Dr. J would dunk on LeBron, and then LeBron would retire in game.
It would be nice, though. It would be nice, but again, this helped you guys understand how good our criteria is because obviously it does fall in line with what most people think. But obviously, here in GOAT James Kingdom, we don't just think. We do more than think. We prove what we think. We do everything that we're supposed to do. So that's why our GOAT criteria is the best criteria that exists. and nobody has been able to match it yet or even beat it. And we've been asking folks, we've been trying to tell folks, come up with a criteria. Let us know, because when we do our criteria, LeBron James ends up being the GOAT. Nobody ends up being greater than LeBron James. Nobody accomplishes more than LeBron James. He legitimately has done more than anybody in NBA history. And if it wasn't for media votes, he would have every accolade that exists in NBA history. He's just the greatest player to play the game. And we know that.
Most improved player. He didn't get that. He never got most improved. So you see, here y'all go.
Six man.
That's a 6 man of the
Coach
year.
of the year.
We didn't include those. That's not included in our list. We can include
He
those.
really
Now,
should have
mind you,
got most improved. He should have got most improved player his second season.
I did include it in my list. I think I didn't.
What?
Me and John agree that he never should have got DPOY.
No, I didn't
Rightfully
include
so.
it in my list. No, I did not include it in my list. But again, you know what I'm saying? Our criteria is the most comprehensive criteria to date. Nobody can match it. Nobody has ever even brought up their own. We still waiting to see where everybody's criteria is. And we'll put up the link right now. If you guys ready to put the link up, you guys ready for the link?
Not
You guys
really,
ready
but
to-
since they've been crying.
You know, so
It was so peaceful up until then.
It was
Johnny.
my internet is strong today.
Johnny, I really think you should do this. I really think you should do. I think we should do random names of each position every week, because I like that. I mean,
This is great.
Yeah.
Whatever names you guys want us
Or
to do again.
after every season, do an update for the current players.
Best defender order, best scorer order,
Yeah, we can
smartest player.
We can do all of that. Again, we can do all that. Remember, that's how I did my best defender criteria, right? I used the formula. The same formula was the same way. I graded every player by their actual accolades and achievements and all the stuff, and by the greatest. So oddly, Dr. J had some of the greatest accomplishments here for perimeter players. He didn't crack the top 10 because he didn't have enough all defensive selections and other accolades to help him crack in the top 10. Because you have
That's
to have
because
that.
he was in the ABA
even though his
in
stats
Bill
says that.
Prime years.
Dude, can we give a shout out to Ben Wallace, most underrated player of all time? Next to David Robinson.
Shout out to Ben Wallace, which our criteria helps determine that. So we're gonna put up the link here, and we're gonna let people up one by one so y'all can ask us a question about that. I'm about to put the link here in the chat. Y'all hit that like button, huh?
I don't think Ben Wallace should have been the first player from that 04 Detroit team to make the Hall. I think Chauncey should have been the first. He was the leader of the team.
You think so?
Yeah, I believe he was the leader. But I mean, that's not to diminish Ben Wallace at all, because I mean, he was doing this thing during that time. But I think Chauncey should have been the first, just the first. I'm not saying Ben Wallace shouldn't have made it. I think Chauncey should have been the first.
True that. We got Twin Man in the building. Shout out to Twin Man. Thank you for joining us.
I'm gonna behave myself today.
You should behave yourself. You should.
That's so fun.
Because we're having a lot of fun. We are going live on FYF Sports Debates channel as well. So shout out to Lamont and all those guys over there. Y'all make sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Y'all know what we do here in GOAT James Kingdom. We talk the GOAT debate. We don't run from it. And we prove why LeBron's the GOAT, while y'all just sit there crying in the comments and sounding like zesty fitness and rants. But what up, Twin Man? What you got for us today?
So just to start off with cokeheads and face plants. There's something wrong with him. Any man who would sit here and say he made his wife go on stage and call him the GOAT, like she can't have an objective opinion, is insane to me. I mean, she's only been with her husband since high school, watched him grow in the game, see the work he's put in. I'm pretty sure she sees the numbers. I'm pretty sure she's an avid basketball fan herself. But this man with a straight face says, he doesn't respect his wife because she said that. That is literally the dumbest shit I have ever heard in my entire life. Let's think about that for a second.
Hey, did Kobe White basically say the same thing about Kobe? Didn't she say the same
But
thing?
see, if we say King John, there you go making sense again. There you go making sense again. I would be shocked if any spouse didn't think that their husband was the best at their field. I'm pretty sure if If they put Kevin Garnett's wife up there, if he's married, I don't know. I bet she'll say he's the best power forward ever, or he's the GOAT. Because you know why? That's what a supportive spouse would do.
Top three, respectively.
But you understand what I'm saying. I understand cokehead,
but Zesty Jeffries
don't get that.
Yeah, they don't get that because they're not married. And if they are married, they're embarrassing. They'll go on live television and embarrass their wives and all of that. Like they can't relate to their wife talking about them. Great, because we already know.
So hold on, hey Johnny. Here's my sports fitness and rants impersonation. LeBron James, I mean, he doesn't conform himself with any honor as he hits the cocaine. I swear to God, he puts the cocaine on his hand as he says he comports himself with no honor. He made his wife go up there and call himself the GOAT. I'm trying to tell you, that's what he does. Every time he sniffs, it's the residue on his beard and his mustache that he's getting off. Because I'm trying to tell you,
you talking about this?
I've never lied about LeBron James on this channel.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
To me, LeBron James is not a great husband. You have your wife come on the stage and call you the GOAT like that. You're not respecting your wife. Once again, and your wife is not respecting you or holding you to a standard. He's full of crap, man. LeBron James is all talk, man. He's not substance. And to me, he's not a great father or a great husband. Would you want your kids to emulate the things that LeBron James does on the court? And then we think about off the court stuff. LeBron James is a dirtbag, man.
Stop it. Get some help.
LeBron James treats everyone around him like crap. He treats everyone around him as if they're a tool for him to use, right? For his own benefit. He don't care about his sons, his family like that, or his wife like that. The people around him, his friends. He don't care about these people. That's where the LeBron James fans go. They're so delusional. They're so weird. They're dirtbags individuals. Remember that. They're dirtbag individuals.
You heard that, right?
I want you to think about this for a second, bro. Yeah, I saw how quick he put that hand up there. The cocaine was on his hand. He just did it fast. But listen to what he said. He's a dirtbag off the court. He doesn't care about nobody. He doesn't care about his friends. This man brought 5 of his closest friends up with him. Not only did he get the payday, he made his best friend his agent. He's helped all of his friends open businesses. See, this is how you can tell cocaine's a hell of a drug. This man said he doesn't love his family or his children. I believe everybody was screaming from the rooftops about nepotism when his son got drafted to the LA Lakers, but he doesn't love his kids, and Bryce is going to get into the NBA as well. Where's Michael Jordan's sons right now? Doing the same cocaine as sports fitness and rants. I don't understand what is wrong with these people.
Oh, so you talking about Michael Jordan?
To the other half of the show. To the other half of the show, I like how you did. I like how y'all took the 5 random players and you used the criteria to figure out who's the best. That's pretty dope. Keep that going. But back to the bullshit. There's something wrong with sport fitness and rants. He needs not just rehab. He needs a shrink. He needs a hug. He needs a Tootsie Roll.
Y'all stop giving him
blood
attention.
sugar
That's
low.
what he needs.
Trust me, we have not been paying attention. He
Craig do not like that. He don't like us bringing up haters. He don't like bringing up haters.
Now, Craig, you're familiar with this individual. This individual remember he was talking about friends that only use other people for their own benefit. Now we have Young Miami running over there to the Michael Jordan fans are the worst page and running with steroids, fitness and rants, and running with the angry man. Meanwhile, this is what this guy's life is about. This is Young Miami's life.
I'm a Michael Jordan fan. Of course, I have a closet full of J's, although my wife's taxes get taken away because of my unpaid child support.
No, that's crazy.
Mr. Sanders, what happened?
Yes, her taxes did get taken.
How much?
It was around
$3,738.
My bad. No, my bad. I was off. My bad. Hey, AB, you got me right there. My bad. I was off on that one. Let me go back.
Not only, bro, listen, not only does he hang out with this person and do a show with him all the time, all they do is talk crap about LeBron James fans, and they talk about us. You know they talk about, especially me. You know they love talking about Johnny the Exposer. They have the nerve to disrespect us as fathers, as husbands. Brandon and I are fathers and husbands. We actually raise our kids. We actually love our wife. We wouldn't be on national television embarrassing our wives by saying that, hey, I paid back the taxes that they took from her, while meanwhile not having money to pay his own rent. in his house, and then telling his wife it's on her to come up with the rent money afterwards. And did this on national television, y'all. This is not like, and these are the type of people that want to talk bad about LeBron James fans and say that GOAT James Kingdom is a proper propaganda thing. We work for Clutch Sports and do all this nonsense when all we do is talk the game. Like, we showing y'all how great LeBron James is, and they're mad because all we keep showing them is how great LeBron James is. Then they tell us we can't talk about Michael Jordan. How many times they told you can't talk about Michael Jordan, Brandon?
Like 14.
All the time.
It's an everyday thing. It's an everyday thing. Like, why are you talking about Michael Jordan? Because I want to talk about Michael Jordan. I'm not,
because he's great. We know Michael Jordan's great. We know Michael Jordan's great at the game of basketball. We never said Michael Jordan's not good at basketball. We don't hate Michael Jordan. We just know he's not as great as LeBron. Huh?
I've been called a traitor because I'm from Chicago. I've been called a traitor.
Oh, Blue Boat, I was about to bring you up just now, Blue Boat. If you want to come back up, let me put the link for y'all. Again, I'm sorry, but we could bring y'all up. But I just had to let y'all know that because they are like Twin Man was breaking down, man. These dudes, they have a problem. They're the ones who claim that they don't like LeBron James. LeBron James sucks, but all they do is create content about LeBron James. And people run around and regurgitate what they say, Craig. And what Sports Fitness Rants is saying, you'll see people talking about it in the comments. You'll clearly see it all over the place.
And the real clown takes are win because at least you guys and all of us are like, no matter what you think of like Michael Jordan, at least we have him like at a ranking that's appropriate or whatever. It's not like you have these clown tanks where it's just like, oh, he's not a top 5 or top 10. Like over in that clown channel or other channels, they don't want to have LeBron even like top 5 or 10 or 20. Some ridiculous shit like this is because they don't know basketball and they're so blinded by hate because people have dared to say that Mike's not the GOAT. That's where it's coming from. It's not that they don't like your ranking. It's that you said that someone could actually surpass, in your opinion, Michael Jordan, and that actually infuriates these people. Like, it gets in their feelings. They lose all perspective and objectivity, and they just go ballistic. And that's really what it is. Bottom line.
Shout out to Blue Boat. Thank you for joining us, Blue Boat. We know you're a Michael Jordan fan, and honestly, people like Blue Boat and Craig and people like Ralph, these are the guys we could respect because they tell you why Jordan is the GOAT to them. They understand it, but they don't hate on LeBron. They understand how great LeBron James is, but they do give you guys a bad name, even though you guys don't take one for the team.
Man,
I know you don't take one for the team, just like the rest of them. I know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, over the years, man, I just, at this point, I don't even want to associate myself with Michael Jordan fans, man, because a lot of them, like you said, they can't make a legit argument of why and how Michael Jordan is the GOAT. They don't bring up the 10 scoring titles. They don't bring up he made the all-defensive team 9 times. They don't bring up he was the first guy that won Defensive Player of the Year MVP in the same season. All it is 6-0, 6-0, 6-0. And you got PCP steroids and clown take rants over here, right? Yeah. PCP steroids and clown take rants. That's who he is. He's a representation of all this stuff. He's a representation of all this stuff, man, because, like, he's not the only one, man. You got he's just a grifter, man, that he saw what profitable the LeBron hate was, right? And I'm willing to bet that you see his background, right? He got Michael Jordan posters, the Come Fly With Me posters, the Slam Dunk posters. I bet you a million years you ask him what was Michael Jordan's best game, right? He won't even, he can't even think about it. He can't even think of it, man. I'm willing to bet you he can't even think of it, man. All it is goes back to LeBron James, how he's a scumbag, how he's a terrible father, how he's a clown, and he's opportunist and all that BS, all that jazz. It's like, dude, what the hell are you talking about? The only reason you got subscribers is because you're over here just putting a narrative out here. You're just like everybody else.
Look, what are you talking about? He's a faithful husband and a caring father. He's the worst piece of shit like ever.
No,
right. That's what I'm saying. He discovered the earth.
This how exactly how Blue Boat just described Zesty's sports, fitness, and rants. This is how he is. Listen, this is what sport, fitness, rants be talking about. Like you said, you gave us an exact description of it.
If you're one of these idiot fools out here and you're an adult that believes that LeBron James is somehow greater than Michael Jordan, then you are the equivalent of an adult believing in Santa Claus still.
A few moments later.
Michael Jordan made us believe that we could fly.
What?
This is what we believed when we watched Michael Jordan. This is why you wanted the Air Jordans. You thought that you could fly with the Air Jordans on.
You see that? That's a stupid bitch.
Michael Jordan's greatness, the Air Jordan, in the air, the creativity, the poetry in motion. You put those sneakers on and you thought that you could do what Michael Jordan was doing. You wanted to be like Mike.
Johnny, what movie is that from?
They talk about fanboys, right? They talk about fanboys, right? They talk about fanboys talking about saying that all LeBron James fans are casual and they fanboys. He's a poster child of a casual man. Because I bet you $1 million. You don't even watch a full game. You don't watch a full game of basketball once in his life ever. In its existence. I'm willing to bet that. I am willing to bet that.
They don't watch the games. We already know. They already admit that they don't watch today's NBA. Now, mind you, they claim Michael Jordan's impact of the game was so great that it changed the way the game NBA is played, but they hate that change. They hate the game that exists today that Michael Jordan eventually created for them. So they don't watch today's game, and they didn't watch him back then. I think sports fitness rants maybe at the same age as me. If not, he's probably younger than me. So he didn't watch Michael Jordan's career.
Right.
All he saw was a
what
Nike
I'm saying
commercial.
is, they saying right for as much, they say they prop up LeBron to be this guy that's in the media, in the spotlight and everything. They trying to put a narrative behind LeBron and everything. Well, guess what? That all started with Michael Jordan. For as much as I like Mike, you got to admit they did everything in their power to protect that. From the gambling spots and other stuff going on with the Jordan rules, broken all that stuff. See, I could be accountable for people. You know what I mean? I don't put people on a pedestal. I may like you, player. I respect your greatness, but at the same time, nobody's above criticism and reproach. Just deal within the game of basketball, you know what I mean? So it's like, for me, it's like a lot of these guys are grifters. A lot of these guys are opportunists. And he ain't the only one. I can name like 5 cats that act like sports and fitness rants just by their videos, making content about LeBron every day, saying LeBron ain't this, LeBron ain't that. I can name 5 right now. 2 Raw for Sports, Big Dave TV, Print Sports, Kuncino. Who else? Black and white sports, whatever. Man down sports. That's more than 5. Straight up. I know all you heard of some of them cats.
What do y'all be searching? Y'all just be searching people that hate LeBron James. And
No. Here's the thing. Some of them cats were LeBron fans, so-called LeBron fans. But the problem was, once he got into the conversation of the GOAT, they resented him more. That's what happened. That's exactly what happened. Am I lying?
They got popular after the pandemic.
They were
as
LeBron
well.
fans, and they found out later that they can get more subs talking negatively about LeBron.
Exactly.
In the beginning, they was talking
Johnny.
positive about LeBron.
Right.
And then later, they subs.
Say with this Prince Sports guy.
And they now have clicked up because of Brandon and I. They see what we do here in GOAT James Kingdom. They're starting to click up now. They're starting to get together. They're starting to help each other out. Again, you'll catch Mr. Zesty of Fitness and Rants on the Hungry Man channel doing stuff with the Hungry Man. You'll find Unsmart Hoops hanging out with Michael Jordan fans are the worst. You'll see all of that stuff. They're all there. That's what they're doing best now because they've realized that there's LeBron fans like Brandon and I that's out here killing the GOAT debate. We're destroying everything that they're talking about in every aspect of the game. If you see a picture like this and automatically you're going to be upset and get angry, that means you don't know the game of basketball. You don't know the game of basketball. If you think LeBron James is not great for what he just did in the Olympics, you don't know the game of basketball. That's why you got to sit here and go on your page and sound like this.
It's a slap in the face to all the people out there in America for LeBron James to be representing Team USA as a captain. I would never vote LeBron James as a captain of anything. LeBron James does not carry himself with any honor, any integrity, any class, and he lacks the respect, the love of the game. He never carried himself like a true captain, like a true leader. He ain't no damn leader. Actually embarrassed for us that LeBron James is representing Team USA as a captain. What the hell has LeBron James done in his career that would give him the right to be a team captain? How the hell is he the best player on the team? How is he the best player on the team?
I guarantee you he won't make no videos about how Michael Jordan's a horrible father because his son's out here doing the booger sugar.
You're able to do drugs during the day and then
the one thing
still do your job.
How the fuck else would you do this job? Cocaine and hookers, my friend.
You guys are way too crazy.
Oh man, that's crazy, man. That you know what? That's probably that. Part of that is true. Part of that is true, man. You know, part of that is true. Unfortunately,
they can relate to that. I guarantee you, they got the same plug, right? If
pretty much.
If who's that MMA fighter supposedly got the same plug LeBron got for steroids?
Chanel Sonnet.
Well, Zesty Fitness Rants and all of those YouTube pages all got the same plug Marcus Jordan got. They got the same plug. That's why they can relate to him. That's fine. That's cool. That's grown man. That's being a grown man.
It's becoming to a point now where I don't think Michael Jordan fans are really basketball fans. You know,
they're not.
It's to the point now. I mean, just like I might be the only one.
I would say Jordan fans. I'll say LeBron haters. I think there's a difference.
Yeah, there's Zesty Jeffries, and then there's Michael Jordan fans. Craig is a Michael Jordan fan. Blue Boat, you're a Michael Jordan fan. Travis, you're a Kobe fan. Stop trying to drop shot. Okay, get out of here with that shit. You're a Kobe Bryant fan. Okay,
Hey, Johnny, I got one for you. I got one for you, bro. Check me out.
Go ahead, 2 minutes, Johnny. Come afterwards.
That grown man sat here and said, if you're a grown man, you're a LeBron James fan, that's the equivalent of you believing in Santa Claus. Motherfucker, you just sat here and said, we bought sneakers. You bought Jordan sneakers because you thought they could make you fly. I want you to understand that. He sat here and said, if you're a fan of a player, that means you believe Santa Claus if you believe LeBron James is the GOAT. But you bought sneakers because you thought those shits was gonna make you levitate and fly.
I know one thing that made him levitate and fly, that 8-ball he bought.
Also, shout out LeBron for landing a very savvy, business-wise, and very attractive queen.
Go ahead, John. Go ahead, John. You had something to say, John. Go ahead, John.
And Twin Man, help me understand this. They haven't watched the game since the 90s, but they can break down LeBron James' game, and he was drafted in 2003. I ain't watched the game since Jordan retired. So how you can tell me so much about the game since 2003 to 2024? Hey, Twin Man, can you help me with that one, please?
I'm gonna try to help you figure this out. Because you know they listen to people like Skip Bayless, because as long as you can get the LeBron hate, that's the best information you're gonna get on LeBron's game. Because again, you have these things like SportsCenter not top 10. LeBron was on there a couple of times doing some weird stuff. So they'll pull up those highlights immediately. You'll have the Rob Parkers of the world talking down on his game. You'll have who's that other dude? The dude on
Doug Gottlieb. The dude, the Carlton dude, Carlton from he's got fired as well. All these guys are getting fired. They're all losing their jobs.
These dudes only listen to them. They don't do any research. You'll hear dudes sit here and say LeBron James cannot score the basketball and is literally the all-time leading scorer. You'll hear them say LeBron James can't play defense, and he has like the most blocks in the playoffs. And he's like up there. I think he's top 15 in blocks or something like that for his career. Like it's
so
insane.
In the playoffs, he's number 10 in the playoffs.
Yeah, he top
Oh, my
10.
bad. 10 in the playoffs. My
Yeah, he's
fault.
number
I
10
don't
in
want
the
to overrate
playoffs.
him like
The number one in defensive rebounds, number one in steals. In the
I
playoffs.
want to
okay,
ask
so
a
I don't
question
want
to you guys before I left.
I don't want to overrate him like
Let
they
me
tried to
finish.
I don't want to overrate. My bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's let Blue Boat get in right quick because I know Blue Boat be in and out. Go ahead, Blue Boat. What's the question you got?
This seems to be. I was on a Twin Man should know about this. I was on a live stream last night. True the King, shout out to him. He had a live stream saying Kobe is not in the GOAT debate, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got a lot. You had a lot of Kobe-tards in there getting in their feelings because we presented with them they presented with concrete facts about how Kobe's career actually went. What I want to know from y'all is there's a narrative out there where around 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, Kobe was still the best player in the NBA. I'm talking 2010 to 2013. They had cats in there legitimately trying to say Kobe Bryant was better than LeBron James in 2010, 2011, 2012, and 2013. How funny is that, man? Like, they act like Kobe was this guy when actually Kobe actually stopped being the best player after 2009. Let's keep it 100. Am I lying about that? Am I delusional about that? Or that's just me or what?
No, I mean, Brandon is a Kobe guy. So Brandon thinks Kobe's great, but he didn't have Kobe ahead of LeBron at that stage, right? No, right? He wasn't better than LeBron then, right, Brandon?
Well, in 2010, no.
No, right? I mean, to be honest with you, that's why GOAT James Kingdom does exist, Blue Boat, because in reality, Kobe is the gatekeeper to the GOAT conversation. I don't know if he's in the GOAT conversation, but if you're not better than Kobe Bryant, you cannot be in the GOAT conversation. And I don't know if anybody disagrees with me. Do anybody disagree with me there? If you're not better than Kobe, you can't be in the GOAT debate.
No.
I disagree
My
with you.
question is, when was Kobe the best player in the NBA?
To be honest, I say about around 2006 to about like 2008, 2009ish. After 2009, it became LeBron. If you ask me, I think 2009 was
2006 to 2008. Yeah, I said the same thing. 2000.
Right. But I'm saying like 2009 was like the connecting point between LeBron and Kobe. Then you start to see Kobe start to dip a little bit, and come LeBron's first MVP season, you start to see the dominance, the overall dominance of LeBron, to where Kobe was pretty much a playoff performer at that point. Now I will say 2010, Kobe was probably better in the playoffs, but other than that, that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, you said I don't think Kobe was better. I mean, I think Kobe was best player in the league in 2006, like for sure. I mean, from a
right. That's what I said.
I mean, like he's you could say I think he was robbed of MVP in 2013, although LeBron was a better player, but I think Kobe did more for his team, especially considering all the injuries and their expectations.
I can't go there.
Kobe like that in year like 17 at that level when he had nothing to work with, they wouldn't have sniffed the play.
Nothing to work with. Well, hold up. Dwight Howard. I mean,
injured Dwight Howard.
He wasn't into the whole season. He wasn't into the whole season. I mean, I give you Steve Nash. Yeah, I give you Steve Nash, but you still have Ron Artest. You still have Pau Gasol. You have Dwight here and there, right?
Yes,
right. Well, off and on. The times he was there, he made a difference. The times he was in there, he made a difference. You know, that's
in the much tougher conference.
Yeah. I mean, you can say that. But then again, at the same time, 2013 Lakers are no different than the 2022 Lakers, right? Right.
I mean, for me, with the Kobe and LeBron, I think once I seen them play on the same team together, that's when I think LeBron took up ahead of of Kobe, because if you saw them play in the Olympics,
you talking about Redeem Team 08, right? Redeem Team 08, right?
Kobe literally took a step back because he was playing with LeBron James, and
except
there's really nothing you can say about it.
Hey, Brandon,
I got one for you, Travis.
There's really nothing that you could use to say when someone outperforms you on when you're your teammate in every category, but 1 out of 12, you can say that he's a better player. Like, it was clearly LeBron outperformed Kobe Bryant next to him every time they played together.
Kobe's a better player than LeBron. I mean, LeBron's a better player than Kobe. Sorry, like there's no doubt, there's no debating that.
There's no doubt, but I'm just saying when they played together next to each other, LeBron was superior to Kobe.
But when did it become concrete? When did it become concrete that LeBron became the best player in the NBA? I'm just saying, I want to ask a question to everybody to that.
Honestly, I would have to sit here and say for me it was 2007.
I can't go with that. I can't go with that because at that time, you know what I mean, it was still,
yeah.
You know, he had a case. He was in top
right
3.
after the Olympics. Yeah, right after the Olympics in 2008, 2009 season when LeBron won an MVP. I would say that's when LeBron took the reins as the best player in the league.
I'd say 2009 was arguably the best season.
You know what? That's fine. That's the same thing I was thinking, Brandon. 2008, 2009 was probably the first time you could consider LeBron better than Kobe, because at that point the dominance was starting to come about. You know, while he was still great, you could see his game started to tail off a little bit to more of a perimeter style game. He started to go to the rim less.
So tell
He
me
started to attack the rim less.
Tell me the year that Kobe became better than Duncan.
Kobe became better than Duncan. You can't. I got Duncan ahead of Kobe.
No,
that's just it.
No, because that's my question. Because I got Shaq to 05 as the best player.
Wait a minute. You saying Duncan the year Duncan Kobe became better than Duncan as the best player, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
About 2005, 2006.
Duncan in 2003. I get Duncan 2003.
So would I. I say about from 2003.
Yeah.
2003 to 2005. But hold on. What'd you say?
So Shaq only got 2000 to 2002, just those 3 years?
Yeah, because you started to see a tail off.
Now, I don't know.
Tim Duncan outplayed Shaq all the time. Tim Duncan outplayed Shaq all the time. Tim Duncan outplayed Shaq all the time.
What's up, T-Perfect?
He outplayed Shaq.
What are you gonna say?
You look at the numbers. Tim Duncan always outplayed Shaq.
Brandon, you're actually overlooking the fact Blue Bolt wildly contradicted himself when he said that LeBron was like the best player in 2008 because Brian Scalabrine cleared him in every metric.
I knew that was coming. But yeah,
I got an argument. Blue Bolt, you'll probably remember this argument from last night too. Who's the better scorer, Kobe or KD?
KD.
You know what? From a totality standpoint, it's got to be KD because the only thing Kobe had over KD was flash. The only thing Kobe has over KD is flash. The thing about KD is he's a scorer, but he's efficient at it. KD is a more efficient scorer. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, man. Kobe might be more enticing.
Trying to argue down.
KD is the best scorer of all time.
Talking about KD. Talk about Kobe is a better scorer than KD, even though he's more efficient. His true shooting is better than Kobe's. Like, there's no argument.
When you're almost averaging a 50, 40, 90 for your entire 17-year career, you're the best scorer in history.
Kobe got 33,000 points. Until Kevin Durant get there, I don't want to hear nothing else. Let's let Jermaine in the building. Shout out to Jermaine. Thank you for joining us.
All right, fellas. Salute to y'all, man. Everybody.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much, man.
Twin man, you heard Johnny say that just now.
Let's let Jermaine get his take in. Jermaine, we're talking about the GOAT debate is completely over because LeBron haters have nothing to talk about other than stuff that's non-basketball related. And as far as GOAT James Kingdom goes, we've created the greatest criteria to show who's the greatest player ever. What is your take on today's show, sir?
God, who you talking to, man?
Talking to Jermaine. Is
No,
that your name?
you're not. No, you're not. This is what I'm talking about. Hey, Zesty. Hey, fam. This is why the Zesties are necessary. What's up, fam?
Oh, shout out to Chilltown. What's good, bro?
What's up, man? This is why the Zesties are necessary. I got 2 quick questions for you, and I'm going to leave you to it. Now, does winning matter when we're talking about the best player in the game?
Yes, winning does matter.
No.
So, yes, that's a yes or no question.
Yes, it matters.
Okay, so in your history, of all the work that you've done, Jay, in your history, when has the best player in the NBA missed the playoffs
bounced in round one, bounced in round one. When has that ever been the best player in the NBA?
Jordan rookie season.
They made the playoffs his rookie season. Focus, man. Focus.
I know Jordan got knocked out of the first round 3 years in a row.
And he was never considered the best player in the game. It was Bird and Magic.
I don't know about that.
In 1988, it was Bird and it was Magic. As good as Jordan was.
1988? Because Jordan made in 1987. Jordan wasn't considered the best player in the league when he won the scoring title, 37 points per game.
No. You know why? The reason why he wasn't was because he wasn't winning. Like you just said, winning matters.
Well,
okay, yeah, but
they
called him the GOAT in 88.
They did not call him the GOAT in 88.
I can show you the articles. I can show you the articles where they were talking
They were
about
calling
him
him
being
the GOAT in 88,
88.
and they were calling him the GOAT with one championship after 91. So is one championship all you need?
Okay, so one championship. Okay, we're talking about later on. I'm talking about you missed the playoffs. You get bounced in round one. You get bounced in round one. You're the best player in the game. That's not happening. That's number one, Jay. Number two, when have we not said that the best player in the game won the NBA championship twice in 4 years and been Finals MVP twice in 4 years over a guy that's missed the playoffs, got bounced in round one, got bounced in round one. That dude is better than the dude who was the Finals MVP, was the Finals MVP twice in 3 years.
So are you saying this player is not the gatekeeper to the GOAT conversation?
I think Brian, I can definitely get with that logic. I really like that. That Brian is the gatekeeper. I love that. However, when I think about him being the best player in the game, what is the criteria? That's number one. Number two, when can you say he was undisputed the best player in the game?
Okay, just so y'all know, your mic is kind of bad, Chill. Everybody know we're talking to Chilltown Hoops. He's coming as an undercover agent right now. He's coming as an undercover agent because he knows there's a bunch of Michael Jordan police out here, and they might mess up his live tomorrow at 9 a.m. on TikTok.
They can help.
Yes, I gave a sketch artist a description.
Ed, that'll be all, McTeague. Why don't we get that other artist? You know, the one who never dates, lives with those two guys?
Right. Sorensen.
Jane, I'd like to see the rest of the Institute now, if you don't mind, Dr. Meinheimer.
So shout out to you, Chill. Your mic was kind of bad. But he was saying some true stuff there now. He was basically saying Kobe was in the middle of his prime and he wasn't making the playoffs. So how can he be the best player and get knocked out of the first round 2 years in a row? And one of them was because you quit on your team. You was up 3-1.
Listen, I already told you I don't agree with Kobe being the gatekeeper of the GOAT conversation. I'm sorry. And last
I've been
night
saying you got to be better than Kobe, though. Wait, wait, where do you have Kobe Bryant ranked on your top players of all time? Where's Kobe Bryant?
13th.
He's 13.
I have him 13.
Who's 11 and 12?
Steph and KD.
You have Steph and KD in front of Kobe Bryant?
I sure do.
Yo, you're going to have to probably revoke your GJK license. We might have to revoke your GJK license here. Hold on now. Are you serious?
I sure do.
Stephen Curry?
Yes. I have Curry.
So wait. Wait, this is the word.
That's worse than me. That was worse than me. That was worse than me putting Jerry West.
I said what I said. I meant what I said.
Is anyone going to check Chilltown on that bad take? Like, okay, you just said women's everything. Okay, so by that logic, 2014 Kevin Love, even though he dominated analytically, was one of only 5 players in NBA history to average at least 26 points, over 12.5 rebounds, and over 4 assists, behind Billy Cunningham. Who else we got here? Elgin Baylor and Kareem. So does that mean that he wasn't a top 5 player in the league because the Timberwolves went 40 and 42? No, that's the dumbest take ever. Your winning depends on your team composition, not your individual dominance. There's no argument for Kobe being better than LeBron in 2008 or 2009 because LeBron was transcendent on every level, especially from a two-way perspective and a team impact perspective. The Cavs don't sniff 30 wins if LeBron isn't doing everything on both ends. You can say that winning equates to greatness historically, sure. But you can't argue that Kobe was a better player when there's nothing to support that other than the eye test of like his footwork or whatever you want to say. Kobe was not a better player than LeBron. Did he lead his team to a championship? Sure. But LeBron was the better player. It was just a bad take.
No, actually, I think he was agreeing with you.
That's what he was trying to say. He was trying to say Kobe was. Yeah, that's what he was trying to say. He was saying Kobe was at no point in time. Basically saying the time that y'all saying Kobe was the best player, there's no way he could be. He wasn't making the playoffs. He was getting knocked out in the first round, so he can't be the best player in the league. That's what he's trying to say. So there was no point in time.
Kobe was disagreeing because he then brought up the fact that Kobe won back-to-back Finals MVPs when y'all saying that LeBron was the best player in the league. So
yeah, and you said Kobe was better because he was winning Finals MVPs over LeBron, and that's just bullshit.
Yeah. Hey, shout out to Sports Talk Only. You're right. There are over 500 people watching, and we know there's a lot of supposed Jordan guys or anti-LeBron fans, but y'all don't want to hit the link. You know why they don't want to hit the link? Because as we told y'all and explained to y'all, we have the greatest criteria to exist. We could prove why LeBron's the GOAT. They can't prove why anybody's better than LeBron James without talking bad and being negative. We have changed the GOAT debate.
Jim Brown.
The only way you could ever come on here and sound like you're making any sense to anybody that's outside of people who know basketball is if you come on here sounding like this.
The thing about LeBron James, I've told you guys many times on this channel, LeBron James does not carry himself like a grown man.
I was like, this nigga must be joking, man. I don't know where he's going with this. He was dead serious.
He does not have any class or integrity, no honor. Think about some of the things he's done over his career. Is there any honor in having your wife come on stage and call you the GOAT? Is that an honorable thing?
Please welcome to the stage, the GOAT, respectfully, LeBron James.
No, it's not. It's classless.
What? Excuse me?
That stupid look on his face. That's not honorable. Where is your integrity, LeBron James?
So they're not going to hit the link. They won't give us their criteria to explain why Michael Jordan is the GOAT or why Kobe's better than LeBron or why Kareem's better than LeBron. They're safe in the comments. You guys know this already. This is why GOAT James Kingdom exists. So hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, because y'all not going to find no other platform that talks the game of basketball the way we talk the game of basketball. We do it better. And guess what? We control better than y'all control. So at the end of the day, what are y'all going to end up doing? Crying in the comments like y'all supposed to. That's just how it works. Unless you want to sound like this.
LeBron James ain't top 5. He's not top 10, guys. He's not. He's not worthy to be in the conversation with those guys based on the way that he's carried himself, based on the way that he's went about his career, right? He's a fraud, LeBron James. Never work on his overall game. New York City people, we ain't playing with this dude, LeBron James, man. We don't respect this clown, man. We stand on the values, the integrity, man. This is how we are, like a cornball, like a goof, man, like a 10-year-old kid, like LeBron James always is, always exposing himself as a soft, sensitive fool, man, LeBron James, just like his fans. Remember, you attract the same kind of people, right, that you are. So all the people that are supporters of LeBron James, they're clowns, just like LeBron James. This is why I'm telling you guys this, man. Think about it. The only people that LeBron James resonates with, the only people that gravitate towards him are people who are just like him. Soft, sensitive clowns that stand on nothing, have no honor, no integrity, right? They have no respect. They don't love the game of basketball.
Say this, Kobe Bryant does not represent all of New York. I am from New York. He does not represent me. He needs to stop speaking for everyone in New York. Speak for yourself.
Man, I'm getting so much hate in these fucking comments, man. Like they just
no. Hey, Travis, he was at me last week. Jim Brown, he was at me last week. Trust me, he's picking everybody on
Brown. No mind, bro. Like people saying I'm diabolical. 13th, yo, hey Johnny. People are saying I'm diabolical for having Kobe 13th. Who are you taking out of the top 10 to put Kobe in there?
First, let's start with Steph. First, let's start with Stephen Curry. First, let's start with Steph.
Who's your top 10?
Let's start with Stephen Curry. Yeah, who's your top 10, sir? I'm putting you on blast. Who's your top 10?
Yeah, we need to know your top
You already know who I got at 1. So
yes.
I have LeBron.
Jordan? Oh yeah, okay.
Jordan.
Absolutely. I have LeBron. I have Cap. I have Wilt. I have Jordan. I have Duncan. Then I have Shaq. I have Hakeem. I know Duncan. I have Shaq. I have Hakeem. I have Bird. I have Magic.
That's nine. That's nine. That's nine.
That's
nine.
You're missing somebody.
I missed.
Son of a bitch.
You said LeBron.
Did you say Russell or Wilt?
You said
Russell. Russell was supposed to be 6. That's my fault. Russell was supposed to be 6.
Russell should be your done if you rank him at all.
You don't have Wilt Chamberlain in your top 10?
He does.
I did say
he does. He said
Wilt. Okay.
I think Wilt was third, right? He was third.
Wilt was third.
Wilt was third.
Oh, Wilt was third. So it's LeBron, Cap, Wilt, Michael,
Jordan.
Yeah.
Jordan 4.
Then Duncan.
Duncan 5. Then it's supposed to be
Russell,
Bill 6.
Russell.
Then Shaq
6.
and the rest.
Then Shaq.
Yes.
Then Bird. Then Magic.
It's Shaq, then Hakeem, right?
Oh, then Shaq, then Hakeem.
Yeah, I had Shaq, Hakeem. I had Shaq, Hakeem, Magic, and Bird.
Wow.
I know Bird. Well, I know I had Bird and Magic. I had Magic 10. I have.
I mean,
Magic
it's not a list if we're being honest.
No, but now hold on now. But now hold on again. Our criteria is so great. That's why our criteria is so great. Because remember, I did my top 50 list and I just excluded certain stats like the advanced metrics. I didn't use no advanced metrics, but I added stuff to the playoff accolades and things of that nature. And when I did that, this was my top 10 greatest players of all time. Again, you can catch the Friday Night Exposure every Friday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on the GOAT James Kingdom platform or on FYF. Either way, you know what we do best here. We talk the game. And it ended up being the same way. It was very similar to the GOAT James Kingdom top 10 list, but LeBron James still ends up being number 1 because he just accomplished more than anybody. He's done more greater things than any player in NBA history. It's just the
I got Tim Duncan at 5, bro. Tim Duncan has to.
Johnny, I like how we have the same list. If you take out Bill and Wilt, we have the exact same top 5.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. But that's what our list does. That's what our criteria does. It makes it so where you can really determine who's the greatest players ever. Even when we did ours, right? Because we were talking about it. Brandon and I talked about this before. And, I don't have it here right now. But like I said, when Brandon brought up this criteria, I was just like, yo, this is the best way to do it. Because he was like, man, I'm measuring everybody to the greatest accomplishment. It's just easy. It was just very simple. No, nothing complicated.
So,
want to step up to the plate and have a conversation. Y'all are some scary little LeBron.
I know. I said some people who want to talk about the GOAT debate, but you know
these are the supposed people from FYF, and they're too pussy to come up here.
They're liars.
It's NYC because he wants attention. You can look at him.
NYC is a clown.
He wants attention.
I think the gatekeeper of the GOAT debate is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. For me, that's the gatekeeper of the GOAT debate. It's Kareem.
Didn't you have Kareem second?
He's second.
So that means
so you say that nobody. You just said only Kareem and LeBron's in the GOAT debate there. You just excluded everybody.
and look, and this is another thing we wanted to do too, because Brandon did something brilliant as well. He did separate it, right? Because we separated players by what they did in the regular season and what they did in the playoffs, and we combined their numbers together. So when we talk about who had the best numbers overall in the regular season, it was Wilt Chamberlain, because obviously we had to make sure that we accounted for all their stats, and it wasn't no disadvantage to them because they didn't have certain stats and accolades available to them. So we were able to just judge them by what they were doing in their time. And when you do that, Wilt Chamberlain had the best regular season, but LeBron was the best player when it came to all the playoff numbers, and he outbeat everybody. So that's how you combine the numbers for you to get the type of list that we got. And at the end of the day, like I said, it's just the most comprehensive, the greatest list, the most objective list, and no one has been able to match it. We've been asking people to match it, and no one wants to match it.
They don't want to put the work.
None at all.
It was a lot of work, to be honest with you. It ain't easy.
I remember that show. It was a lot of work, you guys.
Yeah, that's the problem. They can judge y'all criteria, but they don't want to put the work in yourself.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it was a lot of work. It wasn't easy for Brandon and I to do this. We graded over 80 players, and we were able to determine how great a player was by all the greatest accomplishments in NBA history. We counted everything that they said we should count. Brandon didn't want to count steals, titles, and the
Yeah,
seasonal
seasonal
awards.
titles is ridiculous to count. I don't understand why y'all keep harping on that crap. They're
Yeah.
included in their numbers.
I didn't want to include advanced metrics, but Brandon was like, we got to, because that's something they wanted to as well.
Yeah, they are people like Travis would. I don't like advanced stats because majority of them are just what they did versus their teammates. So it doesn't really make any sense to include that crap. But we had to include everything, even a seasonal title, which makes no sense.
Brandon, you want to explain the criteria again? We got some new folks in the chat, some new folks watching the show. Shout out to everybody who's watching us. Again, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Check out the membership in the GOAT James Kingdom platform. We're going to go ahead and explain it to you how we went ahead and graded the greatest players of all time using the GOAT James Kingdom formula and criteria. All right. And it's the greatest criteria that's out there. No one's done better than us. So let's go ahead and get this going. Go ahead, Brandon.
All right. So basically, with our criteria, we look at who had the highest in a certain category. So if you look at points per game, is Michael Jordan. Total points is LeBron James. You look at defensive wear shares, is Bill Russell. You look at MVPs, is Kareem. So we took all of the major categories that we could take with no points, assists, rebounds, blocks, steals. Those are the top in averages and totals. Then we look at the advanced stats, and we try to use most of the advanced stats that every player we can calculate for them. I know there's a few we could not, so those players did not get judged by those if those was not included in that era. But we took basically everyone that we could measure, every player through the history of the game that we could, and we took the greatest awards, the All NBA, All Defense, All Stars, MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, and seasonal titles. So we took all of that, and then we got a percentage of their numbers, and we got a number. For instance, Michael Jordan he's at the top. So 30.1 divided by 30.1, he's going to get a perfect 100%. So that's a score of 10. So 10 is the highest. And if we take LeBron James as 27, he's 90% of what Jordan did points per game. So he would get a 9.0, I believe. So we just took the percentage, and we got a whole number of 10. For instance, LeBron blocks is about almost 25% of Hakeem Olajuwon, so he would get a 2.5 for blocks. So we would add all the averages, all the totals, all the events, and all the awards, and we would come out with a number. So we would average whatever they got in the averages. We get a whole number. Totals, we get a whole number. Advanced, we get a whole number. And awards, we get a whole number. We put it all together, and we get a number about what they did in the regular season. And then we measure everyone to that. And then we went to the postseason. We did the exact same thing. And so once we're done, we combine the numbers, and then we would get the whole number of where each person ranked in order. So everyone had a point system of where they rank according to all of the major statistics, stats, and awards. And that's how we get our GOAT formula.
All right. And to give you an example, just to give you even more of an example, this is how Karl Malone scored. So if you look on the top, those are his regular season numbers. The highest score any player could get across the board is 80. So if a player scores 80 points, that means he's the greatest player ever. He gets a 10 across the board, all the way across the board. So Karl Malone scored 22.7 in the regular season when we take his points per game averages, his per game averages, his totals, his accolades, his advanced stats. Then when we do the same thing for the playoffs, like Brandon explained, and we measure him towards those greatest accomplishment, he scores 15.75. 15.75 plus 22.7 is 38.45. That made him 14th rank in our list. So only 13 players scored higher than 38.45. So that's how our criteria was put together. That's how the formula is. And it allows you to do that across the board. We can do that across the board. It doesn't matter what criteria or what category I want to talk about. Our formula will help you understand that greatness. Even for you here who asked here, Mr. Stop Flossing TV, about the 6-0. If we wanted to include 6-0, we would have to make John Havlicek's 8-0 the best, and we would measure everybody towards that.
He probably like, who?
Right.
And like, I've never heard anyone doing better than 6-0. I mean, That's what they told me on ESPN. That Jordan.
So does that mean
That's what they told me on Facebook.
So that means Scottie Pippen's the GOAT because he's 6-0.
No. Scottie Pippen don't count. He didn't mean nothing to the Bulls.
Well, Mr. Stop Flossing TV, you are more than welcome to tell us what your eyes saw because we can't see what your eyes have seen. Since you can't see the stats with your eyes, we're probably more than likely sure you didn't see nothing with Michael Jordan as well. You didn't watch Michael Jordan's career. You guys are just liars. You didn't see Michael Jordan play. So it's just a lie.
Who Ja? Who they chicks?
No.
Who's this guy you talking about?
So again,
I mean,
if you got a criteria out there that can make Michael Jordan the GOAT, we're all ears. Don't be safe in the comments.
Okay,
Come out here and tell us what how Michael Jordan is the GOAT. We'll give you your time. Explain to us how Michael Jordan is the GOAT of basketball.
Okay, this is the criteria. You have to go 6-0. You can't win more than 6 championships at all.
So now the finals MVPs, it has to be 6 finals. It has to be 6 plus finals MVPs.
And guess what? You have to win 2 3-peats. It can't be 8 in a row. It has to be 2 3-peats. That's it. Okay.
John, you gotta
wait. Mr. Jim Brown, if the finals MVPs matter the most, so does that make LeBron James? LeBron's 4 for 4. Is he second on your list? Because Kobe only got 2 finals MVPs, and Kobe is not undefeated in the finals as well. So I'm quite sure you can't put Kobe in front of LeBron.
Jim Brown got Kobe second on his all-time list. I can't take him serious.
If you've been watching since '93, that means you did not watch Michael Jordan's career. That is what 9 years you missed of Michael Jordan's career.
Hold on, question. I have a question for Twin Man. Really fast.
Go ahead.
Hey, Twin Man. So this is just hypothetical, and like let's put our thinking hats on here, okay? So if I came up to you and I'm like, hey, here's player A, here's player B. Player A, and you had the stat line. Player obviously is Michael Jordan, right? So 35 and 6, right? He had, and you knew what, like they said, what the standard was for all defensive first team selections, 9. Finals MVPs, who had the most things like this, right? All these major awards, and then you have the advanced metrics. Michael Jordan's now second in most of them, right? I think LeBron leads in 4. So if you had all these selections, right, you didn't have their totals, you just had their averages, you had their media selected awards here, right? Their major ones, which are MVPs, Finals MVPs, DPOY count, their actual yearly titles or whatever it was, like steal titles, scoring titles, assist titles, all this rebounding titles, whatever they have here. For total all NBA selections, sure. First team selections, sure. Defensively, things like that. Who would you take? Would you still be taking LeBron over Michael Jordan?
You have to omit a lot of stuff, though. Do you see what I'm saying there, though, Travis?
What am I omitting besides totals?
If I'm going by the specific thing you just said, it's Jordan. It has to be Jordan. But if you're taking totals into account,
not doing that.
Again,
the totals are bullshit.
If you're not doing that, it's going. Actually, no, it wouldn't be Jordan.
Will Chamberlain.
Yeah, I was gonna say it'd be Will Chamberlain.
No, fuck Will Chamberlain. No.
So this is the thing that Jordan fans do. They try to make a criteria specific to Jordan, but when you look 2 to 10 down the list, it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't even make Jordan the GOAT. When they try
it doesn't make any sense.
Remember, Brandon, the criteria they create is to make Jordan better than LeBron, and by doing that, it makes Jordan not the GOAT.
And it makes the list look ridiculous.
Like Joker as the GOAT.
I don't know if you guys remember when like Dark tried to make his list to put Jordan on top, and then when he went down the list, it looked kind of stupid. So
well, yeah, because his list is retarded.
Formula that somehow beats PER, where apparent. I don't know. I have somewhat of an idea of these guys, but I think it's comical that their basis of a claim that LeBron James is the GOAT is off of a mathematical formula that they produced.
My turn. It is. You told me it was my turn.
You can talk all that you want to, yell and scream. You lost.
It is my turn.
You lost the game.
It's my turn.
I've been gone for the last 2 weeks stewing over the most objective formula to prove that Michael Jordan is in fact the GOAT. This formula is based on all objective awards that are or were available to anyone that played in the NBA for its entire history. NBA championships won, scoring titles won, and assist titles won.
Why?
These titles accurately represent a player's dominance in their space and time. 1. Michael Jordan. Number 2, Bob Cousy.
No, God! No, God, please, no!
Are Shaquille O'Neal, Kevin Durant, and LeBron James.
This makes me want to burn this motherfucker down.
So this is what they use to make LeBron's go. And the rest of the list was pretty ridiculous too. So when you try to make a criteria, it has to be at least consistent. You can't have Bob Cousy as the second greatest player of all time and LeBron number 15 with your list because you're trying to use things to eliminate LeBron from being on top because you don't want to use everything.
This is crazy.
And this is why he, I don't know if you saw the interview he had. Shout out to Casual and Vanity Sports. They had an interview with the Michael Jordan fans are the worst page. And this is why he says that for him, Zesty Fitness and Rants is just a determined and passionate basketball fan saying stuff like this.
Something else that LeBron James fans could use in their argument against Michael Jordan. No, LeBron's never been in the GOAT conversation. He's not in it.
It gets funny.
It's hilarious. It's completely hilarious, man. I don't know what to say about these dudes, man. They're funny as ever, man. They're funny, man.
They even said George Mikan is better than LeBron James. There's a greater basketball player than LeBron James. George Mikan.
Bro, do you know the lengths you got to go to make George Mikan better than LeBron James?
He went through a lot.
It's on YouTube. You can see it now. I mean, at first you couldn't see it. Now you can really see it.
I literally debated that. Literally.
Yeah. He said George Mikan was more popular in his time than LeBron James.
You mean the time where like black players weren't allowed to play basketball and he was like playing against people who like baked your bread on the corner?
Yes. And he shot 40% from the field and he was right.
There is something to be said when players or certain people aren't allowed to play the game, and like when that got abolished, the swing was like the ratio was like 80-20. Like there's something to be said for that. I don't care about eras usually, but when you're talking about like segregation, like George Mikan, great, but like you can't place him logically among the all-time great players when there was nothing equal about those days. Like there's nothing.
I mean, 90% of people didn't even know who he was, I'm pretty sure, in the 50s when he was playing basketball.
Yes.
But he said he was more popular than LeBron James in his time.
Fuck no.
Popularity is what they count. So we got a new person on the panel. Shout out to you. Thank you for joining the GOAT James Kingdom platform. Y'all make sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Shout out to everybody who's also watching us on our Facebook group, because as you guys know, we have reached 100,000 members in our Facebook group. But we have a new member here, a new panelist here. Shout out to you, Rel. Thank you for joining us. What you got for today's topic, sir?
I'm coming here with no picture. I don't want to know who I want to see who I'm speaking.
Bro, Lamar.
Hey, I just got one question. Why nobody ever talk about LeBron James recruiting Team USA to play with him? Those are the greatest. Those are the best players in the league at the time. He goes and grabs Team USA players, and y'all talk about Jordan recruited Dennis Rodman. This is Team USA.
What team? What players are that?
Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade, Kyrie Irving, Kevin Love, Anthony Davis. Keep going.
When did Kyrie Irving
those guys?
He didn't recruit them from Team USA. They didn't come from Team USA and then join him after they played together on Team USA. That didn't happen.
What year did Kyrie Irving play on Team USA?
Didn't Paul Gasol?
He didn't. Kyrie didn't play on Team USA.
Didn't Paul Gasol win international championships and was begging for people like Kobe was begging for him to come on his team?
No, I'm saying. But you're saying Michael Jordan recruited Dennis Rodman. No.
Hold on, wait. Didn't Ray Allen and Paul Pierce be a part of the USA team and Kevin Garnett recruited him?
No, we talking about Michael Jordan. We talking about Michael Jordan and LeBron James. You keep bringing up every other person to make your case for why LeBron is this great. Jordan recruited Dennis Rodman. You keep saying he recruited Dennis Rodman.
Yes.
LeBron recruited every player that was considered for Team USA.
No, he did not.
He did not.
Okay. All right. So Sorrell, who do you think is the GOAT?
It's Jordan.
Is it close? Is LeBron a close?
I mean, I would never say LeBron is not up there. You know what I'm saying? LeBron is LeBron. But to try to take away from somebody else just to make this dude the GOAT is crazy to me.
What are we?
And then half the people that's here arguing this, half the people that's here arguing this is only getting it from your mouth because they've never seen the guy play.
No, okay.
They see highlights. They've never seen him play.
What are we taking away from other players to help LeBron be the GOAT?
That he doesn't play with the best players in the league on his team.
He doesn't play with the best players on the team.
He don't?
No,
what do you mean? Team USA players are not the best players in the league?
So you're just going off of just being a Team USA. That's it. When Michael Jordan played, they didn't put nobody on the NBA on the USA team till 92.
Yeah,
majority of Jordan's career,
Judd Bushler would have made that team. Judd Bushler, Dickie Simpkins, Judd Bushler, Randy Brown, they would have made those teams, right? They would have made those teams.
Rel, this is what we're gonna do, Rel. This is what we do here in GOAT James Kingdom. You have an opportunity here to prove Michael Jordan is the GOAT because you obviously want to talk. Hold on, you obviously want to talk.
My point is,
you have to let us talk. You have to let us talk. So I'm gonna ask you. We have this thing where we let you prove Michael Jordan's the GOAT. You'll have 5 minutes and 1 minute intervals to show us that Michael Jordan is the GOAT. Do you want to accept the challenge that you say that you can prove Michael Jordan is the GOAT? Yes or no?
But I came with questions and you didn't have an answer for.
I did have an answer for you. Your answer does not prove anything. What you're basically saying is LeBron James can't be the GOAT because he had teams that played on the USA team. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
What I'm saying is stop taking away from somebody else's greatness to make your guy the GOAT. That's crazy.
I asked you, what did we take away? You didn't mention that. What did we take away from other players?
Like, come on, bro. You can't be a GOAT when you flop when nobody's standing next to you.
Okay, you're not answering my question.
Are you going to accept the challenge?
You're not answering the question nor accepting the challenge. Is that correct?
I guess I'm not, because y'all ain't answering my questions.
We did answer your questions.
What'd you answer? What'd you answer?
We just told you LeBron James did not recruit everybody on the USA team. That's what we just said.
He recruited players from the USA team, right?
He had players that were teammates that were on the USA
team. No,
he
recruited. They didn't play with him until after they played on that team together, right?
How can he recruit?
Right?
Wait.
You play a whole summer with somebody. You can't recruit them?
Okay, answer my question. What player name the first player he recruited that was on the USA team?
Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh.
Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh went to the Miami Heat. Why didn't they go to Cleveland if he was recruiting them?
Because Dwayne Wade was more established in what's the name, and they had a better organization.
Huh? So LeBron James didn't recruit them. The Miami Heat signed those 3 stars, correct?
Recruited them to go play with them. Like
so again, so I asked you, I'm gonna ask you a very simple question. Why couldn't he recruit them to the Cleveland Cavaliers if he's the one doing the recruiting, if he's making the decisions?
Because he was done with Dan Gilbert at the time.
No, he wasn't.
No,
yes, he was.
He was trying to get them to go to Cleveland.
Lamar, can I ask you a quick question?
Oh, wait. Matter of fact, okay, no. Don't ask him nothing. I'm going to ask you this, Rel. Why didn't Dan Gilbert sign Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh then?
He did later on.
Why didn't they? Why?
Because they wanted to go to Miami.
No,
so that means LeBron James didn't recruit, correct? That means Pat Riley convinced them to go to Miami, not LeBron James, correct?
So he joined forces with the greatest, and then after that, he decided to recruit. So what's the difference? What's the point? You just delaying. You just delaying the inevitable.
No. You said he recruited USA team players. I just point out the first 2 players you named, he did not recruit. Now, after Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade, which he did not recruit, what are the other USA team players that he recruited?
Brown was on. Don't mean they didn't recruit each other. They decided to play with each other. And
how can you recruit somebody if they have the decision to go wherever they want to go?
hey, let's go play with this team together. Let's go over here. We could become the greatest thing ever. Win 3, 4, 5 championships, which y'all didn't do. But go ahead.
Again, I asked you.
Go ahead.
I'm asking you again. That he didn't recruit Dwayne Wade. He didn't recruit, obviously, Chris Bosh because he had nothing to do with the Miami Heat. So, what other players? What other USA teams?
That's crazy that you saying because they went to Miami that they didn't conjure up a thing. They didn't conjure up something to play with the greatest players.
No,
he didn't conjure.
Because Dwayne Wade said that the night of the decision, he still didn't know where LeBron James was going to go. And it was Pat Riley who convinced LeBron James to come to Miami. So it had nothing to do with Dwayne Wade or Chris Bosh.
I know you can't believe everything that man say.
Why should I believe what you say? Why should I believe what you say?
I know you can't believe everything that man say.
I can't believe nothing you say because you're making things up. You sound crazy.
That's crazy.
No, you sound crazy.
He had a whole decision and didn't know where he was going. Get the fuck out of here, my guy.
Oh wait. You didn't see that Dwayne Wade had a decision party and he was sitting there saying, "I'm nervous because I don't know what's going to happen" while he was doing the party. You didn't see it?
That's what happened. That's what happened.
Did you or did you not see that?
I mean, it was good for media.
Hey, Rel, can I ask you a quick question?
Go ahead, Travis.
So, Rel, really
I
quick.
don't know why you're doing that.
So, Rel, this is just off the top. First of all, I love your avatar. I assume it's like a high-quality nugs right there. But also, can you tell me the 3 players in NBA history who have actually played alongside a teammate who's been voted top 5 in MVP voting at least 5 times?
You got one person, and that's who y'all hype on, bro.
No, there's 3 players.
That's crazy. You got one person, and that's what you go off of. Like the dude played with one All-Star his whole career, and then that's what we go off of.
Can you name those players?
Can you not name All-Stars that LeBron played with? Jordan played with one All-Star his career. That was an All-Star while he played. An All-Star while he played, and we gonna argue this. This is bonkers, bro.
Are you gonna accept the challenge, or are you just gonna get off? Which one is it? Like, just
you saying 5 years? Like he didn't even play with people for 5 years. What are we?
Sit your ass down.
Bro, I got tired of it. He didn't even want to answer Travis's question. He don't want to answer nothing. He just wants to hold the conversation, but not actually have a conversation. You cannot dictate to people in GOAT James Kingdom what we're going to talk about. This is why you get put in the dugout like the rest of you zesty Jeffries, because you don't know how to talk the game. We're trying to have a conversation with you. You won't answer none of our questions.
Sit your punk ass down. That old bullshit.
Think that people really want to hear what the fuck y'all got to say. You sitting here, we asked you what players. I just broke down 2 players that you first named that LeBron James couldn't have recruited because they went to a team that LeBron James wasn't even on.
Well, first of all, you have the presumption that people care what you say. They don't.
Sit your ass down.
And this is what happens when you come up on GOAT James Kingdom and can't talk to us. Travis asked you a nice, simple question. He started ranting about All-Stars.
So it's Kareem, Kobe, and Michael Jordan, by the way.
Yo, I was listening to this, and I was like, first mistake. And he made like
get our
2
super
instant
chat in
mistakes
there.
when he started.
Yeah,
2 instant mistakes.
Let's get our super chat. Let's get our super
Yeah,
chat. In here. Shout out to you, Ruddy Hood Sports. He says, I'm married with 4 kids. Wouldn't swap my life for LBJ's life. The haters want GOAT James' life because they aren't content with their own lives, which is true. LBJ is the GOAT. MJ was great. LeBron James is better. Salute, fam. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you. It's just that simple.
Hey, Travis, that was a great question too. I want you to know, Travis, that
he
was
can't
a great
answer none of those questions. We're gonna
Thank
let
you.
Aaron get in.
Nobody answers it.
What you got for us on today's topic?
I just wanted to say, Body, T Perfect asked him a question and he couldn't even answer it. That's crazy, bro. But they claim that they know basketball, watch basketball. You know what I'm saying? But see how he says that only people that label LeBron the GOAT are people that never seen Jordan play. Isaiah Thomas seen Jordan play. Draymond Green seen Jordan play. I've seen Jordan play. If Rel wants to, he can ask me any question about the 90s, about any roster or anything, and I guarantee you I'll name him 40 players from the 90s off the top of the head real quick without no hesitation. All right? My memory is great. My memory is great. And then you want to talk about emotional. Meanwhile, this dude's getting super emotional. And
Wait, this is you, dude. This is you. I'm your father, bro. I won't even talk.
Man, dude, yo, check this out. Tell your two dad.
I'm your dad.
Stop sneaking in your room at night, bro. Stop sneaking in your room.
I'm your dad.
You're too old to play tea time, bro. You're too old to play tea time. All that slurping has fucked up your knee pads, bro. Fuck out of here. What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about, bro?
Rel,
Over here.
you are allowed to come up.
Yo, my nigga. If you want to talk shit, my nigga, I'll send you my fucking address like I did, and you can pull up real easy.
Nah, we ain't got to do that.
All right, Aaron. It's cool, but it's cool.
Listen, Rel. We are giving you the opportunity to prove Michael Jordan's the GOAT. No one will cut you off. We'll actually let you sit up. We'll move everybody to the background. Do you want to accept that challenge or not? Because you're not going to come up here being disrespectful and making up lies on GOAT James Kingdom. If you want to talk about all-star selections, why don't you mention why LeBron James has more all-stars than Jordan? That makes him better than Michael Jordan. Since his teammates, all-star selection makes him better than LeBron James's teammates. You don't want to do that. So do you want to accept the challenge or not? Are you going to sit here and prove us wrong that Jordan's the GOAT over LeBron or anybody else?
Let's get it. Because the one question the one nigga asked, the 5-year question, who has LeBron been on a team with for 5 years? Name him.
So you didn't even hear the question. Because if that's your response, you didn't hear the question.
Name the super team.
No, it's done. He's going to do this, y'all.
He's going to do the exposing GOAT James Kingdom.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to do exposing GJK. Welcome to the GOAT James Kingdom platform, as we will have Rel Lamont. We're going to put all you gentlemen in the background right quick so that he can speak for himself, and he's going to explain to us why Michael Jordan is the GOAT of basketball. So, Rel, you got a minute for your first round. Go ahead and explain why Michael Jordan's the GOAT. When you start, your minute begins.
Jason Terry, JJ Barea. I'm done.
He said he's done.
6 losses. Nobody remembers the number 2 team, bro. So y'all just going off stats and all that shit. You can't lose 6 times and be the greatest. It's absurd, dog. Jordan was never the number 1 scorer of no time to be the greatest. LeBron had the past stats. This nigga's in the league with triple-double averages on his watch. People with more rings on his watch while he was the king. But yeah, he's the king. The LaFainting GOAT. You got it.
All right. So we asked you to explain why Michael Jordan is a GOAT and not why you don't like LeBron. So that first round
I never said I don't like LeBron. Never in my life have I said I didn't like LeBron.
One reason why Michael Jordan is the GOAT. So
I don't not like LeBron though.
Okay, that first round was garbage.
You can't overtalk.
We let you talk. So we're going to go to the second round because you didn't say one thing why Michael Jordan was the GOAT. So you get a damn F for that first round. All right, second round about to start.
Go ahead. Your round starts when you start speaking.
I never said I wasn't a LeBron fan. I just said he ain't the GOAT. You can't have a losing record and be the GOAT. That's why he's not the GOAT. Because he has a losing record in stat pads. Go ahead. You got it. And he creates super teams to lose to super teams. So go ahead. That too.
All right.
Right. That's round number 2. Second round, you did not explain why Michael Jordan was the greatest player of all time. So that's 2 rounds that you can't even make one argument for Michael Jordan being the GOAT. It's kind of sad. So we're going to go to round 3. Hopefully you know something about Michael Jordan to make him a GOAT. Let's go.
Oh, he didn't have none of the greatest teammates but Scottie Pippen, but y'all keep going because Scottie Pippen played a full career. LeBron's teammates still are in the league, so yeah, he's the GOAT because he made everybody better. She got it.
Wow. Wow. So that's 3 rounds. And you said Michael Jordan is a GOAT because of Scottie Pippen was his teammate? I'm completely lost. I'm fucking lost. Michael, 3 minutes straight. The only thing you said is his teammate was Scottie Pippen, and that's why Michael Jordan's a GOAT. All right, we're gonna go to round 4. All right, we could go right now.
I'm not a stan. You niggas are. And that's just what it is. This is GOAT James Nation. I don't have a GOAT nothing nation. I just know I watched the greatest player at the greatest time. And that's what I know. I've seen both of their careers. But yeah, you got it. I stat pad.
All right. This is one of the few times someone has actually went 5 rounds, but this is the least words
That was
ever
4. That
for
was
5
your
rounds.
That was
I
4.
know we got one more, so this is gonna be his 5th
No,
round.
nigga.
So
Because I
let's
came
go
for a
now.
conversation. I came for a conversation.
Let's start right now.
No, y'all asking me to explain why this man is the GOAT. Like, because he's the GOAT, nigga. When did he have to have the most points to be the GOAT? When did that start? When did shooting guards lead their teams to championships? Who left, played baseball for 2 years, came back, lost to Orlando, then took over the league again? Who did that? You can talk about Scottie Pippen, but when Scottie Pippen was the man, they lost to Orlando and New York. But yeah, we got it. Y'all got that too. When he was the man, nobody took him down. LeBron, the man, he's 4-6, and he loses to super teams with super teams. That makes him the GOAT. Stat padding and losing makes you the GOAT. It's good. Good.
Wow, that was brutal. That was brutal. Man, that has to be the worst
I never
ever.
heard anybody explain Michael Jordan's the GOAT better than that, Rel. I got to give it to
Wow.
you. You're the best at it.
Because I could care less to explain why he's the GOAT. I seen why he was the GOAT. I don't have to explain the stands. I don't have to explain the stands because nigga, you are gonna believe what you want to believe.
No,
it's what it is. It is what it is.
Okay, are you gonna let me speak?
Yeah, go ahead, Johnny.
Okay,
you got it.
You only want to talk LeBron James. We gave you 5 minutes to explain why Michael Jordan's the GOAT. You couldn't even explain it. You couldn't even explain what your eyes saw. You just said Jordan's the GOAT because he's the GOAT. That didn't make no sense because we don't understand what that means. You talked about Michael Jordan quitting the game of basketball after only playing 9 years because it was too grueling and it was too mentally tough. And
how is it grueling when you win a championship, bro? That's crazy.
You're not going to cut me off when I'm speaking. That's what he did. He
That's
quit.
crazy work.
That's not crazy work. What's crazy work that you showed here and we gave you 5 minutes and you couldn't explain shit in 5 minutes. And I'm trying to get my little 1 minute in and you won't let me get my 1 minute in. Jordan quit. There was a retirement. He said, I'm not playing the game of basketball anymore. I'm done after 9 NBA seasons. He went to go play baseball, correct? He came back and lost. He lost to that same Orlando Magic team that you're going to blame Scottie Pippen for. That's how this works. See? But again, this is what they do. This is why they are the Zesty Jeffries.
But what happened to get
Let's
after?
discuss. I ain't discussing shit with no goddamn kid. Motherfucker, let me tell you something. Who give a fuck? Sit your ass down.
Ladies and gentlemen, when you don't allow us to speak after we just gave you a whole entire 5 minutes for the platform to speak, and you don't let us speak, you get put in the Michael Jordan dugout in '94 because he couldn't play the game of basketball the same way you can't handle us here in GOAT James Kingdom. We asked you to prove why Michael Jordan's the GOAT. You couldn't do it. You were so bad, we got Willie in the background ready to save you because he already knows what just happened because you couldn't explain why Michael Jordan's the GOAT. All you wanted to do was talk about LeBron James, which makes LeBron James the GOAT.
Sit your $5 ass down before I make change. You fucked up big time. You're incapable of running this shit.
So obviously, you didn't explain why Michael Jordan's the GOAT. Because him winning 3 championships and quitting and coming back and winning 3 championships means nothing. He didn't dominate. He had more help than anybody in NBA history to do that. You mentioned Scottie Pippen. He was the only one to have a Scottie Pippen in his era. No one else had a Scottie Pippen in his era. You admitted LeBron lost to super teams. Jordan never faced any real super teams. He faced nobody. He lost without Scottie Pippen. When Jordan was the main man without Scottie, he lost every time. You want to mention finals losses. So you want to give credit to a player who couldn't make the finals while knocking a player for winning their conference, all because they didn't win the NBA championships. They both ended up with the same results, not the champions, but one had a better season. One made the finals. One accomplished something. They won their actual conference. Little do you know, there's an actual hat, shirt, banner, confetti, presentation, trophy for winning your conference. LeBron's done that better than Jordan. If you're going to say Michael Jordan is the GOAT because of winning, that means you didn't watch basketball. But at the end of the day, we know the truth. You saw LeBron play more than you saw Jordan play. So LeBron is really your GOAT. And you came on GOAT James Kingdom to actually be proven that. Now you are officially a LeBron James fan now, Rel. You are a fan just like us. We have proven to you LeBron James is better than Michael Jordan. He's a better winner than Michael Jordan. You're not going to say guys who won more championships than Jordan's a better winner than Jordan. So why can't we say LeBron James is better with 2 less championships? Jordan couldn't win nothing. He had a good 6-year stretch. That's fine. That's great. But that's not enough to be the GOAT. Definitely not enough to beat what LeBron James did. You came up here and lied about USA teammates, and you couldn't prove none of that shit. And this is why GOAT James Kingdom exists. You have no criteria to say why Jordan's the GOAT other than the fact that you said you saw him play when you admitted you only started watching the NBA in '93. And we're going to say that you saying that because you probably was, 10 or 12 years old then? If that. You wasn't watching the games. You didn't watch Michael Jordan play. And you came up here on GOAT James Kingdom, and you have now officially been exposed by the exposer because you can't explain why Michael Jordan's the GOAT, but all you can do is explain why you don't like LeBron James. So we'll bring back up our normal panelists, and we'll have a conversation here.
So I got put in the backstage. I got put in the backstage for that bullshit.
Yeah, you kind of did.
But I got put in the backstage for that bullshit.
You kind of
well, we also got Willie. Willie in the back. We got Willie.
Shout out to Willie. Thank you, Willie.
Willie, yes!
Willie.
All day.
Willie, that soul patch is rocking, bro. I love it.
Willie, can you save Mr. Rel here, please? Because he needs to be saved.
I don't know.
Well, first of all, I mean, Jordan is older than LeBron, so you asking us to explain why Jordan is the GOAT. I mean, you should be explaining why LeBron is the GOAT. I mean, because you come from an angle. You come from okay. All right. This is why Jordan is the GOAT. Because
hold on. Wait.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Are you wanting to go to your 5 minutes again, just like last time?
No. Let me talk. This is why Jordan is the GOAT. Jordan losing is what made him the GOAT. Jordan losing early to Bird. Jordan losing early to Detroit, and then winning 6 championships made him the goddamn GOAT. Now what?
Now what? Now what?
Ain't no way.
The other guy.
Now what?
LeBron losing.
Now what?
What a joke,
And
bro.
you say Jordan's losing
Hold
makes
on,
him
can I
the
go
GOAT.
first? Can I go first, please?
I don't know
Can
how
I
to
go
do
first,
this.
please?
Oh yeah.
He
Oh, I
gotta
got
be
Twin Man
trolling.
here.
He's
Now,
trolling.
now I'm a body.
Can I go first?
Go.
Only thing we hear is one Jordan fan after another come up here and talk about how losing is so bad. Now all of a sudden, losing early in his career made him the GOAT.
Yeah, cause losing. Yeah. Yo. Losing in your ninth season. Losing in your ninth season in your prime, boy. You look like trash in 2011. Trash.
I thought losing was bad, Willie. I
Trash.
thought losing was bad. That was
Yo.
great. That would make you great.
Yo, but
Losing makes you great.
Your go cost the team a championship. Talk about
Oh
that.
my God! No, my go owned the conference for a decade. That's what my go did.
And my go own titles and championships for a decade. You sharing that with Curry.
Not in the 80s.
Jordan never played.
What did he do in 88? What did he do in 89? What did he do in
What you
90?
doing, yo? What you doing it for?
What did he
We
do in
both can do that
86?
dumb argument.
What did he do? What
It's
did
a
he do in
dumbass
87? What did he
argument.
do in 86? What did he do in 85? Nothing. He made the playoffs with a losing record.
What he do? He stayed with his
don't even
team.
know what it feels like to lose a playoff
He stayed
game to
with his
Michael Jordan,
team.
but that made him
Okay, hold
so.
on.
That makes him
Hold
the
on, hold on,
GOAT.
wait. Let's let some new names.
That was
Let's
the
let-
way.
John,
let's let
over
some-
here.
Hold on, wait. Let's let some people speak in. Hold on. Let's let Ishmael in first. Ishmael, thank you for joining us. Thank you. Go ahead, Ishmael. What's it? You're not doing nothing. You ain't cooking nothing. Sit back and smoke a joint. Go ahead, Ishmael.
You
Go
try
ahead,
me.
Ishmael. Don't
It's
start.
a lot right now.
Don't
It's a lot
start.
to
You
take
try
in right
That
now.
losing makes you the
Guys
GOAT.
who didn't watch Jordan play. We got these guys who didn't
All right,
watch
listen, we
Jordan
got
play.
we got to let people speak. We got to let people speak. Let's let Ishmael speak. Go ahead, Ishmael. Your turn.
It's a lot right now. I'm trying to gather all my thoughts right now from what I just witnessed. So
For real? Yeah, that was trash.
That was somebody attempting to expose us and can't even prove. We already proved why LeBron's the GOAT.
I lost my train of thought from all this.
Shut up, Ismael.
All right, so let's
Can I get the one on with somebody? Can I get the one on? It's like 9 of y'all. Like
No, you can do that on a Friday night. You don't work Friday night. There's no construction happening on a Friday night. Why you don't show up on a Friday night for a one-on-one?
$100,000 a year, $100,000 a year. So keep talking.
Again, why can't you show up on a Friday night for this one-on-one? You know we got a full panel. We just gave you your little 2-minute soliloquy.
You asked me why Jordan was the GOAT. I said, you asked me why Jordan was the GOAT, and I gave you the answer.
And no,
I gave you the answer. Losing became winning. Nigga, like a Superman movie, nigga.
You just skip me and come back.
Yes, I know that's what I'm trying to do, but
Yeah,
Willie,
the only thing Willie said was about titles, and we know titles don't make Michael Jordan the GOAT.
So let's go.
So-
Sports talk only. It's your turn, brother. Thank you for joining us. What you got for the topic today, sir, on today's show? Go ahead, brother.
I had a question for Willie because this is a common thing that Jordan fans do.
Yeah, Willie's listening. Willie's listening. Go ahead.
6 finals losses, right?
Mhm.
Okay, let me ask you something, Willie. Was Jordan in the finals at age 22?
No.
Okay. So we can
Now,
move
can I
on
ask
to
you
that.
something?
No,
Can I ask you something?
hold on. Let me
You
finish.
can ask me something. I can't. I answered your question.
That wasn't my only question.
Willie, we're gonna give you your chance. Willie, let's let sports talk first, and then we're gonna let you go right after because he did address you. You know we're gonna give you a chance. You know that we don't do that in Go James Kingdom. We don't just mute people. You good, Willie. Go ahead, sports talk. So that
Okay, that was LeBron's first finals loss. All right. In 2015, LeBron loses Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love. Did Jordan ever lose Pippen and Rodman or Pippen and Grant in an NBA final series, in any NBA final series, and win? Did he ever do that? Did he ever have to deal with that? Did he ever have to deal with that in the finals? I'm asking you the question.
Can I answer your question?
Go ahead.
In the 1998 finals, Pippen had a bad back. averaged 13 points. Jordan scored 50% of the team points, 45 points in the closeout. So
Okay,
what did Pippen do? Hold on. What did Pippen do to drag the Bulls in the
Okay,
1998 finals?
let me give you some context. Okay, so in the first round of the playoffs, Kelly Olynyk tore Kevin Love's elbow out of socket. So Kevin Love was out. Kevin Love was out from the first round all the way to the finals. He didn't play. Kyrie Irving gets injured in overtime of game 1. The Cavs lose that game. LeBron scores 44 points that game. So for the rest of the series, LeBron didn't have Kyrie Irving or Kevin Love. He won 2 games. I asked you, did Jordan lose Pippen and Rodman or Pippen and Grant in an NBA Finals series for the series and win the series? Did he ever do that? Did he ever have to deal with that? You said Pippen injured his back. Pippen played the series. Pippen wasn't out for the series. Rodman wasn't out for the series.
And was the
I'm gonna answer your question. I'm gonna answer your question. Did Jordan ever play a full, complete series without Pippen? No. But you asking me questions like LeBron won. LeBron shot 39%.
Yeah, but he averaged 35, 13, and 8 and led both teams in points, rebounds, and assists. But that's trash because he was the only offensive threat.
Jordan was the only offensive threat in 1998.
Okay,
Jordan was.
Pippen and Rodman was injured though. They was injured. How do you think he would have shot if Pippen and Rodman was injured?
Wait. Hey, sports talk landed here, so Willie could address you at the end because we do got other people that want to come up and speak.
All right.
You guys not gonna sit there and go back and forth with one another.
Yeah, but he's ducking and dodging the question.
Landed. No, don't keep going back and forth with Willie.
All right. Well, then we just
Friday night exposure is available
all right.
for that.
Well, then the last question I had because Tony. Okay, this is what I'll give you. 2011, LeBron didn't play well. I'll give you that. All right. 2017 and 2018. Did Jordan play a team as good as the Kevin Durant Warriors?
No, because they were that. They had Jordan.
Oh, here we go. Yep. I already knew. Yep.
They were that. Right. And you mad because KD was busting his ass in 2017 with an even matchup. LeBron versus KD. Curry versus Kyrie. Love versus Green.
Here we go.
Nigga, that was even. And they folded.
All right, bro.
And they folded.
You got it.
Right,
and they folded.
Let's let Chad get in here. Shout out to Chad. What up, Chad? You know what we talking here. Thank you for joining us. It's been a while.
Fucking Chad, yeah.
What up, Chad? What you got for us today, man? What's good, bro?
First, I just want to say here lately, Travis deserves my respect for much love. Old dude said something earlier about what shooting guard was leading his team to a championship or to the finals before Jordan, and that, my friend, is Jerry West.
Jerry West.
I was going to say that guy had the worst take that I've ever saw in 2 years on here, but Willie always comes in there and tops it off. That's all I gotta say.
I appreciate you, Chad. Chad, I'm gonna let you go because we got some other people waiting in the background as well. Again, y'all want to join the GOAT James Kingdom platform? Hit that link, hit that subscribe button, become a member of the channel.
Hey,
We
Johnny,
doing
I
big
got
things.
a question. Do you not currently have any room right now for the panel?
There's some people that are trying to get up.
It's too many people on. There's a lot of people
drop
on.
off and can I come back?
Of course.
They talking about
a goat.
Okay, I'll come back. I'll drop off. All right, I'll come back.
Okay. All right, so we'll let you go. All right, so let's let Dante speak. Dante, thank you, Dante, for joining us. You've been very patient. We appreciate you. What you got on today's topic, sir?
What's up? What's up, hey Johnny? Hey, B, what's up? B, what's up, man?
Hey, what's good? What's good, fam?
Oh wait, who? Dante? Do you know Dante, Brandon? We know where we from.
He been on a few times.
Okay.
I've been in the Facebook group with you, bro.
Appreciate that. Thank you, man. What's good, man? Again, we did reach 100,000 members in our Facebook group, so we are doing big things here in GOAT James Kingdom. So we appreciate everybody who supports us and continue.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So go ahead.
Congratulations.
What you got for today's topic, sir? Thanks, Willie. Willie follows us on all platforms that he's on. Shout out to Willie, man. Willie, you the best, man.
Yeah.
Hey yo. Can I ask Scottie Pippen fans something? Because they always say 1 and 9. I want to ask them, can they please explain how did Scottie Pippen get Jordan out of the first round? And we can leave it at that. Just explain that. In 1988, when Jordan got out of the first round, because I see a lot of 1 and 9 without Pippen. But can you tell the people Tell the public or
Just
tell the
tell
world
just
how
tell him.
Pippen got
Go
Jordan out
ahead,
of the
Johnny.
first round.
Tell him, Johnny.
Oh my God. Well, first off, we had a show talking about this. All right. Now we
Mhm.
all know in 1988, Michael Jordan was the man. He won all the awards that you could win during that span. But what we also do know is that they were up 2-0 versus the Cleveland Cavaliers, and they lost 2 straight games in a row. And they were struggling while Michael Jordan was out here putting up supreme numbers during that time. Michael Jordan was looking phenomenal in that series, and the Bulls were still split 2-2. Right? Do you see the numbers? They lost game 4. They lost game 5. I mean game 3 and 4.
Damn, look at the numbers from the gut.
I know, right? So it looks like Michael Jordan is the reason why the Chicago Bulls win. But if it wasn't for Scottie Pippen in game 5, the Bulls would have lost that series because Scottie Pippen ended up being the player.
So wait, Johnny, you're saying Jordan led his team in points, assists, rebound, or points, assists, blocks, and steals, and field goal percentage, and they won because of that.
Scottie Pippen was the reason why the Chicago Bulls won that game 5 in Cleveland in 1988, which was Michael Jordan's first playoff series win. If Scottie Pippen doesn't do what he does in that game, the Bulls lose because Michael Jordan still had 39 points and was scoring, and the Bulls were down that entire game.
That's facts, but also Jordan had the best series of all time.
How can he have a better series? How can he have a better series? How can he have
Play the game?
When he was, no. How can he have the whatever when LeBron James had a triple double losing series in the finals? So that's better than LeBron's triple double. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
You are
Pippen averaged 9 points in that series, bro. You saying one game?
You actually thought we didn't know this question. You thought you was gonna get us on this one, didn't you? You thought you was gonna get us on this one.
You traded if he was playing with LeBron with 9 points in a series.
9 points? What do you think the other team was doing?
Yeah, it was 8 points.
The other team was doing.
Oh my God.
That's what
you're like he was dropping 41 like Kyrie in 2016. You know what I'm saying? They act like
carried by Shaq. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's crazy.
Like he was, you know what I'm saying? Or he was dropping 25 like D Wade in 2011. You know what I'm saying?
No.
He just said y'all talked about one game, for him to turn around and do the same thing.
For a series.
Exactly. You just talked about really doing the same thing, bro.
I know. 91 Jordan had that greatest series of all time. Sorry.
Talking about. But then he gonna say Scottie saved it, right? Scottie saved that 88 series. But when Scottie went out with the migraine, what happened? Did he save that?
That's why Jordan couldn't win, because they didn't have Scottie.
Did he save that?
Jordan didn't win. So why
that's why Jordan didn't win. Why
did he
win?
save
Why couldn't
that?
he win a game 7? Why couldn't he win that game 7?
So explain to your audience how Jordan won in 1998.
We just asked you a question.
Scottie Pippen.
You're going to answer a question.
Scottie played in 98.
Answer the question.
Explain what Pippen did to get them over the hump.
Willie.
They can't do that.
Wait. After because we have to let Dante speak, because Willie, you hogging the speech. This is what your boy was doing his first playoff series in that game 5.
9 rebounds for Charles Oakley, and Jordan overthrows Pippen, who winds up 4 rows into the press sector. Price missed, and Williams has the shot blocked. Jordan got that one, and Pippen can't hold on. So 2 fast break opportunities by the Bulls goes by the boards. And it's 72-68. You've got to admire the Cavaliers. They're poised. 18-point lead cut to 1. Chicago tied it up, and then Cleveland scored 4 in a row to keep their lead and get the ball back on a turnover. That's the 3rd turnover for Jordan in a row. Williams hits 12 on the shot clock. Jordan has it knocked away by Harper. Watch him pull up for the 3. Price with Paxson in his face hits the 3-point shot, and it's 104-101. 33 seconds to go. Price hit it with Paxson in his face.
Yeah.
Hey,
And,
boy was balling.
Willie, I'm not done, Willie, because while they were talking about Jordan doing that, coughing up the game, almost coughing up the game, Scottie Pippen was saying that.
CBS Sports welcomes you again to the exciting 1988 NBA playoffs. After 3 periods of play, in which the winner will move on and the loser goes home, the deciding game of this first round, the Chicago Bulls outscored the Cavaliers 10-1 to take their first lead, and they did it with Michael Jordan on the bench. They have rallied from 18. Mike Sanders goes in and scores, and it's a 1-point game. We have talked about Cleveland. Michael Jordan hit only 2 of his first 6 from the field midway through the second period. Since then, 9 of 12 and 33 points. But Scottie Pippen has been the other man for the Bulls this afternoon.
Well, right now, he is the man, the way he's performed in this second half of the Chicago team.
96-92 Chicago, under 4 minutes.
So you heard that. That came out of the people who was watching the game because you wasn't watching it. So let's let Dante speak. Go ahead, Dante. Willie did interrupt you. Go ahead, get your take in. We got Ralph in the building. Shout out to Ralph. We're going to let you in, Ralph, here shortly. Go ahead, Dante.
What's going on?
What's good, bro? What's good? Go ahead, Dante.
Oh, Ralph.
Go ahead, Dante. It's your matter of fact. Listen. When I put somebody on the big screen, y'all got to be quiet, please. Go ahead, Dante.
Man, I don't got really much to say, man. I'm just letting Willie bury himself, man. That nigga a clown, bro.
Shout out to you, Dante. Appreciate you, brother. So, Ralph, what's good, brother? We got you in the building. What you got for us, man? Long time no see, man. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, man. I've been on the road for the past 6 weeks. That's why if you see me, I'm back home now.
Ah, that's good. That's good, man. It's good to have you. Welcome to GOAT James Kingdom. It's been a while. We were actually talking about our GOAT criteria and how everything is over right now because basically, you know, the Michael Jordan fans got nothing to stand on. And I know you've been trying to save them for years now, but you really can't because you don't take one for the team. But it's been horrible for them. It's been horrible for them. It's been horrible.
Well, I'm still working on my criteria. I'm going to present that to y'all shortly. I told you. Me and you had that conversation already.
I know.
I'm
I know.
Yeah.
Unmute yourself, Brandon.
I'll just say it, Ralph. You've been working on your criteria for over a year now.
Nah, I've been working on it for about 8 months. But the thing is, for 6 weeks, I've been on the road, like going to different cities working, so I haven't really got back to it. Like I said, I got 58 categories. I want to get to probably about 100, and you know, we'll see. I'm gonna present it to y'all. Yeah, I'm gonna present it to y'all. Don't worry.
Will you or Ralph, you still out there hooking? Or
nah, I'm driving. I drive, man.
Yeah, man. So what you got, man? As you can see, we put another person up for exposing GJK. They failed horribly. And
Willie?
they only want to talk. No, we're not.
No, Rel.
No, it was Rel. It was pretty bad.
Where my man go that was knocking me? Where did he go? I was cracking up.
Dante's still there. He's still there. Listen, Willie, who you got on fentanyl next to you in the car? Who's passed out like that sitting next to you, bro? What's going on over there? Yeah, what you got going on over there? Oh,
it's sports
okay.
fitness and rent. My cousin.
Y'all out there doing Zesty Jeffrey.
You know what I'm saying? It's Sunday. We work. We work. We smoking.
I hear you. Go ahead. Let's let Ralph talk because Willie's still in the show. Willie's the star. Go ahead, Ralph. What's good, Ralph?
Nothing. So the conversation today was y'all criteria that y'all showed in the past.
Mm-hmm. And how nobody's been able to really come up with one. And as of right now, it's been so bad for the Zesty Jeffries and the LeBron haters that they're out here talking about LeBron James like this.
The thing about LeBron James, I've told you guys many times on this channel, LeBron James does not carry himself like a grown man.
So I was like, this nigga must be joking, man. I don't know where he's going with this. But he was dead serious.
He does not have any class or integrity, no honor. Think about some of the things he's done over his career. Is there any honor in having your wife come on stage and call you the GOAT? Is that an honorable thing?
Please welcome to the stage, the GOAT, respectfully, LeBron James.
No, it's not. It's classless.
What?
Excuse me?
That stupid look on his face. That's not honorable. Where is your integrity, LeBron James?
Jesus, like, all right. I listen. I done tuned in on their show from time to time, and it makes me upset to where I try to get on a panel and they're gonna make me defend LeBron myself, and like, even though I don't have him as the GOAT, like, but they're ridiculous over there. Like, and I've heard his takes and everything. It's terrible. It's like saying that he's not top 5 or top 10 is crazy. Like,
yeah, he's excessive. He's excessive. Even though I have Jordan as the GOAT myself, but he's doing too much. He's a little bit excessive. I don't even talk basketball. I don't want to talk about what you did off the court. I don't care about that. I want to talk the moments, the pressure moments. You know what I'm saying? The shit that 33 million people was watching at one time. I only talk about the moments when you played well or folded. We watch like in the Olympics. Say, for instance, okay, LeBron fans be like, oh, well, LeBron had the rebounds and the passing. We watch basketball to see Curry hit that shot. I don't care about who passed it. I'm not watching basketball to see who passed, bro. And nobody watches basketball to see that.
So you a casual, bro?
I want to see that.
I don't know about that, bro.
But you know,
I'm not gonna lie. I want to see the all aspects of basketball.
He was on point to that
Yeah,
last end.
that's exactly what that means. He's a casual.
Yeah. No, because
Like,
Willie,
me
Willie, you know that was one of the greatest basketball moments of all time. There was almost 250 million people watching it, right? You know that, right? When LeBron James broke Kareem's record, there was almost 250 million people watching that. You talking about 33 million, right? Hitting shots. But hold on, this is another thing. And let me give a shout out, because again, my beautiful wife has said, "Hey, Johnny, let me take you on a date away from these zesty Jeffries." And
see, listen here, wifey. I always tell Johnny he has a smart wife because she's a New York Knicks fan. But hold on, Jeffrey, hold on, wait a second.
No, but wait, Ralph. See, they would be upset because my wife is supportive of what we do here in GOAT James Kingdom enough to not only become a member of our channel, but also to do a super chat. But if you allow people like Zesty Fitness and Rants talk, they'll say your wife should not be doing it. They'll be talking like this.
I've never lied about LeBron James on this channel.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
To me, LeBron James is another great husband. You have your wife come on stage and call you the GOAT like that. You're not respecting your wife. Once again, and your wife is not respecting you or holding you to a standard. He's full of crap, man. LeBron James is all talk, man. He's not substance. And to me, he's not a great father or a great husband. Would you want your kids to emulate the things that LeBron James does on the court? And then we think about off the court stuff. LeBron James is a dirtbag, man.
Stop it. Get some help.
LeBron James treats everyone around him like crap. He treats everyone around him as if they're a tool for him to use, right? For his own benefit. He don't care about his sons, his family like that, or his wife like that. The people around him, his friends. He don't care about these people. That's where the LeBron James fans go. They're so delusional. They're so weird. They're dirtbags individuals. Remember that. They're dirtbag individuals.
As
a Jordan fan, I would never go that far as to try to bash that man's family and shit. That's crazy.
Yeah, I've always said keep it basketball, and like he's going way too far.
They don't do drug tests.
That's too much. That's too much. That's too much.
Ralph, you know here we respect fathers, right? Because you a father yourself. We respect husbands. We respect men that have wives and come home and provide, right? Just like Willie. Willie works hard, goes home and provides for his family, those that support him. They can't relate to that. They can't relate to that because, see, when Michael Jordan's son is out here doing the booger sugar, they have no issues with that. They can relate to that.
You're able to do drugs during the day and still function, still do your job. How the fuck else would you do this job? Cocaine and hookers, my friend.
That man, Sam, 40 years old. They ain't got shit to do with basketball either.
Jesus Christ.
Listen,
That man 50 years old snorting cocaine.
Yeah, listen. When you can't talk the game of basketball, these are the things you have to resort to. These are the things you have to resort to when it comes to where you can't say stats. We can't talk the accolades. We can't talk. That's why I respect Willie. Willie said about the moments. Willie said it's about the moments.
That's not the moment. But it's funny how you brought up Pippen playing one good game in 1988, but you didn't bring up that one good game Boobie Gibson had in 2007 when LeBron shot 27%.
Wait a minute. You asked us
You
to
ain't
bring up a
that
moment. You asked us to bring up the moment that
Boobie
Scottie
Gibson
Pippen
carried
saved Jordan. I gave it to you. I got other ones too. There's other ones as well.
Bring them, and I can bring you 1,000 of them.
You want to talk about the finals? You want to talk about the finals game?
What are you talking about?
The finals game versus
what are you talking about? Don't even bring nothing up, bro.
Oh my God, you are this guy is the best.
Boobie Gibson carried them boys. LeBron shot 27%. Game 6 to go to the finals.
Hold on. Can I get a?
Got it.
So what he's doing is he getting real loud. He acting like Sport Ratness, and he's acting like him right now.
Hold on, good time, bro.
He's hilarious.
He's like him right now. He's literally acting like him right now.
Hold on. See, the thing is this.
Don't see you acting like
I'm talking basketball. I'm talking basketball, and you talking about me. I'm talking basketball. I'm talking basketball.
I'm just making sure. I'm just making
sure. Basketball. I didn't say LeBron's son got caught smoking weed on the internet at 16. I'm talking basketball.
You won't allow nobody else to speak, and you just laugh and laugh while others speaking. You have to stop at some point.
See, now it's counseling. Talk about the game. You ain't my psychiatrist. Now it's counseling. Talk about what I said, bro. I talk basketball.
Will you talk narratives, dog?
That's a
Let's do this, Willie. Since you want to rep so much. So how come when we did our criteria, Michael Jordan did not end up being better than, forget LeBron, he wasn't better than Kareem and Wilt. How is Jordan better than Kareem and Wilt?
Kareem and Wilt?
Yeah, Kareem and Wilt. Because when we did our
you know what? To be honest with you, stats wise, I don't think Michael Jordan is better than Kareem and Wilt. I only think Michael Jordan is better than them as far as legacy and his impact and what he did for the game. But as far as numbers, because they are centers, it's funny how y'all compare centers to guards. It's funny how y'all just act like a center don't shoot a higher percentage than a guard. But y'all, that's y'all show and it's y'all criteria. That's the weirdest thing I ever heard. I compare guards to guards, forwards to forwards, centers to centers, power forwards to power forwards. That's my criteria. So when you want to
everybody, all right, no. So let's do this. So who's your greatest point guard? Since you said that, let's start there. Who's your favorite, best point guard? Who's that?
Magic Johnson.
Okay, and Michael Jordan's your greatest shooting guard. So who's your greatest small forward?
LeBron James.
Okay, and who's your greatest power forward?
That's hard. That's one of the hard ones.
That's not a
you only saying Duncan because of the accolades, because Malone busts his ass through stats. So I don't want to hear that.
And winning
that's a hard one. Hold on.
He didn't win with his stats, bro.
Let me get this.
Duncan and stats?
Hold on.
Carmelo has better stats than Duncan?
So wait, Carmelo did knock out more under the
Carmelo was number 2 scoring all time at some point.
When you look at both careers with Duncan and Malone, like you look at Duncan with his winning aspect, the MVPs, yes, the all NBA's all defensive, and on top of that, not missing the playoffs in the whole 19-year career, and then the first 10 years of his career. When you look at, he's top 5 in MVP, and I believe 9 of the 10 years. And then on top of that, he's top 5 in MVP and DPOY within those years as well. You can't Carmelo, you can say he was top 5 in MVP a lot of those years, but not MVP and DPOY in the certain years. And then when you look at, he has, I believe he's second in all defensive win shares all time, I believe. And like the defensive metrics, it's not even a close comparison.
Ralph, also you're forgetting the fact that Malone was like #1 in knocking up like 13-year-old girls like during that period. So
that's scandalous.
Undefeated.
Well, when we did our criteria, Tim Duncan did score higher than Karl Malone. Tim Duncan was 6th all-time on our list. So again, we did do Karl Malone as well. Karl Malone ended up being 14th on our list. So you can see Karl Malone scored 38.45, and obviously you can see Tim Duncan scored 47.02. So and again, the things that's holding Karl Malone back is the fact that he doesn't have championships. We obviously know Tim Duncan has 5 championships, so that kind of changes the meter there, which I find funny that Willie wants to try to put Karl Malone in front of Tim Duncan with the idea of winning and moments and. Because what Karl Malone moment do we have? I'm listening, Rel. Go ahead.
Hey, but with the numbers, Karl Malone and John Stockton would be the best point guard and power forward.
Hey,
so those numbers don't count.
Bro, you don't get to say shit. You asked. You got.
Hey, I can say whatever I feel like saying, sir. You can't tell me nothing. I'm a 45-year-old man, son. Hey, I'm a 45-year-old man, son.
Bro, you were embarrassed.
I'm sorry. You can do whatever you want to do. Talk to yourself. I don't need to talk to you. Go talk to your wife. Go talk to your dog. Stop talking to me. And I can talk when I feel like it. I can talk when I feel like talking. As long as he allows me on the panel. And
yeah, but you are not going to disrespect our panelists. Travis is part of our panelists. He gets a chance to eat you alive because he's trying to rep for Michael Jordan every week, right? And here it is. You showed up and we gave you an opportunity. And you had Travis as red as my shirt because you couldn't explain why Michael Jordan was the GOAT. It's not his fault. So you're not going to disrespect Travis. Travis is a part of the program, brother. You got to
really. You couldn't even explain why Michael Jordan.
We respect your take. It's just a horrible take, brother. It's just a horrible take.
It was a non-existent take. You said Michael Jordan.
I didn't say Malone. I said it was a hard decision because Malone was a 2-time MVP. You know what I'm saying? Malone led the league in scoring. Like, Malone was a monster. I know he did his thing off the court, but like Kobe did his thing off the court. But I'm only talking basketball. Malone was a monster, bro. I mean, he was a monster as far as scoring. But I'll probably take Duncan because Jordan plays better with guys that play defense, not a bunch of offense. So I would probably
take scorer than Tim Duncan. You can say that, Ralph.
Yeah, he's a better scorer. I'll say he's a better scorer, but the defense is a much bigger gap than the offense.
Yeah, he's a better. Yeah, no, Tim Duncan is one of the greatest defenders of all time.
Malone defense is great as well, so he wasn't no slouch on defense. So his numbers prove it.
I'm not saying he wasn't a bad defender, but when we compare Tim Duncan and Karl Malone, it's a bigger gap than the offense because we're not going to act like that Tim Duncan couldn't score the ball as well.
Duncan controlled the game way better than Malone,
top 5 in scoring, and he was like top 5 in defense in several of those years. That's the reason why he got back-to-back MVPs in 02 and 03.
So here's a trash take from Canelo. High guard Malone was a trash take. No, that's not true.
Hey, Ralph, you said Tim Duncan was Ralph, you said Tim Duncan was DPOY. What year?
No, I say he was top 5 in DPOY.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, he didn't win. They've been hating on those dudes. I don't know why they never let those players win Defensive Player of the Year. And it seems like you're going to win Defensive Player of the Year if you only do defense. If you're a two-way player, they really don't like to give it to you. So
his on and off numbers.
I just can't get over how this man didn't bring up anything like Jordan's advanced metrics. He's like leading the league in the finals MVPs, second MVPs. Again, anything like that elevates his team. There's a ton of arguments you can use for Jordan as the GOAT, but I didn't even hear one except for I watched him play. He's the GOAT. That is mind blowing. Like, real hard, you sound like an intelligent guy, 100%. You sound like you watched the game a lot, but you got to ask a simple question. You have 5 minutes to You couldn't say one argument why Jordan wants to go?
Yeah, that's to Willie's defense. Karl Malone was a beast. You know what I'm saying? Because Tim
You got that off the glad.
Tim Duncan did have way more help than Malone did in his career. I can say that.
No, we don't want to do that now.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying Karl Malone's better because to me Duncan is the best power forward. But one argument you can have is that Karl Malone had less help.
Well, look at them late 80s teams.
That's true.
No, look at them late 80s teams that Karl Malone had.
Aaron, what do you mean? John Stockton was the best player of all time.
You had John Stockton, you had Mark Eaton, that was a two-time defender.
Oh, man.
You had the leading blocks, averaging 6 blocks a game.
Okay, Booty. Okay, Gobert. This is the only thing I really love about Jordan is that Jordan really won only with really defensive players. He didn't win with a bunch of scoring. Like his teammates didn't wow you with scoring. He had Jordan won with defensive players. He didn't need a joker dropping 26 or 41 or this and he is scored.
Let me ask you a question. In the 90s, was there a team that had multiple top scorers that won a championship?
When? What are you talking about?
I'm asking in the 90s, was there any teams that won a championship with multiple with great scores? Like, let's say.
Well, only the Bulls really won in the 90s.
Houston, 95.
Only the Bulls really won in the 90s, so that question is mute.
Okay, what about the
80s? But if you go to the 80s, you had Dumars dropping, you had James Worthy dropping, you had Larry Bird and all them.
You had Kareem and Magic.
On average during the season, was those guys? Would you say that some of those guys were like double-digit, like 20-point scores, like on the same team, like that, multiple on the same team or something?
Magic and Kareem.
No.
James Worthy.
No. Let me explain the evolution of basketball. See, when Jordan came in the league, shooting guards wasn't popular. It was all about centers and big men. Like the bigger you were, the better you were. Like Ralph Sampson, Hakeem, David Robinson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Guards didn't get picked in the top one, first picks. So when Jordan came in, they said, can't nobody that scored like this win a championship. Can't nobody do that.
That's shooting guards wasn't popular.
Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, Mark Wire, Alex English,
name the popular shooting guards before Michael Jordan, brother.
Adrian Devlin, Alex English, Marcus Wire.
Yeah, George Gervin, Alex English. Come on.
George Gervin wasn't no shooting guard.
Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't. Boy, he was 6'9", 6'10".
Bill Goodrich, Jerry West.
Yeah, it was Jerry West.
Yeah, but look where you're going. Like shooting guards wasn't the number one picks, bro.
Yeah, but Jordan wasn't the number one pick.
You said
exactly.
What? I think I know what he's saying.
Who was picked before Jordan? Sam Bowie and Hakeem.
Well, Hakeem's a goat.
Jordan's the only person that gets credit for dominating on anything that's weak. So because the shooting guard position is weak, Jordan is considered greater?
No, the shooting guard position was not the main thing that the NBA was looking at. I mean, Shaq was the number one pick in '92.
I know, and you would have never won if they don't change the rules to help Jordan.
I mean, what he's saying. I see what he's trying to say. He's trying to say when Jordan got into the league, the offense was ran through the big man. That was the consensus. And he's trying to say to where Jordan really did switch that around once he started really winning and everything. Is that correct?
That's why D-Wade and all them coming out.
Hold on for a second.
It was because of Dr. J.
Wait, hold on. Did shooting guards never win?
Is that what you're trying to say, Willie?
Wait, did shooting guards never win a scoring title? Like did a guard never win a scoring title?
No, George Gervin won 4.
Well, then that doesn't seem like a good point to say the offense was ran by like centers. If you had guards winning scoring titles.
No, he said what I just said. He's trying to say the offense like when Jordan got into the league, the offense ran through the big man. I mean that is the consensus, but I don't know if that's. I'm trying to see if that's exactly what Willie's trying to say.
Exactly. Why do you think Magic got so many assists? Why do you? That's why I don't put a lot of emphasis on assists. People be, if you pass into the score, like how's that? Like you the best player. But second of all, Magic passing the ball to Kareem, Stockton passing the ball to Malone. Like, yo, they was passing the ball to big men. They wasn't giving the ball to Jordan in the 80s. That's why Isaiah wasn't leading the league in scoring. Like, it was a big man's league. And then Jordan started flying and doing all this dumb shit. And then it became, yo, let's draft Penny Hardaway. Oh, let's draft Kobe Bryant or T-Mac or D-Wade. Or it went into a guard or Steph Curry. Iverson. Guards started running the league after Jordan and Reggie Miller and all them boys.
So that proves our point that Jordan had no competition at the shooting guard position.
Then Isaiah Thomas started.
He didn't have competition.
No, I'm saying, but
Bernard King was a small forward, but Alex English was a 2 guard. He was a serious scorer. So was what's his name? Like I said, Gordon, Dantley, all those guys.
Jordan changed the narrative of you couldn't win with a shooting guard that can lead the league in scoring. He did change that.
Say that, but
Mark Aguirre. First of all, let's let Ishmael get his take and go at Ishmael, and then we're gonna let Kane Marco get his take.
Kane Marco.
Good.
Yeah, you guys have. I would say like you guys have an interesting criteria. I just disagree with using advanced metrics though and per game averages. I just don't think you can shake all your head all you want, Travis, but here's the thing though. Totals don't change the criteria. Advanced metrics change how they see fit, and so it just doesn't make any sense. Where like who the heck wants to say I'm going to be the highest VORP of all time? Like how do you make that a goal? You can't make a goal of VORP because it's decided on statisticians. Like some of these advanced metrics, to me, it's just like you need to take a college algebra class, to
In other
understand
words,
it.
you don't understand it.
Yeah, just so you don't know basketball.
Some of them are important. Some of them are important, showing how impactful you are to your teammates.
I got you. I mean,
some of them
all
are
of them.
useful.
Wait a minute, but all of them are predicated off of your totals.
And then and then some of them is just like some of them are like they're just so difficult to understand. Like there's so many that are adjusted with different formulas based on box plus minus or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. You need to take a college algebra class see if you can understand it. And they're gonna change. They're gonna say, well, this is this and this is for whatever narrative they're gonna. So it's ridiculous.
No, it's funny that you say that, Ishmael, because you know the anti LeBron guys love using the advanced metrics while disrespecting the way people view analytics in basketball. So the same people who created the advanced metrics, which are the analytic guys, are the guys that they hate, but they use those guys' metrics to help them with their argument. That's funny.
I think some of them are useful.
Well, I
for
use
like,
everything.
I think some of them are useful for like a single season. You know, like to measure the impact of a player. But like for career, it just like to say career is different because it's like with per game averages, circumstances change with players, and especially the longer you play, it's the harder to maintain a career average. Or sometimes people have a great rate of production, and then it dips the longer they play, or it's hard to maintain it. It's like I remember I asked a guy in the comment section, it was Bobby or something like that. He couldn't answer me. I said because I use player A. Player A played 1,300 games, scored 27 points per game. Right, I mean, 25 points per game, and then player B played 900 games and scored 25 points per game. Who's better? You can't like who do you say who's better?
Well, you see
from that.
You see the gap. I mean, the gap in the games is much wider than the per game the example that you gave. So I wouldn't. You have to decipher that.
Well, you can't. So you can't really say because and player A was Kobe Bryant, and the second player I believe was Jerry West. So it's like, and then the fact that Jerry West is ranked higher all time in per game averages, but per game averages is an estimate value based on the games that you played and from the production. And so
that's why you have to decide on a time played. You can't just be like,
that's subjective. No, thank you. Like you can't do that. Like Travis, in next 5 years, what in the next 5 years? What if the average NBA career is 10 years? Are we going to say like, oh, now we got to do 15?
It would double in the next 5 years.
Look, man, no, man. That's why I'm sticking with totals, because the purpose of totals is to go based off production. Despite the games you play, it doesn't matter because it goes based off a ranking. If you continue to score, your ranking goes up. If you continue to rebound, your ranking goes up. With per game averages, you continue to play, your averages can go down. So that makes it very difficult. You can't go like averages are good to me in single season, but you can't.
That's why you don't use either.
That's why you gotta count. You gotta count everything. You just can't count one specific thing.
How do you count that? You can't even tell me who's better. You can't tell me who's better. You can't tell me who's better between Kobe and Jerry West.
That's what I got to do between both, because Jerry West don't have 33,000 points. Kobe Bryant does. That's
the total. Exactly.
We got to do both. So we got to do both. Let's let Kane or Marco get his take, and he's been very patient. What you got for us for today's topic, sir?
What's good, fellas, man? Appreciate y'all having me on. To kind of explain what y'all was just talking about with the stats and all that. To me, when we get down to the top 10, 15 players of all time, all of those players average some variation of between 20 to 30 points, 5 to 10 rebounds, 5 to 10 assists, 1 to 2 steals, 1 to 2 blocks. So let's throw that out. We don't give a damn. At the end of the day, like Hermit would say, you play to win the game. Now, when we look at Jordan, what I called in for is to tell y'all why Jordan is the GOAT. So when you look at Jordan, when he played, he was indisputably the best offensive player in the league. Am I right? Yes.
If you go score, he was the best scorer. Yeah, go ahead.
And he was also the best defensive player at his position. Now, when we go back to the different eras, and not to mention he also was the most dominant winner and the most clutch player. Now, when we go back to the other eras, and I'm not that old, so I don't go that far back. But just to, what we know, Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain. Bill Russell was probably the better defensive player, but Wilt was probably the better offensive player. It was an argument. When you get to the 70s, it wasn't really no one player that dominated the 70s. I guess maybe Kareem and Oscar Robertson.
Not even
maybe not.
Kareem and
but
really.
But the winning, it was straight parity. I think like a different team won every year in the 70s or some shit like that.
Yeah, no.
I don't know if I can curse now, my bad. You look at the 80s. Mm-hmm. You look at the 80s, it was split between Magic and Bird as far as winning. Magic won a little bit more, but he had Kareem. But neither one of them was considered the best defensive player at their position or in the league. So we can go to the 2000s. You can maybe say Kobe was the best scorer during the 2000s, but you got an argument for Iverson because he took a chuck cut. You got an argument for Shaq. You got an argument for T-Mac because they won all them won scoring titles during that time. And Kobe wasn't considered never the best defensive player in the league. You get to the 2010s. You got LeBron. You got KD. You got Curry. It's an argument for which one of them the best offensive player in the league. And neither one of them was considered the best defensive player in the league. So when you look at Jordan, nobody actually dominated more than he did. Point blank, period. Unless you look at Bill Russell with the championships. But Bill Russell didn't dominate statistically like Jordan dominated statistically, if y'all want to go for the stats. But to me, stats for nerds.
He did dominate statistically wise. He ended up
he didn't dominate over Wilt statistically. Wilt dominated statistically during that time.
He had more rebounds than Wilt when he retired. So he did dominate that fact. He did factor in that way. He was top 15 in points when he retired in 1969. And the
15
fact that
though, but top 15 though.
Yeah, he was top. Where you want him to be? I mean, how much higher you want him to be?
I'm saying Jordan was
He's number one. He's number one in rebounds. He's number one in MVPs. He's number one in championships. He's top 15 in scoring. I mean, what else? He would have been number one in blocks.
So
if they count
if I can grant you that, but I don't feel like Bill Russell was one of the best offensive players we ever seen.
That doesn't matter because you're comparing Jordan to his era. Because Jordan to his era, of course, because his era was weak. He had no shooting guard to be the best defensive shooting guard. There were players that were playing better defense than Jordan.
But all I'm saying, okay, so put it this way then. If you want to say Wilt is number 1 and Jordan is number 2, it still ain't Bron.
No, see, look, there you go again. It's still Bron because Bron
It still
dominated
ain't
across
Bron.
the board. It still is Bron. You're trying to find a way to make it not LeBron while you're sitting here and taking Jordan out of the GOAT debate. You're basically taking Jordan out. You just proved our point that no matter what y'all do, all y'all do is prove why Michael Jordan is not the GOAT. Because you just said, give me a chance to prove Michael Jordan's the GOAT. Now, when I show everything that you're bringing up doesn't make Michael Jordan the GOAT, you're like, well, at least it makes him better than LeBron. So are you guys only concerned with how LeBron is ranked in any ranking list?
Ain't this a LeBron channel?
Wait, King Marco, are you the juggernaut?
Wait.
I am absolutely the juggernaut.
No, listen. I here in GOAT James Kingdom, and Brandon and I, we've came up with a criteria proving LeBron the GOAT. He was just as dominant. You talking about him not being dominant because what? He wasn't better than Kawhi Leonard as a defender? Kawhi Leonard wasn't the best defender in the 2010s.
Hey, Johnny, I do want to say Wilt does have more rebounds in the 60s than Bill Russell.
Don't play with it.
After no, you say in the
60s. And I ain't using Google or none of that, and I ain't see it.
Wait. When Bill Russell retired, he was number 1 in rebounds. Wilt Chamberlain not have 22,000 rebounds in 1969, Ralph.
But Bill Russell came in the league before Wilt Chamberlain.
Yeah, he came in at 50s though.
But that's what I said. I said when he retired, he was number 1 in rebounds. It took Wilt Chamberlain 5 more years. It took him 5 more years in 1973 when he retired for him to get past 22,000 rebounds.
He's got more in the playoffs. He's got the most.
And he does have more in the playoffs on top of it. And he has 5 more championships than Michael Jordan. He has 9 more championships than Wilt Chamberlain. Y'all, that's what I'm saying. So
I didn't hear everything.
But again, Bill Russell was not a top 10 offensive player during his era. He was not a top 10 offensive player during his era.
That doesn't matter. What does that have to do with anything?
But that's what I said. I said Jordan was the best offensive player and the best defensive player at his position.
You said that how was Jordan a better offensive player? We can say if there was players better than Jordan offensively. Scoring doesn't make you the best offensive player.
So who was the best offensive player then during the 90s?
There's a lot of players we can throw out there for
go ahead. I'll wait. Go ahead. I'll wait.
I can start off with John Stockton.
Go ahead. I'll wait. And let's see if anybody on the panel agree with you. Let's see if anybody on the panel agree with you. Let's see if anybody in sports history agrees with you.
Clearly was a better scorer to start off his career along.
You are not going to ask me a question and then try to overtalk me.
Yeah. I want to.
John Stockton averaged well over 10 assists per game throughout the 90s. He was a great offensive player. His shooting efficiency was great. His 3-point shooting was great. His free throw shooting was great. He was a great offensive player. You only want to go off of scoring. You're going to say he's not a great offensive player. Why? Because he only averaged 13 points per game or 14 points per game? But he was averaging 10, 12 assists. So he was contributing all over the place. So again, you guys are making false statements about Michael Jordan that doesn't exist. Jordan's not the greatest offensive player because of scoring. Especially when we talk about the 90s, because Jordan's greatest scoring years are in the 80s.
Who scored the most points in the 90s?
So in the 90s,
Karl Malone scored most in the 90s.
I would just check it. I would just
go ahead, Ralph, and then we're gonna let real debates come in. Go ahead, Ralph.
When you said with John Stockton in the 90s, like when you equate those 10 assists, what minimum of like 20 points right there, along with the 14, that would be what 34.
14 points? It's a minimum.
Y'all can down the John Stockton hill. I'll let y'all have it.
I'm just saying with John Stockton, like I know you said 14 and 10.
Mm-hmm.
The 10, what you could say like that would equate to like 20 points. You know, right?
And that's pretty good. But John Stockton wasn't the primary scorer nor the primary offensive player on the team. Nor did he command
scoring.
Nor did he command double teams.
What I'm saying,
of the game.
Like,
it's not the only aspect. Like, so that doesn't. You can't just go off of just scoring.
I'll let y'all down to John Stockton. Y'all go ahead. Y'all can talk about John Stockton.
Hold wait. First of all, you don't let us do shit. We do what the fuck we want to do. This is GOAT James Kingdom. And did Jordan have?
And I just came in here and cooked the whole kingdom right off the dick.
Wait. No, you didn't do nothing. Did Jordan have a Wilt Chamberlain to compete with to be the best offensive?
Willie warmed y'all up. I just came and finished y'all off.
Answer the question, Kane. Answer the question.
Well, I wanted to.
Hold on, Ralph. I got to deal with this because we got people who think they're cooking. We got people who think they're cooking and they're not cooking. I'm gonna ask you again, Kane. Did Michael Jordan have a Wilt Chamberlain in the 90s to compete with?
We're not talking about bringing people from other eras. We're not talking about that. We talking about what actually happened.
You brought that
we
up.
talking about what actually happened.
We are comparing that because you said that he said that he wasn't number one in offense. I mean, you were talking about Bill Russell in another era. So I'm asking you again.
I said
yes,
when he played.
That's
Shut your bitch ass up.
Sit your ass down.
Ladies and gentlemen, you get put in a Michael Jordan dugout when you don't allow to actually let people speak, nor are you willing to have a conversation and answer the question. I asked you a very simple question. You brought up being dominant as an offensive player. I'm asking you, did Jordan have the competition that Bill Russell had in offense? Jordan didn't have somebody averaging 40 points per game when he was playing in the 80s and the 90s, did he? No. Did Oscar Robinson? Let's do that. Did Michael Jordan have anybody as good as Oscar Robinson came?
You mean on this team or to go against?
Offensively, scoring points. Offensively, did he have
on the opposite team?
Yes, offensively, did Michael Jordan have somebody as great as Oscar Robinson to compete with on offense in his era?
Yeah, Clyde Drexler was pretty comfortable. Clyde Drexler was getting almost 30 a game, bro.
Nah, but Dominique Wilkins was the elite.
And Dominique, yeah.
Dominique signed the same.
And Malone was getting almost 30 a game.
Dominique was in the 80s.
You had several players getting almost 30 a game, bro.
Was Clyde Drexler averaging 27 points per game throughout the 90s?
Not throughout the 90s.
Now you just want
okay. Oscar Robinson was averaging that throughout the 60s. Was there any player in the 90s that was as good as Jerry West offensive-wise scoring?
Yes. Light work, guys. Come on.
Kane, answer the question, Kane. You're in the dugout.
I'm sorry. I thought you were posing that to the panel. What was the question?
No, you're the one in the dugout. You're the one in the dugout.
Yeah, I thought you put me in timeout. I was chilling, bro.
I'm asking you a question. Is there anybody in Jordan's era, offensively scoring wise, as good as Jerry West?
As good as Jerry West, yes. Dominique Wilkins.
Dominique Wilkins was averaging 27 points per game, 30 points per game in the 90s?
Not throughout the 90s, no.
So how was he better? That's what West was doing throughout the 60s.
Because the players that you name in their careers started in the early 80s, bro. Clyde Drexler and Dominique careers started in the
Michael
early
Jordan
80s.
had no competition then, right? That there's no competition for you to sit here and say he dominated.
Okay, so check this out, right? What you're doing is you're trying to make me cross compare errors. I said when he played,
you did.
my whole no. Wait 1 second, bro. Wait 1 second. I said my point was he dominated his era more than any other player dominated their era. That was my point.
That's comparing eras. And I just told you Jordan had the weakest era to dominate.
No,
he didn't have to worry about a Wilt Chamberlain. He didn't have to worry about a Jerry West. He didn't have to worry about an Oscar Robinson. He didn't have to worry about a Kevin Durant or Kobe Bryant. He had nobody to deal with. Even the guys you guys are mentioning, like a Clyde Drexler and a Dominique Wilkins, were not dominant in the 90s.
Hey, Johnny.
I would have mentioned Hakeem. I would have mentioned David Robinson. I would have mentioned
Johnny.
None of those. Wait. Even if you want to, Ralph, none of those guys are as great as scorers as Jerry West, as Oscar Robinson, as Wilt Chamberlain.
In that decade,
There's a bunch of guys who were more efficient.
Not Wilt. But Jerry West, I think that's a conversation between. Like,
come on, Ralph. You had Shaq.
You can say Malone. You can say Hakeem Olajuwon. You can say, I think
Malone. You're good. You
had
said
Shaq, Malone, David Robinson. You had like Adrian Dantley, Alex English.
Say that because they
all these
people in the 90s. You're naming people that did not play in the 90s. Stop it. The 90s was fucking horrible. We're done with the 90s. That shit is over with. Stop it. The fucking 90s suck. Jordan could dominate a horrible era all the fuck he wants to. Don't make him the GOAT. That's a weak era. He don't have a Kevin Durant. He don't got a Stephen Curry. He don't got none of this shit. He's over here dominating with Scottie Pippen. That's how he's winning. Those are the facts.
Johnny, you're knocking Jordan for playing in his era. You're knocking Jordan. You're knocking Jordan.
I'm knocking
You're knocking Jordan for dominating his era.
No, you're using his era that dominates to make him better when you don't have nothing else. That doesn't make him better. Because if hold on.
So your era Basketball is your peers. That means your age group. That means the people that's 5 years older, 5 years younger. Your age group, right? LeBron is playing with his age, KD. What? Drafted 2007. LeBron drafted 2003. So that's a 4-year difference. Just because your age group is just as good as you does not mean you're dominating. Jordan was better than his peers. Period.
Where?
So now you blaming why wasn't Drexler like Jordan? Why was it now you're going back to Hakeem and Will. Will when it was centers. You're comparing a center to a damn guard.
Wait a minute. What does Jordan's dominance have to do with what does that what does that have to do with Clyde Drexler being able to average 30 points per game?
No, Jordan was better.
What does that have to do with Karl Malone not being able to average 30 points per game but only once in his career? What does that have to do? What does that have to do with anybody in the 90s who could not average 30 points per game?
30 points isn't irrelevant. Isn't a good goalpost when they're
Johnny, basketball was ran through the big man.
Not in the 90s. Not in the 90s.
But Jordan changed that. Jordan changed that.
Okay, so
that's why you got your T-Max and your Iversons and your D-Wades. Jordan changed that.
No, what Jordan changed was the rules. What
Who was averaging 30 points in 2000? Didn't head check and go away in 2005?
It went away in 95. It went away in 95. You motherfuckers ain't gonna come up here and keep lying.
That's what Detroit.
We've been debunked this shit. This is why. This is why our GOAT criteria matters, because all you guys want to do is talk nothing that has nothing to do with basketball. None of this has anything to do with basketball. You guys want to discredit the entire 90s just to make Jordan great. That's what you guys want to do. Yes, you want to discredit them because they didn't average 30 points per game.
No, 30 points is an arbitrary number that you came up with and you hold to the standard.
Why was Jordan so much dominant? Why was Jordan more dominant than Hakeem Olajuwon?
He wasn't.
Why was he more dominant than Karl Malone?
But Hakeem Olajuwon.
He was better defensively than Karl Malone.
Why was he more dominant than David Robinson? How was he more dominant than Scottie Pippen, who made the same amount of All-NBAs, the same amount of All-Stars, more All-Defensive selections than Jordan?
Because he was a way better offensive player than Scottie Pippen. He was more efficient.
No, because of points. Because you're going to bring up 30 points per game. That's all 30, you care
30
about.
points means nothing. He was more efficient than Scottie Pippen. He was a better offensive player, period. And he was arguably just as good defensively.
Look, Willie's just ranting. Look at
Yeah, he won't stop. And that was my point earlier. He won't stop.
Let's get real debates.
Points per game measurement is only have to do with errors.
This is why I like to have one person up at a time, because we do have to let other people speak. So we're gonna do this because I have to address.
Hollywood Herb.
Let's get to it right here. Real debates.
Salute,
step up to the mic. Appreciate you. Thank you. And Herm will come up next. Go ahead, Real Debates. We're waiting for your take, please. Are you there, Real Debates?
He power drinking his 211, man.
Okay. All right, so go ahead, Herm. Go ahead, Herm. Go ahead, Herm. Shout out to Herm.
Salute, hey, Johnny.
We're not suspended no more, Herm. We're not suspended no more.
Hey, that's good. Hey, but see, I'm not gonna cook you on Africa like that anymore, man. So we won't be suspended again. I cooked it so bad, he had to go to he tried to ditch the dream team by showing the tapes against Croatia. Man, he was just desperate, But end of the day, when it comes to the era stuff, y'all, you just gotta stop. Period. If you just a real basketball purist, you would never disrespect any era of basketball. You would look at it just as a fan of the game. You're not gonna try to discredit just to uplift other guys. The 90s did. To answer your question that you asked, though, hey Johnny, you said scores. David Robinson basically did average 30. He did a 29.9. Shaq averaged 29.2 as a 21-year-old. He had Karl Malone that was consistent, 27 or more points per game for the most part, especially in his peak when Utah was competing for the titles. But it was great scores in the 90s. It was great scores in every era. It's not that many eras going to have consistently guys that scoring 30 points a game. You consistently not going to have. You have it now more in this era just due to how the game has changed and it's more offensive based. And of course, you got talented guys now. You got a lot of guys that are bucket getters, and had the game is played, it's bucket getters. This is a good era for any bucket getter. You don't even have to be the best defensively. As long as you a bucket getter, this is the area that you need to be in. But just this era, Jordan had years in the 90s that he was only averaging 28, 29 points. He wasn't averaging 30 every year in the 90s. And at the end of the day, he still was winning scoring titles. His averaging 28. So, end of the day, we don't have to diss any era, man. That's what I really want us not to do, John. We don't have to do that. We can still talk about how great LeBron is without dissing any eras. We could talk about how great Jordan, Wilt, Kareem, all those guys without dissing era. That's where the basketball talks go left. That's why we all at times will sound like casuals because we dissing eras. We just got to talk the game and actually talk as fans of the game. We all love basketball. Let's act like it.
But that's what I was trying to explain, because they love to do this thing about Jordan dominating his era. And they forget that there's plenty of players who dominated their era. Magic dominated his era. There's a lot of people who dominated their era. Sure, if we want to, we brought up Kareem. Because there was no Dr. J, he dominated the NBA for 5-6 years. But he was winning MVPs. But he won 4 MVPs between 1971 and 1976, right? So it's like, there's plenty of players who were dominant. None of that makes Michael Jordan the GOAT. That's what they fail to realize. Like Jordan didn't have no competition. I sat here and did a whole criteria. You saw it yesterday for the greatest teams of all times and the teams that won the most games. There wasn't even teams in the 90s that could win 65 games. While in every other era, there was multiple teams who can do it. The 90s was a very
lot of
special
64
era.
win teams, though. You know,
bro, you capping too, man. Yeah, you capping, bro.
Orlando Magic won.
Jordan faced most 60-win teams than everybody, bro.
Yeah,
I said there wasn't no teams that couldn't win 65 games. You guys have to listen. If 60 wins means so much, if you got 65 wins, what does it matter if you're playing a 60-win team? Who faced more teams with a better record and beat them with a better record? Michael Jordan or LeBron, Kane?
Kobe Bryant.
You tell me.
That is true about Kobe.
LeBron
James. Kobe beat the best competition.
LeBron beat teams with a higher record and a higher seed than him than Jordan did, by far.
But LeBron got upset way more times than anybody else too.
Upset meaning by what?
Upset meaning he was the number one seed and lost.
That only happened once when he was the number one seed and lost.
Twice.
What second time?
09 and 2010.
Appreciate that, y'all.
Yeah, 09, he was the number one seed in the East.
They did have the number one seed in 2010 as well. You're right. They just won less games. So those are 2 times that he won that. So we're going to hold LeBron accountable for not being able to win the championship because he won 60-something games. But you're going to praise the team that Jordan played that didn't win the championship for winning 60 games?
So the bottom line is this. When Jordan had the championship caliber team, he didn't lose. When LeBron had championship caliber teams, he still got his ass whooped.
What teams were that?
All his teams that were either the number one seed or made the finals.
So all you got to do is
Which teams was that? Which teams was that? No, which teams was that? Which teams was that?
09 and 10. Those are only 2 teams.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
I said all his teams that he played on that were either the number one seed or made the finals. So that's about 12 different. That's about 12 different teams, right?
So making the finals makes you
and
favorite?
so
that makes you a championship caliber team. If you have a championship caliber team, you should make the finals.
So
that only happened 6 times with Jordan.
Exactly. So
So
Jordan
you said that only happened 6 times with Jordan.
So LeBron had more championship teams than Jordan.
He had more. He was on more championship caliber teams than Jordan. Yes.
Yeah, because he got to the finals.
And he still won less and lost more.
What does that have to do with anything, though? That means nothing. Winning more doesn't mean nothing. Jordan didn't win more. He didn't win the most.
How he didn't win the most?
He won more, but not the most.
6 is not the most championship wins.
Yeah.
We talking about Jordan and LeBron, right? Ain't this a LeBron channel?
We're talking
it seems like there's a lot of goalposts moving on this channel. I thought the goalpost was wrong.
Kane, the greatest players of all time. We count everybody. It's not Michael Jordan versus LeBron. You can't make Michael Jordan better than anybody else. How is he even better than LeBron?
My bad. I thought it said Goat James Kingdom on your page or something.
That means he's better than everybody, not just Jordan. He's better than everybody, not just Jordan.
This is not
But you ain't proved one point about him being better than Jordan.
Yes, we did. We proved the point that he's better than Jordan. We just told you that. We proved it.
Bro, you brought out John Stockton and started dissing errors and cross comparing and everything, bro. You did all kind of running and goalpost moving, bro.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't, bro. You're not listening. You don't listen.
We going player for player.
No, it's not player for player. It's the greatest players of all time. You have to go against all players. This is not Mortal Kombat.
John, give me a hug.
Let's let Ruddy Hood Sports get his take in. Ruddy Hood Sports, thank you for joining us again on the platform. What you got for us, brother?
Before you start that, Johnny, I got to roll. Yo,
I appreciate you, Ralph.
All right, thanks for coming on, Ralph.
Thanks, Ralph, man. Appreciate you. It's good to see you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Always.
All right. See you next week if we can. So go ahead, Ruddy Sports. What you got for us?
Yo, what's good, everybody, man? I hope everyone is chilling on this good God-given Sunday.
Doing the Lord's work.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So here's my thing, right? When it comes, for me, there's about 3 or 4 players in the GOAT debate. Wilt, Kareem, LeBron, Jordan. And I know the main 2 that are argued, obviously, is LeBron and Michael Jordan. And what a lot of people like to do, the main argument that I've heard for Jordan over all these years, I'm only 37, you know what I mean? Over all these years, the main argument I've heard is 6-0. 6-0, 6-0, 6-0. And for me, championships are team accomplishments. This is why on an earlier show, I had said that the difference between LeBron's 17 points per game in 2011, the difference between that being a finals MVP worthy performance or being a flop or a choke is whether his team won or not, because Iggy and Kawhi won a finals MVP with those same numbers. So we have to take into account that championships are team accomplishments. So what I like to do is compare the 2 individuals. Who's the better rebounder? Who's the better passer? Who's the better playmaker? Who's the better scorer? Who's the better shooter? Who has the higher field goal percentage and 3-point percentage? And who can play 1 through 5? Who can guard 1 through 5? Whose impact is greater? LeBron went to 3 separate teams and won a finals MVP with 3 different teams. Only player to do that in history. That should tell you that it wasn't the team around him. It was LeBron. LeBron was the determining factor. And here's the other thing, right? They want to talk about LeBron didn't dominate his era. I also said this before. We know that's cap, because ever since LeBron was drafted into the NBA, there is not one player who's won more championships. There's not one player who's won more MVPs. There's not one player who's won more finals MVPs, more all-star selections, more all-NBA selections, who's scored more points, who's broken more records, who's reached more milestones. That is dominance. And we're talking about what's going on to be a 22-year stretch. Still, not one person that's entered the NBA after LeBron James has been able to accomplish more than he has accomplished. If that is not dominance, I do not know what is. So when it comes to the GOAT debate of who's the greatest of all time, you want to put Michael Jordan and LeBron in the conversation? Well, now we got to compare these 2 players to each other. And someone tell me who's the better player. See, they can't do that. What they have to do is bring up, oh, well, Jordan is 6-0. Well, let me tell you something. If y'all feel like 6-0 is worth more than Bill Russell's 11 championships, then I think 2016 by itself, that 1 championship is worth more than 6-0. And that's all about I had to say.
Great ass take there, Ruddy. Ruddy, I need your obedience and you to worship me though, and I love you. Great take.
And like you said, Kane, this is a LeBron fans page, and you see LeBron fans talk the game better than you, Zesty Jeffries.
No, that he did. That was cool little take, man. It was cool.
I like that take. I really did.
I'm not impressed with the take, man. You know,
yeah, that was cute. But the whole championships being the team accomplishment thing, all these players that we talking about that's in the GOAT discussion done had about the same amount of chances to win the championship. And LeBron probably done had more than everybody, but he still lost more than everybody. So miss me with that, man.
He was by himself, bro. That's why I said team accomplishment. It's 5 people.
But all these players that had the same amount of chances to win, bro.
I'm gonna tell you.
And he happened to come up more than everybody else.
All right. Because you
I
keep
can
talking
see if
about.
I can see if all the other players had way more chances than him to win the championship. That would be different.
I mean, you trying to act like Michael Jordan is the standard for titles when he's not. So I don't understand this argument.
The argument because you didn't listen to what I said the first time. I said not only the championships, I said he was the best offensive player and the best defensive player at his position, along with the championships, along with being clutch.
What does his position has to do with anything? We're talking about the greatest players. Who cares about his position? We talk about the greatest players of all time, not the greatest shooting guards of all time. If Michael, you trying to dictate this debate on what Michael Jordan did versus shooting guards in his era, and he did not have great shooting guards in his era. So that's a weak argument alone. Who you comparing him to? Reggie Miller, who would average 3 rebounds a game and less than a half a steal a game? Who are you trying to compare him to?
It's a terrible take.
In his era.
I mean,
not only that, Kane, you are not praising the person who lost the least. You're talking about somebody who lose the most. The guy who lost the least, you're disrespecting him because of stats and offense, basically.
Because it's two ends to the court, bro.
Damn, that was a good.
I mean, I can easily make an argument that LeBron James is a better offensive and defensive player than Michael Jordan. So, but that don't have anything to do with what you're trying to say. If we're trying to say who's the greatest offensive player, it's going to be LeBron James. LeBron James has done more offensively than Michael Jordan, as well as defensively than Michael Jordan. The only thing you can hang your hat on is the all defensive teams that was voted on for Michael Jordan to win. But when we look at what LeBron James done on the court, he has statistical dominance that no one has had before. And it's
stats for nerds, bro. Stats for nerds. Like I said, you play to win the game. You play to win championships, bro.
Okay.
You play to win championships, bro.
All right. Who are you taking, Robert Horry or Michael Jordan?
What you mean?
Who are you taking, Robert Horry with more titles or Michael Jordan with less?
A role player, bro. A role player.
Oh wait, no, don't bring up stats. Don't bring up stats. Don't bring up stats.
Let's not bring down the intelligence of the whole panel, bro. Let's not bring down the intelligence of the whole panel, bro.
Don't matter. Don't become a nerd. Don't be a nerd.
Who are you taking? Who are you taking? Who are you taking?
Let's not bring down the intelligence of the whole panel, y'all.
Who are you taking? Michael Jordan or Robert Horry?
Boy, y'all reach for John Stockton, Robert Orr. Y'all reach for anything when y'all be getting drilled, man.
Who are you taking? Robert Horry or Michael Jordan? It's a simple question.
Hey, Kane,
it's pretty obvious.
Based off of stats, we're gonna get Michael Jordan because Michael's gonna have 7 rings.
Yeah, we're gonna use stats. So once you say stats are for nerds, you're gonna use that for Michael Jordan over Bill Russell and over Robert Horry. That's why we're using stats.
I didn't say stats. I said dominating the game offensively and defensively.
You do that offensively with stats.
I didn't say not one stat my whole time, bro.
How was Jordan dominant?
You tell me how Michael Jordan dominant.
I can answer that question.
You can't say that.
No, his ass is going to answer it without stats. How you going to say Michael Jordan's a better offensive player in his era? Don't use any stats.
Because he won the most and he had the most scoring titles.
That's a stat. Stats. There you go with stats. There you go with stats.
Don't use any stats. Next, how is Michael Jordan a better offensive player without using stats?
I just told you.
You said, bro.
You used the stat. Using scoring titles are the most points.
You used the word intelligence and then said scoring title. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, dude, you said scoring. That's a stat. That's a stat of accomplishment. Like, what are you talking about?
You're making us Jordan fans look like casuals right now.
Wait. Hold on, wait. Did Herm just admit that he's a Jordan fan, Herm? Herm's a Jordan fan, ladies and gentlemen. He admitted to it right here on GOAT James Kingdom because we brought up a zesty Jeffrey. Go ahead, Herm. Go ahead and explain it.
I'm not a zesty Jeffrey. I just don't want.
I know you're not.
I just don't want my boy to make us look bad, so I got to step in a little bit. This is how you kill him. And B. Lee and A. Johnny, y'all can chime in. This is how I'm going to kill them with just simple things. If LeBron James is so-called a GOAT, why is he still playing? Ask me why he's still playing the NBA right now.
Okay. I can answer that. Okay. What is the limit he has to play first?
I mean, he can play as long as he wants to, but why you think he's still playing? What motivates him to still get up every single year, to still push himself, to still work?
Because he's still the best player in the game.
That's not answering the question though.
That answers everything. When you're still the best, you still play. Just like when Michael Jordan came back and we knew he wasn't what he was, he just said, I'm going to bow out because I can't keep up with them. LeBron James is keeping up with them while outplaying all these younger guys and still being the best player on the floor. That's why he's still playing, because he's great.
Billy, you hate to admit it. It's only one reason why
LeBron.
It's only one reason why LeBron is still playing.
What's that reason? What's that reason?
LeBron is still chasing a title. LeBron wants to win a title. He wants to get more rings.
I got this. So what you're saying is that if LeBron had 6 titles at this point in time in his career, he would have
been retired. He would have been retired.
That is hilarious.
Hey, John, did you know that his age?
Let me ask Herm this question. Why did Jordan retire after 6 and not after when he had 12?
He probably could have kept going, but the reason being they explained it. They explained why, because they broke up the whole team. Jordan wanted to run it back. When the Bulls say we're not running it back, his ass quit. His ass said, "Hey, I'm not playing with you."
Jordan broke up the team. The only people who weren't coming back was Pippen and Phil. Everybody else would have came back.
Yeah, Jordan could have kept playing if he wanted to, but he couldn't. He couldn't reach 12. So why LeBron got to reach 6?
No, it's not about it, because, like I said, we know LeBron's motivation is to be recognized as the greatest player of all time. At the end of the day, if he actually himself, this is why I asked y'all this question, because if he felt like he was the GOAT himself, he would have retired. He wouldn't still be playing. It's the reason why he's still playing. LeBron
just
knows,
as you.
No.
Just
LeBron
as you, right?
LeBron knows he got to get. He got.
So are you saying LeBron James doesn't think he's the GOAT? Because from my understanding,
he's insecure.
Zesty Jeffrey says he's the self-proclaimed GOAT.
He's insecure.
You say Clutch Sports. You say Clutch Sports is paying people to say that he's the GOAT. So LeBron has nothing to do with that.
No, I'm saying LeBron is insecure about his status as a legacy.
Now LeBron's insecure.
He told.
Herm, did you know that? Did you know that?
Hey, Ishmael, stay out of this, man. Stay out of this, man.
Second. Let me just
stay out of this, man. This ain't got nothing to do with you.
I think it has everything to do with who's on the panel. So I'm addressing what you're saying.
I was asking Johnny and B. Lee, man.
I know, but
I want to ask you. I want to ask you if you know what I'm about to say.
You starting to sound a little bit, Herm. You starting to sound a little bit.
It's
like
real simple. I face to all the people out there in America, for LeBron James to be representing Team USA as a captain. I would never vote LeBron James as a captain of anything. LeBron James does not carry himself with any honor, any integrity, any class, and he lacks the respect, the love of the game. He never carried himself like a true captain, like a true leader. He ain't no damn leader. Actually embarrassed for us that LeBron James is representing Team USA as a captain. What the hell has LeBron James done in his career that would give him the right to be a team captain? How the hell is he the best player on the team? How is he the best player on the team?
All right.
Now, I wouldn't go that far, though. You know,
I'm going to ask you this.
You call him insecure and everything for some reason.
Herm, I ask you this. If LeBron James wins a championship in 2025, coming up this NBA season, would that make him the GOAT, or does he still have to keep playing to win 6?
I think LeBron would feel comfortable enough to feel like, okay, I got this 5th ring. I did it I won my 5th championship at 40 years old. I did this at 40. So I think LeBron himself would feel like, I'm good now. I did it now. Nobody.
What about you? Would you make him the GOAT if he won a championship with his
I'm not gonna lie. If he win, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you right now. And this is on record. This would be on record. If LeBron James win his 5th title this year with this team that he got right now, they don't make any adjustments, anything, like don't even get a superstar count. He wins with this roster right here. I'll say he's the GOAT.
Shots fired. All right, let's let Mingo Jester in, because Mingo Jester just shut up. You got something to say, Brandon?
I wanted to ask him a question.
No, hold on, because it's gonna go too far. Let's let Mingo Jester come in first, and then you can ask Herm a question. Herm got all day. He's suspended on FYF. Go ahead, Mingo Justin. What's good, brother?
What's going on, man? Man? I don't understand what the combo. I don't even understand what the combo done went. I mean, like everybody be everywhere. Like we'll be talking about one specific thing, then y'all start bringing up Robert Horry and all. Man, who the hell? Bro, Horry got 7 championships. Yeah, but bro ain't got nothing else outside of those 7 championships. What else he got outside of those 7 championships? Name some stuff.
So more stuff is
Hold
needed
on.
besides
Let me go and answer this question. So he was saying that stats don't mean anything, only the number of titles. So I asked him, is Robert Horry better than Jordan? Which is obviously no, but he wouldn't answer the question because he didn't want to put his foot in his mouth. So you're going to say Michael Jordan's better than Robert Horry because of stats, even though he has more titles, and that's why we say LeBron James is the GOAT, even though other players have more titles. Just as simple as that.
Bro, that wasn't my point. When I first started, I said that all the players that we comparing got comparable stats, bro. I had said that way in the beginning. That's why I said you weren't listening. I said that from the very beginning.
Nobody got the stats.
No, they don't. They don't have
so to me,
Kane, you had your chance to speak. Let's let Mingo Jester save you, because trust me, Mingo Jester can save you. Go ahead, Mingo.
I already cooked y'all, boys. I ain't worried about it. I'm just here to listen, man.
How you cook us? You a Kobe guy. You can't cook us if you a Kobe guy.
Oh, wait,
I had you pulling out John Stockton, bro.
Wait. There's too many people talking. I thought Mingo Jester said that. I'm sorry, Mingo Jester. You didn't say that. Go ahead.
I did say that. I'm a Kobe guy too.
No. You said you cooked us. When did you cook us?
I didn't say that.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. You didn't say that. Kane said that. I thought that was you who said that. That's what I'm saying. But I apologize. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I know you're a Kobe guy. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, man, you can't just be bringing up just random role players trying to put them in these conversations because they got more titles. Robert Horry just was in the right situation at the right time. That's why he got 7 titles. He wasn't the leader of none of those teams. That's why you can't put him in these conversations. But anyway,
stats matter.
I mean, that does matter, but so does accolades and all that other stuff too, right?
NBA history, though, with that point.
I mean, everything does matter.
You have to get accolades with stats.
But that's why but Mingo Jester, that's why we created criteria that included everything. And then when we did that, Michael Jordan wasn't the GOAT. It was LeBron.
Nah, bro. Wait a minute. How did y'all do that? How did y'all come up with this?
All right, so we're gonna let Brandon explain it again. Brandon, if you don't mind explaining, or you want me to explain it, because I know you got the grasp.
You could go and explain. I gotta get this little girl quiet.
Okay, all right. So let's go ahead and do this right quick. Let me bring this up here. So we did this based off of these simple criteria. All right, we did off the regular season. So you see, we did by a player's point per game average. We measured everybody's points per game to Michael Jordan's 30.1. Would you agree 30.1 is the greatest accomplishment in points per game, Mingo Jester?
Yeah.
Okay. Magic Johnson's 11.2 assists per game. Is that the greatest accomplishment when it comes to assists per game for careers?
Yeah.
Right? We go down the line. We go to totals. We got the totals as well. LeBron James is 40,000 points. Would you consider that the greatest when we're talking about totals, correct?
Yeah.
Right? We did the same thing with awards, right? The most finals MVPs is Michael Jordan, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So everybody was compared to all of these great accomplishments. So as an example, LeBron James has 4 finals MVPs. Michael Jordan has 6. So LeBron James is 66% of Jordan's greatness when it comes to finals MVPs. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And we basically gave that 66% a whole number. We did it times 10. So it becomes 6.6. So for LeBron James 4 MVPs, he scores 6.6 points. And that's what we did across the board. Now, this is just for the regular season. We also included the advanced stats on the right. You see the advanced metrics? All of those metrics were used, right? And then we also did the same thing for the playoffs. When we got to the playoffs, we used the players' career averages, career totals, their advanced metrics, and their awards. So as an example, like we said, Michael Jordan's 6 finals MVPs is the greatest. Michael Jordan gets 100, so he gets 10 points for being the guy who has the most finals MVPs. He gets 10 points for averaging the most points in the playoffs for his career. And we graded everybody that across the board. That's how we did it. And when we did that, Michael Jordan ended up being 4th all time.
Yeah, okay. And now I see what's going on now. That's because all these players played longer than Michael Jordan. And why they held days on higher. I get.
No. Wilt Chamberlain.
It's more of a
Wilt
longevity thing than
Wilt Chamberlain.
you know.
Wilt Chamberlain played 14 years. Bill Russell played
That's-
13 years. That's shorter than Jordan, and they were still able to score. And in fact, players like Vince Carter couldn't even crack the top 75 list. So it didn't matter. Longevity, nothing gave it an advantage, no matter what it was, whether it was your position, whether it was your era, whether it was longevity or not. At the end of the day, Jordan has longevity. That's why he's in the top 4. He's played 15 NBA seasons. He has over 1,000 games played for his career. If you go here, Magic Johnson doesn't have longevity, but he eventually is in the top 10 because his career is great. His accomplishments are great. When you grade his accomplishment to everybody else, that's how you end up being great. That's
Magic
the
still
whole.
played 12 seasons though.
Huh?
Magic still played 12 seasons though.
Yeah, no, he did play 12 seasons, but that's not as much as 15, right? That's not as much as
It's
17.
not as much as
Shaq
15,
played,
but-
yeah, Shaq played 17. Akeem played 17. Duncan played 19. Dr. J played 17 years. And Magic Johnson still sat there in front of all of them. So Magic Johnson actually has the shortest career out of everybody here. And like I said, he ranked in the top 10. And people like Vince Carter, Robert Parrish, they didn't even crack the top 50, even though they played 20-something years. So longevity has nothing to do with it. It's predicated on how great you are, because again, we're measuring you to the greatest accomplishments of all time. So what we're basically saying is that all of these numbers represent how close you are to these actual great players and what they've done throughout their career. That is our criteria. That's why it's the most comprehensive criteria, because it includes everything, and it's the most objective because it doesn't give anything an advantage, no matter the era, the position, whatever it is, longevity, not longevity, short career, long career. It measures you to the greatest accomplishments of all time, and that's why we have the greatest criteria ever.
And it's just the facts, right? No accolades or nothing else, right?
No, accolades are involved as well. Yeah, we included accolades. You see right there, accolades are right there. You see it says it right there. It says awards. You got all NBA, all defensive selections, all stars, league MVP, defensive player of the year, and seasonal titles like your scoring titles, rebounding titles, steal titles, assist titles. All of that was included. All of that.
That's funny. You guys didn't even include player of the month or player of the weeks in this.
No, we
So
didn't
it's
do
like-
that. No, we didn't do that.
Mhm.
No, we didn't do that. So that was the formula that we use, and our formula is still the greatest formula. No one could come with a better criteria, especially anybody who wants to put Michael Jordan as the GOAT.
I like my criteria better, but your guys' might be better. I like mine, but yours might be better.
Yours
It's
is
more
garbage.
objective.
So Mingo Jester, do you have any
No, it's not. It's
questions?
better than
Do
yours,
you have
though.
any questions about the criteria? Anything that was confusing? Because I know I talk kind of fast.
No. I got it. No.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay. You got any questions about any player and where they ranked? Because we can give you I got the list.
Yeah, because I was looking for Larry Bird and Kobe in the whole thing.
Yeah, Larry Bird and Kobe just got out of the top 10. Kobe is 11th and Larry Bird is 12th on the list.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Okay.
That's how you know
What
it's
do
garbage.
y'all use for the tiebreaker if two players got the same score?
See, Travis, in mine, at least I got Kobe in my
Well,
top 10.
the way we scored it, that's why we used the 100th decimal to help break the tiebreaker, and luckily we did do that because there were no players that actually had the same numbers. Every player of some sort was better by whether it was the 10th decimal or the 100th decimal. So, and to give you a better idea and a better picture, this was Stephen Curry right here. I don't know why they always show the last person, but give me a second here.
And what was Steph ranked at? You said Larry Bird was 12. So what was Steph?
Stephen Curry ended up being 27th on the list.
My goodness.
And that's because again, now granted, the numbers do change because again, we did this last year before this NBA season. So when you look at it as an example, right? Stephen Curry scores high in the averages. You look on the top left on the average, you see how he got like 8.2 because he averages like 25 points per game for his career. That's like 80. That's like 80% of Michael Jordan's career average, right? But then when you go to the totals, it's not enough because Curry has like 23,000 points. Compare that to LeBron, who had 38,000 at this time. He's only 56%. You see what I'm trying to say? So a lot of things change, but he does score high in general because the best score you can get is 10 across the board, right? So that means you can score as high as 80 points. If we were talking about the greatest player ever, they would get an 80. So Stephen Curry is a 34 points out of 80. He's basically almost damn near half of greatness when you really talk about it. And his career's not even over yet. It probably changes now because his totals go up. You see what I'm saying? He has more all NBA selections. You see what I'm saying? So he gets a little bit of a boost there depending on that. But again, it does measure him to all of these. So these are all his numbers. So like I said, his rebounding, we compared his rebounding to Dennis Rodman. You agree Dennis Rodman is the greatest rebounder of all time, right?
Yes.
All right. So his 13.1 rebounds per game is compared to what Curry's is, which is like 4 point something. And that's only like 3.5%. That's like 36%. You see what I'm saying? And that's where we grade him. And then what we did was we average out your per game average. So what he scores with his points per game, his rebounds per game, his assists per game, his steals per game, and his blocks per game, we divide that by 5, and it becomes a total score of 4.82. And then from
so let me ask you a question. So why are we comparing Curry's rebounding to Rodman's rebounding?
That's a great question, because at the end of the day, right, points per game is a neutral thing. It doesn't matter position. You agree with that, correct? Right? It doesn't matter what position you are, you could be a great scorer, correct? So that's a neutral position. Rebounding and blocks more than likely goes to the big man. So the little men do get a disadvantage at that point. But steals and assists are going usually to the smaller guys, and that gives the big men a disadvantage. So at the end, it's still 2-2. So while we're comparing Curry to Rodman's rebounds, we're also comparing Rodman's assists to Curry's assists and Curry's steals. You see what I'm saying? So he may have the advantage on rebounds, but because, like you said, of his position, he's not going to have the advantage on assists or steals because Curry's going to have that as a guard. So that kind of evens out the scale right there. That's why it doesn't really help any other position. And that's why we didn't include field goal percentage, because like you said, field goal percentage is also predicated on your position. And to take the greatest field goal percentage of all time is not fair to someone like a Kobe Bryant or Stephen Curry. You know what I'm saying? They're not shooting like, let's just say, a Shaquille O'Neal who shoots like 58% from the field for his career, some crazy number like that.
So to me, and this is very comprehensive and very informative, but to me, this is why I say you can't cross compare errors, because 30 points per game today is not the same as 30 points per game in the 2000s. You see what I'm saying? So to me, like when I was saying that Jordan had scoring titles, it wasn't because he averaged 30 points per game or however much he averaged during the 90s. It was because regardless of how much the league was scoring and whatever, and what players' points per game were, he was still the best scorer in the league. Regardless of whether that would have been 30 points per game, 20 points per game, 25, 27, 28. So that's why I say I don't like to cross compare errors, because the only thing we can go off is what they did against the players that was in front of them.
Yeah, but we gave Jordan credit for being the points per game guy because he averages 30. He's number 1. So we didn't take that away.
Well, no, I'm not trying to give him credit for it. I'm just saying, like, comparing points per game across errors to me is kind of faulty.
It's not.
And so you will have to basically split up Jordans in the 80s and 90s. So how would you do that if you split up both eras?
You said, how would you do it?
Yeah, because you have to split up.
I wouldn't do it. My thing is, did you win the scoring title or not? Did you win the rebounding title or not? Did you win the assist title or not? The number is irrelevant.
No, but that's my point. But this is the point I'm
my
trying to bring to
example.
you. What does Jordan scoring 30 points per game have to do with somebody else who can't do that? Why is Jordan getting credited because someone else can't score 30 points per game? He's being
credited. He's being credited for winning all those consecutive scoring titles, which prove he was the best scorer during his time. So he had the best offensive arsenal out of everybody in the league.
Well, he took more shots than anybody during that span as well. So that's why he was scoring more. He just shot the ball more than anybody. He wasn't more efficient than anyone else. He just took more shots.
So again, are you saying we're only going to measure by who scored the most points in the era? Like that's how you would do it? Who scored the most points?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is using the numbers doesn't necessarily tell you. You can't compare across eras. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
But you're using numbers. But you're using numbers to show how dominant Jordan was. So that doesn't make sense.
That's why I was gonna get at Go Giants, Kingdom. Like, Karen, if you go use the scoring element as a talking point, bring up something different that nobody really don't know. A lot of people don't know that Jordan in the season scored over 2,500 points 6 seasons. You know what I'm saying? Only him and Wilt have done that more than 5 times. LeBron James, you could have brought up LeBron, never scored 2,500 points in the season. Never did.
But LeBron James is the only player. LeBron James is the only player with 15 seasons. No, but LeBron James is the only player with 15 seasons plus averaging 25 points per game. So, like, we could bring up stuff like that as well. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of ways to talk about the scoring because, again, the way the criteria works and ways y'all talking, like, Wilt Chamberlain led the league in most categories by far. Like, by far. He led the league more as far as scoring, right? I know Jordan did it 10 times, but as far as which I was bringing up the 2,500 points per game and all that other stuff, 2,500 points in the season. And then he also led the league in rebounding. He led the league in field goal percentage. He led the league in games played, minutes played. Like, there's so many categories that goes beyond just scoring, but y'all just want to make scoring the most important part. Yeah, we know Jordan was a dominant scorer, but just because Jordan was a dominant scorer doesn't mean that he was the only dominant person. And there's a lot of players like Tim Duncan, Mingo Jester. Are you saying Tim Duncan is not a great player because he never led the league in any category? Or Larry Bird? Because he never led the league in any category ever.
I mean, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. It depends on how you're looking at the numbers.
That's what I'm saying, because those are all around players, just like LeBron. Yeah. You're an all around player. You're not gonna lead the league in some category.
I think a lot of people just do not understand that. Yes, LeBron only had one scoring title because he's constantly getting assists and passing the ball. He did more than one thing. Like, we want to penalize LeBron for getting rebounds and assists because he's not just scoring.
What do you mean penalize him?
In fact, he's more of an all-around player.
The counter that what y'all saying for is like what A. Johnny brings up, because Jordan just shot more. He still had to make them. But when it comes to the all-around player thing, Jordan was an all-around player too. It's just that the reason why LeBron gets looked at highly regarded as a better all-around player in a lot of people's eyes, I don't know why, it's because he actually has the ball more. So LeBron James actually has the ball more. So end of the day, you're going to do the same thing with Jordan taking more shots. You got to do the same thing with LeBron actually having the ball more for us being more.
So Herm, the question is this is the question, Herm. So why don't Jordan fans say that about Jordan? Why they only mention his scoring? Why don't they mention how good he was as an all-around player?
I mean, a lot of guys really, like I said, they don't really talk from an aspect of being a fan of the game of basketball itself. So they're not gonna get those type of talking points that we should get, but they're not gonna do that. So that's the biggest issue when it comes to that, honestly.
You heard that?
Okay, Herm.
He called you out, Kane and Mingle Jester, because y'all got to talk basketball. Talk the game, brother. Talk the game.
I know you were saying so. What's more impressive, scoring 2,000 points, 500 assists, and 500 rebounds, or 2,500 points? Like, which one would you think is a greater accomplishment in your mind for a season?
But that's a casual talking point though, because like Johnny mentioned, all the reasons Jordan was scoring more was because he was shooting the ball more. The same way you can say why LeBron has the ability to play more of an all-around game is because he actually handles the ball more. He's more of a primary ball handler than Michael Jordan. So when you do that, you can't say one thing where Jordan was just the best scorer because he took more shots, but then you want to use the all-around thing for LeBron, but he was more of a primary ball handler more than Michael Jordan. So it goes both ways. I think that's a casual talking point, honestly, when you bring that up.
It's not a casual talk, it's which one is more impressive talk. No one's saying which one is better, like which one is more impressive to you.
You don't want to answer the question like they said.
I mean,
answer
it's
the
a
question,
simple
Herb.
question.
Oh, we got let me let Twin.
Which one is more impressive? Whoever won the championship is more impressive.
So,
whichever one got you the most championships is the most impressive. How about that?
And until it's Bill Russell, correct? Until it's Bill Russell, correct?
Until
I wanted to say the stats that
y'all act like y'all was alive for Bill Russell, bro. Y'all going straight off Google, bro.
You don't want to talk about titles. You don't want to talk about titles.
Well, I wanted to say the stats that are actually comparable across errors without anything are totals, because it's not it's not based on per game averages for that set season. It's based on the ranking of everybody that's played in NBA history, and they go based off that record. Yes, because it's like, I understand like when people say that you can't compare errors for averages like that because the different level of pace of play and different rules affect that. But I do know totals, you can't compare it like that because it's not based on the rate of production. It's just based on your career, you know.
Yeah, listen, your total tells you how great you are. Without a fact, it tells you how.
I understand that. Yeah.
Let's do this because I want to ask Mingo Jester this. Mingo Jester, right? We in our criteria, Jason Kidd ended up being better than these 4 point guards. Would you agree? And it goes down the line. So it's basically Jason Kidd, Westbrook, then Gary Payton, then Tony Parker, then Stephon Marbury. Would you agree with that down the line as in this 5 order ranking with these 5 guys?
I do.
As far as point guards, right? Okay.
Yes, I do.
All right, so let's go here. We know Jordan and Kobe were the 2 best shooting guards, right? So after that, we had Dwayne Wade ended up being the next best one, but then it was AI, Gervin, Allen, and then Reggie Miller. Would you agree with this order as far as shooting guards go?
I do. I do.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. How about this one? This one might throw you off a little bit. Scottie Pippen was ranked higher than these 4 small forwards in our rank list. Would you agree with this ranking?
I got a hard time with Scottie Pippen and Kawhi Leonard. I got a hard time with it. That's the only 2 I got a problem with: Scottie Pippen and Kawhi Leonard. But
so you would put Kawhi Leonard in front of Scottie Pippen, but then Scottie Pippen.
It's Kawhi, then Scottie Pippen, then the rest of them.
Man, you can't put Kawhi Leonard over nobody. He barely be on the court.
I get that, but Kawhi Leonard a hell of a player, though.
That's what John said. Shout out to John. I know he had to get up out of here. We've been here for a while. We're about to get up out of here real shortly. We've been having fun. Shout out to everybody again. We are debuting on FYF today for the first time. So shout out to everybody who's showing love to us on FYF. Y'all know we are also on Facebook, Instagram. Well, we just got off Instagram because we went too long, but we're having some fun. Let's keep going, Mingo Justin. Let's keep going.
Where Bird at?
Bird is before.
They already got Bird and LeBron.
Okay.
Yeah, remember Bird was
This is
11.
random.
Bird was 11. Scottie Pippen was 22nd. So Scottie Pippen ended up being 22nd all time. Let's go to the power forwards. Would you agree Dirk Nowitzki is better than these 4 power forwards and also in that order?
That's a pretty tough one.
Wow, who you want to put higher?
I would actually go Anthony Davis, then Dennis Rodman, and then you know.
Okay, then Paul. I know you a Kobe guy. Paul Gasol don't get that much love.
No. Paul Gasol would be 4. He would be after. He could be after AD and Rodman. Then it'd be Paul Gasol. Then I'm gonna say Dirk, Paul Gasol, then Chris Bosh.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is about when you really look at Rodman's numbers, even the advanced metrics, man, Rodman didn't really do nothing but just rebound, to be honest with you. That's all that man ever did.
He had some good defense.
Where
Barkley rebound. He got 2 defensive player of the years, 5 titles, so his career is pretty great.
Good defense.
Barkley was ranked in front of Dirk Nowitzki. Barkley was ranked at 26. Dirk Nowitzki was 30th. So
AD carried LeBron to a title.
Was better than Dirk Nowitzki. So let's go. Let's finish it with the centers. And these were the centers. So we had these are the centers. Would you agree with this ranking? With Akeem being obviously better than Rodman? I mean, than Robinson and then Moses, then Howard, then
I actually agree with that. I'm with that one. Yeah,
good with that one. So with Mingo Jester, who's highly critical of what we do here in GOAT James Kingdom, he went on ahead and agreed with our criteria and basically said, "Hey, this criteria is not that bad. I appreciate
it. Ain't that bad, actually."
Yeah, and again, it works. It works across the board as well. It works across the board because I did my own criteria, but I removed the advanced metrics, right? And I added some stuff, and this is my top 10 here, right? This is my top 10
there.
list here.
Kobe's not in the top 10.
No.
Neither is Larry Bird, but okay.
Yeah.
Irving out of there.
And then I also did it to do defenders, and like you said, this one I was able to separate players by their positions. So I did perimeter to interior, and I compared them the same way by defensive metrics by using like defensive rebounds, steals, blocks, defensive win shares, defensive block plus minus, and this is ended up being my top 10 list. So in reality, like Brandon and I have said, we can use this criteria across the board for anything. We can determine who's the best player per era. Like we can do so much with this as long as you know what the greatest accomplishment is of the whatever category you want to use. You just grade players to that category, and that's really it. It's the best.
Does anybody want to free up a spot? H from the Lord's servant saying he wants to join the panel.
Yeah. Jump off, man.
Oh yeah, that's H for the UK.
Wait, who said they can jump off
That's H for
first?
the UK.
That was Kane. I'll jump off, man. I appreciate y'all too, man. It was fun, bro.
No, Kane, you were the man, son. You do exactly what we expect. You stood 10 toes down. Appreciate you, man. Hopefully we can catch you on another show on another topic, but it was definitely fun. We appreciate you. Man.
Yes, sir. Y'all boys keep it real.
All right, no doubt. I'm gonna put the link up again for y'all. What happened?
Yeah, you put the centers back up.
Oh, you want me to put the centers back up? All right, hold on.
Y'all crazy, man. Kobe Bryant top 10, man. Get out of here, man.
Not. Stop it.
Nah, bro. He's got some of the greatest. He's got some of the greatest production of any player in career in history. Bro, he's top 10, bro. I'll never disrespect the Mamba like that.
I would have to move Dwight Howard up. I'm sorry. I think he should go in front of David Robinson.
Fuck no.
That's incredible.
You tapping
I see.
That's insane. Right there,
I just had to get y'all going. I'm sorry.
Just to let you know, Dwight Howard was ranked 37th all time, and David Robinson is 15th. There's no way.
Listen,
in hell
I
you
was
gonna
just
have
trolling
him
to
jump
mess
up
with
that
y'all,
many
bro. I just knew somebody was gonna get upset. That's why I did it. But
Let
no,
me ask
honestly,
you-
if I was
put up the
going
link
to
for
switch
whoever was
anybody,
supposed
it
to
would be
show up.
Moses and Dwight.
Yeah, I don't know where he's at. Hey, so I don't know if I was paying attention to that. So, hey, Johnny, do you rank the awards differently by the numbers? Or it's like,
well, my original criteria before Brandon showed me his, because what happened was Brandon and I challenged each other to come up with a criteria. That was the criteria Brandon brought up. My original criteria was this. And what I did was I basically
I'm talking about right now. Like right now.
Right now I go everything how Brandon does it. I go off of the actual accolades as who's the greatest in each category. That's how I do it.
I mean, Kobe got some of the most accolades out there. He got like, I think, I don't know, second or third most all NBA selections.
Second.
Second.
All right, so put it like this:
all defensive selections.
Dr.
Like,
J
come
scored
on.
40. Dr. J scored 42.32. Kobe scored 40.48. Bird.
Man, Dr. J didn't even play in the NBA that long, man. Why he even here, bro? Man, you need to
Kobe took Brownie to the prom.
Let's let H get his. Let's let H get his take in, because we're gonna get up out of here. Again, y'all, thank you for joining us. This is the GOAT James Kingdom Show with B. Lee and A. Johnny. We go live every Sunday noon to talk the GOAT conversation and basketball like none other. We let people have different takes. There is no other platform where you will see LeBron fans, Jordan fans, and Kobe fans have a civil, decent conversation about basketball other right here than GOAT James Kingdom. Go ahead, H. What you got for us here? We're ready for your take, brother.
Yeah, man, this is not really a take, man. Just salute everyone, man. Salute Johnny, salute everyone there on the panel. I probably, how can I say, I'm joining late, so just give me a quick rundown of your top 10. I'm guessing you scored this according to accolades, data analytics, and majority of it's being quantitative data, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Yes, we use per game averages. We use a player's totals. We use their advanced metrics. We use the awards for both playoffs and regular season. And we gave you a total number based off of how good you are to those particular stats and accolades that exist in NBA history. And when we did that, Michael Jordan, Michael Jordan, Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and LeBron ended up being in the top 10. LeBron's number 1, Kareem's 2, Wilt's 3, Jordan's 4th, Bill Russell is 5th. Then to round off the top 10, it was Tim Duncan, Akeem Olajuwon, Magic Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, and Dr. J. And those are the scores that they put up respectively for grading them the way we graded them.
Okay. Now, interestingly enough, just going off my top 10 in general, minus Akeem, that's pretty close. Because I think, shout out to you also, having Dr. J in the top 10, kudos to you, because Dr. J is very underrated. Very, very underrated.
We included his ABA records. We included his ABA records.
You've
That's how he was able to.
You've got to include his ABA record. You have.
No, we did though. We did.
No, I'm saying you have to. I agree with that.
Now, go ahead, H. Go ahead, H. Let him finish. Let him finish.
No, one thing I'd say though with these criteria is a lot of what you've used is quantitative data, but there's always a other side of the narrative. How come you don't use qualitative data? So with everything, to get context of everything, you can't just use quantitative data. You have to use qualitative data as well. And that's how you get full context. Because a lot of these conversations. So go on, bro. Go on, bro.
No, I was going to ask you what. No, I'm sorry. What qualitative data would we be able to use? That's what I was wondering.
Okay, narrative.
I give you a no qualitative data is not narratives. Is
Are you there?
He crashing out.
H got exposed like a bitch.
Stop. Leave H alone. And let H show up and let him get his takeout. H, are you there? Because we can't hear you. You're not talking no more.
What is he talking about? He's not.
What the
Brandon out here looking up stuff. H, whenever you're ready, brother, you can come back and speak. But again, listen, y'all. I mean, the accolades and achievements that we use are basically the majority of the stuff that we hear in the GOAT debate. Now, mind you, when I did my top 10 list, I didn't include advanced metrics. And I also included extra stuff like how many times you made the playoffs, how many series you won, how much playoff games you won, right? I included those type of factors. So I added some extra stuff. On this one, Ishmael, I did include player of the month because it is a trophy. So I did also include that. So when I changed it, the actual top 10 list wasn't different as far as the players. It just changed in order. Magic just ended up being 10th when I took out the advanced metrics. And it still was the same thing. It was still LeBron, Kareem, Wilt, Michael Jordan, Bill Russell, and then it was Tim Duncan, Akeem. That was the same top 7 as GOAT James Kingdom. But then Dr. J jumped Shaq and Magic, and then Shaq stayed at 9th, and then Magic ended up being 10th. So I'm like I said, the criteria does help us understand how great a player is, if it does anything.
Did in the ABA, did they have all NBA team and stuff?
Yeah, they had
like all ABA team.
They had the all ABA team, and they had an all defensive team as well. They also
had
had
Ishmael upset, bro. Yeah. Ishmael, you mad Kobe ain't in the top 10, aren't you?
I'm just a little disappointed, man. This is come on now. This is disappointing.
That's why he's asking these questions. Ishmael is
But that's why Kobe is the gatekeeper for the GOAT conversation. Because at the end of the day, the guys that you see that most people put in the GOAT conversation are these guys. So at the end of the day, Kobe is the gatekeeper. If you're not better than Kobe, then you're obviously not better than Dr. J. You're not better than Shaq. You're not better than Magic. You're not better than Akeem. You're not better than Duncan. You're definitely not better than Bill Russell, Michael Jordan, Wilt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, or LeBron James. So Kobe's the gatekeeper. Kobe's the gatekeeper for the GOAT conversation. You got to get past Kobe first. Shout out to all the Kobe Bryant fans.
God damn.
So, John, are you drafting LeBron over Prime Akeem?
So
let's let H finish his take. Go ahead, H, because we got to get up out of here. We've actually been doing FYF stuff going for 5 hours. I don't know how Lamont does it.
That's crazy.
Ahead, I know. Go ahead.
Yeah,
H,
no, 5 hours is a long time. No, sorry, I was speaking all that time and I timed out, man.
Yeah, something happened to your mic, brother. I don't know what happened, but go ahead, finish up, brother. Did the timeout again?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I keep on timing out, man. I'm trying to get to my notes on the phone, but then I end up timing out. So how can I just go off the top of my head? You have things like cultural impact, on-court and off-court behavior. You have other things, how can I say, leadership.
Just like I said, narratives. Narrative. When you talk about qualitative things, we're talking about theories and we're talking about narratives.
Intangibles. It's intangibles. He's talking about intangibles. Those things are hard to
That's
measure.
qualitative. Qualitative is just personal experience. Narrative. That's what qualitative is.
Yeah, but that's why we ask, right? Because let's just say leadership, right?
Yeah.
H, right? We know Michael Jordan is the greatest points per game, right? For the regular season and playoffs. We know that. But who's considered the greatest leader, and how do we measure them to that leader?
That's what I'm saying. That's interesting. That's when you probably have to go according to interviews. You probably have to go according to actually watching the game and how you perceive a leader to be. So, for example, I would say Bill Russell is probably the greatest leader. Example, when he came into the NBA, how he actually, how can I say, he galvanized the troops from being a losing team to a winning team, and then also becoming a coach and still winning. That shows leadership to the point that he even created the fast break, being able to get Red Auerbach to buy into his philosophy. I class that as leadership. So I'd say he's the best leader. So then, if you use him as the pinnacle, how many people are close to that pinnacle? And then that's how you grade it.
All right, so let me ask you this. All right, for me, it's Magic Johnson. How close for you is Magic Johnson to Bill Russell's greatness?
In terms of leadership?
As far as leadership, yeah.
I have Bill Russell. Let's say Bill Russell's a 10.
Yeah, he's a 10. If you're the greatest, you're a 10. So as an example, Michael Jordan's 33.4 points per game is a 10. LeBron James's 28 point something percent is like 95% of that, something like that, like 96% of that. So what would Magic's?
Yeah, so it's like a 9.5.
So he would be like 95% of Bill Russell's leadership greatness. Okay,
so we go. Let's say Magic Johnson's a 9 or 9.5. That's
a 9.5. But you do understand by doing that though, it's very subjective, right? There's no really way to measure that, and that's what we try to avoid. We try to eliminate that point. The point of us to make it as objective as possible.
I mean, the thing is, we could state that LeBron is a 10 and Jordan's a 5. It's our personal experience. That's why we're not using any qualitative narrative or personal experience in this criteria.
But Jordan is the greatest leader. He punched his teammates to victory, man. He punched his teammates to victory. That's leadership.
Now, mind you, H. What you're talking about, H. What H is talking about, though, we do understand that that's something that people want to have in the GOAT conversation, and we understand that. That's why we allow people to have their takes, because, like you said, you can have your subjectivity, your opinion, and what you saw and how you perceive it, right? But the problem is that it's hard to measure. So when we get into these conversations,
it's definitely hard. It's definitely hard to measure, but I think
so that's why when you get into these conversations, you have to let somebody speak, right? You have to. So I have to allow you to give your take in and not disrespect you, because again, it's hard to measure that. I can argue with you all day that Magic's the more better leader, but we really don't know. It just becomes a pointless argument. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Draymond, I agree. And don't you feel Ajani and B Lee? Don't you think though, if you just go, how can I say, solely off the quantitative data, it takes away the soul of the game? Because the game's not just based on numbers. I think what's happened with basketball now is that we have two sets. We have people who just go solely off numbers, and then basically, to me, you just become a textbook nerd. And then on the other side, you have people who just go solely off narratives, and then you have no, how can I say, no substance to what you're saying. I think the game is built on both of them, and that's how we get the true value of the game. The game's not just numbers, and the game's not just narrative. You have both of them to provide a full picture of context. Because I can show you, okay, you got two players who scored 25 points. How did they score 25 points? When in the first half, one person could have scored 0 points, and the other person could have scored 20 points. How did that other person who scored 0 points in the first half end up to have 25 points? All of these things come into play. The coach could have, how could I say, riled him up. what's it called? A fan could have threw something at him and said, "You're going to get traded," and that motivated him. All of these things come into play for the player, and that plays into context. I think when you take away that side of it, you took away the soul of basketball. And that's what I'm trying to add back in. I'm all about numbers in my day job. I play with numbers all day. That's a part of my day job, just doing analytics within construction. But I think also, if I'm going to go on a construction site, I can't just go off the report that I've seen numbers and said that this concrete keeps failing. I have to go in there. I have to see it myself. I have to have an feel it. I've got to see if it's in the right structure. All of these things, so I can find the root cause of why it's gone wrong. And I think that's why quality data plays a part. It adds context, it adds body, it adds soul to the whole debate.
Now, listen,
all right. So I don't agree with that shit. But give me a time when someone led a team to a title with inferior stats.
Magic Johnson.
Meaning stats did not matter because Magic was always leading assists and rebounds. He never had inferior stats. Give me a player that had inferior stats.
Probably 82 as well.
Udonis Haslam.
No, because this is what I was going to say. Because
I really want to know which player led a team with inferior stats to a title.
How you say led them?
Yeah, led them to inferior stats.
I think define your big. I say how to define leadership. I think how you led it. You're talking about in terms because at the end of the day, basketball is a team game. It takes everyone.
Yeah, it's a team game, and if you're not producing on the court, your teammates are not going to listen to you. So which player had inferior stats that led them to a title?
What alpha has ever done that? That's not happened.
I think I understand what H is saying. I kind of understand. It's not that he's saying that the stats don't matter. He's saying that on top of the stats, right? Like Brandon, right?
Thank you.
Brandon, you would agree, right? Right, Brandon, you would agree, right? That this is not your top 5. I mean, this is your top 5, but this is not your top 10 all across the board, correct? Right? Because you have
I don't have the game in my top 10.
Exactly, right? Because you have certain intangibles that you can't measure that you haven't put in, like he's talking about. That's the thing. Just like me, my top 10 is different as well. My top 10 has Kobe Bryant in it. My top 10 doesn't have Akeem in it, doesn't have Shaq in it, right? Because I have intangibles, and like he says, certain contexts that we really can't measure. There's certain things
like I said, that's personal experience. That's personal fan feelings. We're taking a fan base bias out of it. That's what we're saying. Like we're taking out. And if you want to add in my fan bias, it's going to be completely different than yours. So my bias is never going to be the same as someone else. As a leader, I think LeBron James is a 10, and as a leader, I'm gonna give Michael Jordan a 7. So no, that's going to be completely different than yours. So my bias about what a leadership is, what impact is, Michael Jordan couldn't even get above 500 without Scottie Pippen on his team. LeBron James led 3 different teams to titles. His impact is going to be greater for me than it will be for Michael Jordan. So putting in my bias, my personal experience, my personal feelings into something as a criteria just does not make any sense. I can say my personal top 10 is this and that. Just like a Giant said, his personal top 10 before had Kobe Bryant at 17. Like, yeah, that's crazy. But that's his personal top 10.
It was 15, not 17. Don't make it that bad.
No,
I think it was 17. So that's why I said we did not add that in.
Subjective. Let's get this super chat in. Shout out to Julius Irvin. Julius, we will let you up, but we actually about to get off of here. We've actually gone way longer than our time, but you wanted to state this, and you gave us the super chat, so we'll let you speak. It says here, Bron's not better than Kobe or MJ, but I have him third. You sound like the rest of the Zesty Jeffries who can't just accept LeBron James is better than Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. I don't know what to tell you about that, but we're going to land it out here. We're going to get up out of here.
Kobe Bryant.
Listen, Kobe's a great player, man. Kobe has a great career. And if you watch, matter of fact, a lot of those people who talk like that, they watch more of Kobe Bryant than they did Michael Jordan. And they really, really want to say Kobe Bryant is better than Michael Jordan, but they just respect the Zesty Jeffries a little bit too much, which I think y'all should start going at the Zesty Jeffries. If you're a Kobe Bryant fan and you got him second, I don't see why you can't make him better than Michael Jordan. You might as well just make him better than Michael Jordan. That's just the facts. Because everything you're using to make him number 2 would make him better than Michael Jordan. That's just the facts. So we're going to get up out of here. Brandon, you got any last words so we get up out of here? Again, I want to thank all of you gentlemen Thank you, King John. Thank you, Travis. Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Ishmael, all of our supporters, GOAT James Kingdom members. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Twin Man. Thank you, all you guys. Thank you, Ruddy Hood Sports, for supporting us and giving us the super chat. Thank you, H, for showing up. I appreciate you. I know it's tough coming up on GOAT James Kingdom, but you've seen us on FYF and you show some support. Thank you, sir. And shout out to Herm, everybody who showed up, Kane, everybody. Shout out to all of y'all. Brandon, any last words?
No, I don't have anything. I gotta get out of here too myself.
Yeah, all right. So listen, y'all, we are the GOAT James Kingdom platform. Like I told y'all, we go live every Sunday noon to talk the game of basketball and to open up the panel for people who want to talk the game of basketball. You can catch us right here on the GOAT James Kingdom channel. We go live every Sunday noon. You guys can catch us on FYF as well, because now we're going to be multi-streaming on FYF. So shout out to everybody who's supporting us there and watching us on that channel. Shout out to Lamont and everybody who has a show on there as well. H, you have a show on FYF, correct?
Yeah. Shout out. It's the crossover, and we also do In the Zone as well every Wednesday, and I believe it's every Monday as well. So yeah, plug in, man.
Yeah, no doubt. Definitely plug into FYF. As you heard, he has different channels. That's In the Zone. That's also the crossover with other folks. They talk the game of basketball. It is a wonderful time when you come on GOAT James Kingdom or on FYF. Also, check out our membership in GOAT James Kingdom. Y'all know what we do best here. We take care of our GOAT James Kingdom members. We're going to have a special GOAT James Kingdom member show very shortly, y'all. So please sign up for our membership. There are different tiers, different perks for each tier. When you become a member of the channel, reach out to us at goatjameskingdom@gmail.com or goatjameskingdomshow@gmail.com. Also, you can catch me one-on-one. And since y'all love to talk about me so much, I'll be available for all of y'all on a Friday night exposure with the Exposer, where I open up myself for y'all to come talk to me about the game of basketball. But ladies and gentlemen, we are the GOAT James Kingdom platform. We are the best at what we do. If you don't like what we do, that's your fault, because again, we got nothing better to do but be on YouTube every week. So y'all stay blessed. Y'all stay peaceful. Enjoy y'all Sunday.
Chat, bro.
We got another super chat. Let me see here. Hold on, I didn't see we had another super chat. Let me see. Oh, Julius Irvin wants to talk to me. He said, respect to y'all, but you can't take away intangibles. That's what separates these great players from other great players. Again, we do not take away the intangibles. We just basically tell you, you can't make the measurements for it. You can't tell me somebody's better at something without using some kind of stat. And anything you're using is going to be a stat. As H spoke, he spoke about Bill Russell's leadership. He used championships. He used galvanizing his team and helping them be a great team. You're still going to find some kind of stat in some way that's related to basketball. So at the end of the day, the game is still predicated around what a player does and their production, which is basically their stats, accolades, and achievements. And here in GOAT James Kingdom, that's what we do. We actually talk about the stats, accolades, and achievements so that our intangibles can be measured. Our subjective takes can have some kind of validity. But again, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great Sunday afternoon. Peace and blessings, y'all. Thank you for joining the GOAT James Kingdom platform. If you're a basketball fan and you're tired of basketball shows that talk about fake narratives and using non-basketball terms like killer instinct, playoff translation, gravity, come to GOAT James Kingdom.